Humanity's Fight, Space Colony 1, Book 5. Written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. The escape capsule was falling. The interior was tiny, accommodating only one individual. Only one individual was required. Most of the bulk of the capsule was made up by the thickness of the hull. The capsule had no landing gear, and the hull was designed to absorb the shock of impact on a planet's surface. The thick shell was also designed to protect the occupant from the high temperatures generated by falling through an atmosphere. The capsule had drifted into Concordia's exosphere without incident. At this point, the small vessel was already trapped by Concordia's gravity, and impact on the surface was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. The thing inside it remained motionless, waiting. Its artificial mind calculated the predicted velocity of the capsule's descent and estimated the peak temperature of the outer hull. According to its calculations, the capsule would not heat up sufficiently to destroy the occupant, though burn damage might be inflicted. More importantly, the high temperature would not cause the capsule to disintegrate. If it did, the occupant would not survive the remaining fall. The force of the impending impact was another consideration. Could the occupant survive the shock? There was dissatisfying variance in the answer. The probability of unimpaired survival was only 32.9284%. However, the probability of functional survival was 73.4083, rounded up. Nevertheless, that meant the probability of annihilation was 26.5917. The individual would have preferred better odds. If it was destroyed, its mission would fail, but there was nothing it could do to improve its chances. The intelligence thought it was odd that its creators had not designed a more robust craft, but it was forced to accept it could not know their motivations or intentions. Time passed, and the capsule entered Concordia's thermosphere. Its velocity increased as the tug of the planet's mass grew stronger. Where would it fall? Its trajectory was not entirely set. The capsule was light and would be subject to the forces of the jet stream when it dropped deep into the stratosphere. At that point it would also be on fire. Given the predicted high temperature of its hull, what remained of it at that point, it would be preferable if it landed in the ocean. Even considering the fact that the sudden drop in temperature might create a differential in thermal expansion sufficient to cause the hull to crack. If the capsule crashed into land, it would cool down much slower, reducing the heat differential and maintaining the structural integrity of the hull. However, the force of impact would be greater. Overall, the probability that the capsule would break open, reducing the likelihood of the individual's survival, was lower for an impact on water than on land. When the capsule reached the mesosphere, its exterior rapidly heated up. The metal alloy forming the outermost layer began to glow. At first, insulation protected the capsule's interior from the heat, and the occupant registered no rise in temperature. That state quickly changed. 1/10 of a second later, the capsule's hull was melting and burning, sending out a long tail of flame. A human on the surface looking up at the right part of the night sky would have seen a streak of light and thought they were looking at a meteor. Another 1/10 of a second passed, and the individual registered the rapidly increasing temperature of its surroundings. Fortunately, it did not breathe air, or it would have discovered its throat and lungs scorching. Its skin was a manufactured substance designed to mimic human skin. If it had been organic, it would have been bubbling and peeling away. By the third 1/10 of a second, the capsule was a fireball, and its interior was a furnace, but it maintained structural integrity. The occupant waited as its circuits heated. The artificial hair on its head dissolved and evaporated. The ends of its faux fingers crisped. Estimated time to impact was 0.29. The capsule hit. Against the probabilities, given the comparative volume of water to landmass on the surface of Concordia, the capsule had come down on land. Its innermost wall shattered, but for the most part the vessel remained whole. One reason for this was the fact that what was left of the hull was molten, and the liquid, more flexible structure absorbed some of the shock. The occupant completed a damage assessment of itself, revealing a considerable number of breakages. Its inner frame had broken into many pieces, and some of its wires had dissected. Self-repair automatically activated. As the hull cooled, the individual healed itself. Not all parts were able to be saved, but it would be functional. When it had repaired to the greatest extent possible, it would find a way out of the wreck. Chapter 2. Cherry lifted a whistle to her lips and blew it so hard her ears rang. "Exercise over! Get in line!" The troop shuffled slowly to their positions in the training yard. Some didn't even seem sure of where the line was. "Move it!" Her missing arm was itching, which did nothing to improve her mood. She didn't think she'd ever seen such a bunch of useless recruits. If they weren't dropping their weapons, they were bumping into each other. And if they weren't bumping into each other, they were screwing around when they thought she wasn't watching. Damn it, where was Aubrio? The face of his subordinate officer had been a picture when Cherry had turned up unannounced. Then the woman had tried to make up excuses for her CO, stuttering out some lame explanations for Aubrio's absence. That had only made Cherry madder. Loyalty was a virtue, but not when it extended to covering up irresponsibility. From the corner of her eye, she saw a tall figure striding toward her. The sight of Aubrio finally arriving only made her more irritated. She glared at him as he approached. "I'll take over, General," he said as soon as he was within hearing distance. She waited until he was close enough for her to speak without the recruits overhearing. "Where the hell have you been? You should have been here 2 hours ago. What kind of example do you think you're setting?" "Hey, I don't want to hear it." Cherry pulled the whistle over her head and thrust it into his chest. "These men and women are a disgrace, but now I see the attitude of the person responsible for training them, I'm not surprised. You've got 1 week to whip them into shape. I'll be back to run them through an exercise of my choosing, and if they don't behave like something resembling soldiers, you're discharged." His handsome features darkened. "You don't mean that. You wouldn't dare." "I wouldn't dare?" She struggled to keep control of herself. "Try me, Aubrio. Just try me. The Scythians could return any day, and when they do, we'll be relying on these idiots for our defense. Stars help us. If this is an example of the best you can do, our military is better off without you." She walked away before she had to take any more of his attitude. The man was beyond exasperating. She knew why he'd been late. Antisocial as she was, even she had heard the rumours. He was late because he'd been with some young woman, one of the latest in a long line to fall victim to his charms. He was disgusting, working his way through the female half of the colony like a bad algae sandwich. She had heard he'd been fraternising with the recruits too, though she had no evidence to prove it. His behaviour in that regard was bizarre. He was the one who had written the rules for Concordia's defence forces, basing them on his memory of armed service regulations back on Earth. Now he was the one flouting them. She should have given him a dishonourable discharge a year ago, when his attitude had started to slip, and she would have, except for the fact that when he concentrated on his job, he really knew what he was doing. He knew stuff about military training and tactics that wasn't in any of the colony's databanks. He also knew how to manipulate people into doing what he wanted. In the early days he'd been too authoritarian and overbearing, pissing off the independently minded gens. but she had persuaded him to tone it down, and the nature of the people he was working with had altered too. This later generation had not revolted against woken and guardian control. They were softer, more malleable, and more tolerant of being bossed around. When he put his mind to what he was doing, Aubryo produced excellent results. When he put his mind to it, and he wasn't giving priority to that other part of his anatomy. She swung herself into her autocar and told it her next destination. The vehicle locked its doors and pulled out. The Concordian countryside rolled past her window as the car headed east toward the site that was formerly Sidher, the underground settlement. Was Aubryo's deteriorating attitude only due to the fact he was getting older? She wasn't sure exactly how old he was. He didn't seem to show any signs of aging, but she guessed he had to be in his late 40s or early 50s. He'd expanded his family's already huge business empire until it was vast, before sinking all his assets into the Nova Fortuna project. Then the project had taken many years to complete. Kes would probably know Aubryo's age when he left Earth. The xenobiologist was the only other living Woken who had embarked on the Nova. But since then, how much time had passed for the man? Aubryo had spent 186 years frozen aboard the colony ship. Did people age while in cryo? She had no idea. A little more than a year after arrival, Aubryo embarked on the mission with her to the Galactic Assembly. 6 more Concordian years, or roughly 3 Earth years, had gone by since their return. But while they'd been away, time on Concordia had moved on. Another 106 Concordian and 53 Earth years. How old did that make Aubryo now? Or her, for that matter? It was confusing. Still, however old he was, aging didn't justify his bad behavior. Whatever the reason was, it was up to him to fix it. He was a grown man. If he continued to be more of a liability than an asset, he had to go. She wasn't going to place the safety of tens of thousands of men, women, and children in his hands. After her car arrived and parked itself, she climbed out and walked to the stairs at the side of the parking lot, stepping over the crack running around its outer edge. The line in the pavement was the only sign of the vast man-made cavern beneath her feet. She descended the long flights of stairs leading to the cavern's entrance and passed through the security door. She regularly inspected Concordia's armament depots. Everything always seemed in order when she carried out the visual inspections, but she liked to meet face-to-face with the officers in charge. People tended to be more open and honest when communicating verbally, often saying things they would not commit to writing. She perched on a camp stool and balanced an interface on her knees as she double-checked that month's report from the officer responsible for Cerberus. Putting aside the interface, she rose and went to the nearest missile launcher. The points of 4 missiles protruded from the ground and rose to the ceiling. The frames holding them upright were sunk into the ground far below. "General," said a voice, "welcome to Cerberus." A fresh-faced young man in uniform was approaching. She squinted, peering through the dim lighting and shadows. The man was a colonel, and therefore the person in charge. She didn't recognize him. Aubryo must have reassigned the previous officer, but hadn't informed her. "Colonel, please don't call me General. Ma'am is fine, or even Sir if it's easier to remember. What's your name?" His stiff posture eased. "Fletcher, ma'am. I hope you'll find everything as it should be." "I'm sure I will, but it doesn't hurt to check, and also to meet new staff. You didn't write this month's report, so you must have taken up your new post recently." "I've only been here 2 days. I received my promotion last week." "Well, how about you take me on a tour and show me what you know?" "It'll be a pleasure." Fletcher took her to the pulse emitter first and explained what it was and how it operated. An entirely different construction from the ground-to-space missiles, the emitter had been built according to plans Faina, captain of the Guardian ship Mistral, had dumped into the colony's databanks before crashing her vessel into the Scythian flagship. The silo also contained a ground-to-air missile launcher to be deployed if the Scythians made it into Concordia's atmosphere. Stacks of missiles sat beside it. As Fletcher led her around the other armaments, her mind turned to the long day ahead on her bi-monthly visit to all 4 military sites, codenamed Cerberus, Minotaur, Medusa, and Hydra. Cerberus was the oldest, built in the earliest days of the colonization. Work on the silo had begun not long after she left to go to the Galactic Assembly. Minotaur sat within the cliff face several kilometres from Oceanside, the second major settlement to be built. Medusa lurked beneath the mountain range bisecting the main continent, an offshoot of the extensive mines that riddled the mountains. Hydra held the title of the newest of the 4. Built with the permission and help of the Feeler, it lay in wait beneath the shallow waters of the continental shelf, offshore from the largest continent and original site of the colonization, Lioness. Hydra would eventually lose her status as the most recently constructed depot. Work was underway on Chimera. The 5th silo was being constructed on Sardine, the second largest and recently colonized continent. At the end of his tour, Fletcher returned to the 4 ground-to-space missiles. Dust lay thick on their metal surfaces. Despite the dust, the silvery hue of the metal shone through. The missiles had been constructed from the search-and-destroy spiders the Scythians had sent down to kill the humans in their second attack. First to be built, the missiles had sat in place for more than 80 Concordian years, awaiting the return of the Scythians. 80 years was a long time, and no missiles had ever been launch-tested. When the moment for their deployment came, would they work? Chapter 3. Wilder reached armpits deep into the guts of the pulse emitter and slipped a wrench over a nut. She'd lost count of the time she'd serviced the Cerberus emitter and those at the other depots, but Cherry had asked her to carry out yet more maintenance checks, on top of those carried out by the regular crew. She understood Cherry's concern, but the work bored her. It irked her too. Humans had lived on Concordia for 112 Concordian years. They had spread across the planet's surface to both of its continents. They had built roads and railway lines, schools and hospitals, factories and offices. They had built a new civilization. If that didn't give them the right to call Concordia their home, she didn't know what did. It seemed unfair that they were forced to go to this effort to defend themselves. There were so many more interesting things she could be doing than servicing pulse emitters like, "Hey, Wilder," said a voice behind her. Startled, she dropped her wrench. The tool clattered into the depths of the machine. "Damn!" Straightening up, she turned and saw Kez. "Sorry, I thought you heard me come in." "No, I didn't, but it's okay. I was lost in thought." She squatted down next to her toolbox and riffled through its contents, pulling out a magnetic gripper and placing it on the emitter's shell. "I didn't expect to see you in here. Things getting boring over at the aliens' office?" "You mean the Department for Extraplanetary Affairs?" "Exactly, the aliens' office." She ducked down again and picked up a rag to wipe her hands, hiding the smile creeping over her lips. She enjoyed teasing Kez, whose love of his job bordered on obsession. "Well, I guess you're half right," he replied. "I have been learning a lot about other members of the Galactic Assembly, but my job entails—" He paused, then laughed and punched her on the shoulder. She grinned. "Seriously though, what brings you here? It isn't like you to venture out during daylight on a work day. Is a big disaster brewing? Have the Feeler decided to emigrate?" His eyebrows rose in alarm. "The Feeler leave us? Don't even talk about it. What a disaster that would be." No, it isn't anything as serious as that. It's probably nothing, in fact. I would have commed you about it, but you turned off your button. I thought I might find you here. Whoops! She turned on her ear-comm. I don't like being disturbed when I'm working. No problem. I do that too sometimes. Someone brought part of an object they'd found into the office today, and I was wondering if you might help us identify it. They found the thing way out beyond the mountains a couple of weeks ago. What does it look like? Did you bring it with you? It's metallic, and it appears to have been burned, but that's as much as I can tell you. It doesn't resemble anything I've ever seen. I couldn't bring it with me, unfortunately. I'm not allowed to take it out of the building. The director is worried it's something dangerous. Would you mind coming over to take a look? Sure. Any excuse to get out of servicing these emitters. Give me a few minutes. She reached into the emitter with the magnetic grip. The wrench hadn't fallen far. It was caught between two parts of machinery, but bumping the tool could send it clattering into the depths, which might entail days of taking the emitter apart in order to reach it. She opened the jaws of the gripper and delicately closed them around the wrench, feeling a satisfying clunk as the magnetism took hold. Do you have any pictures of this thing? The person who brought it in also took pictures of the whole object, not just the piece they picked up. I've already sent the files to you. I'll take a look at them on the way over. I'm nearly done. I just need to close this thing up. After she had returned the emitter to a working state, they took an autocar to the government buildings where Kes worked. Concordia was governed from its capital, Anwen, which lay between Cerberus and the original farming district. Anwen was a small place. Mostly only government workers lived there. The leader at the time had chosen it as an administrative centre in order to discourage larger cities from vying for control. Despite its small size, the capital was Wilder's source of groceries and other supplies. Not long after returning from the Galactic Assembly, she had built herself another treehouse in the small patch of forest that remained after the construction of Cerberus. Many of the trees had been cleared or had died due to the fitting of the military depot's underground dome. She loved the quiet and seclusion of her little forest home, though living there sometimes made her nostalgic about the days when Tycho, Steffi, and other friends had shared the dream of building an entire settlement beneath the canopy. Now Tycho and Steffi were married and had grandchildren. They lived out at Oceanside, and Wilder rarely saw them. Their differences in age and experience had created a gulf their former friendship couldn't cross. "Are you going to look at the pictures I sent?" Kes asked. "Oh, yeah." She'd forgotten what she was supposed to be doing. Wondering why she seemed to be becoming more absent-minded, she took out her interface and opened the files. The larger object was the first thing she saw, the thing too large for the finder to bring back. It was an irregular lump of buckled, twisted, scorched metal. The dimension measurements overlay the image. It was 2.87 meters at its widest point, 1.8 meters deep, and 1.5 meters tall. Lush vegetation surrounded it. The person who found it suspected it might be alien in origin. That was why she came to my department. What do you think? I guess it's strange that something we made could get burned up way over on the other side of the mountains, unless it's a crashed aircraft, but we would have heard about it on the news. That's what I thought too. Her gaze shifted from the unidentified object to the greenery encircling it. She touched the image and widened it with her fingertips, revealing greater detail. Look at that! She pointed at an area next to the mysterious artifact. What am I looking at? The surrounding area was burned by the heat and flames from the object. You can see the scorched soil, but new shoots are growing. Judging by the object's dimensions, the shoots were about 10 centimeters tall when the picture was taken. We're in the warm season now and everything's growing fast. I would guess the area was burned about 3 weeks ago, though it's hard to be exact without knowing the plant species. Kes smiled. I knew I'd come to the right person. You said the finder of this thing waited 2 weeks before they came to you? That's right. She's a miner, and she only recently had enough free time to bring it to Anwen. That makes it 5 weeks ago that thing was on fire. I'll check the news reports. There was no mention of any aircraft crashes, fires, or any other unusual occurrences in the wilderness beyond the mountains around the time she'd estimated, or within 2 weeks. They arrived at Kez's place of work. He took her to his department on the first floor. It was an open-plan office. She drew some curious glances as he led her through the desks. The object the finder had brought in sat on an empty table. She picked it up. It was clearly bent out of shape, but even mentally unbending it and imagining the original form gave her no clues as to what it had been. A sharp edge indicated it had been sheared off, probably due to damage to the larger object it came from. The edge hadn't melted and then cooled and re-solidified, which was what appeared to have happened to the rest of the object. But even the edge was somewhat scorched like the rest. She wasn't sure what to make of it. Kez's colleagues had come over and gathered around, 2 appearing over her shoulders. "I thought perhaps it was Scythian," said one of them, a young balding man. "Remains of some of the spiders, melted together. We've certainly found plenty of those over the years." "None of them were burned, though," said an older woman. "Perhaps a container burst in the upper atmosphere, and the spiders heated up as they came down." Wilder felt the object's weight. It isn't part of a spider. She had handled enough of the search and destroy devices to know how much the thing should weigh. It was too heavy. "Though I think it's a metal alloy. The chief engineer from Civil Works volunteered to test it," the woman said, "and find out its exact composition." "That's great," said Wilder. "Knowing what it's made from will narrow down the field of possibilities." She turned over the object in her hands a few more times before returning it to the tabletop and asking Kez, "Are you busy with work at the moment?" "I'm always busy. There's always something to do. But why are you asking?" "Do you fancy coming on a heli ride?" "You want to go out there?" "I do. This mystery is going to bug me until I've figured it out." "I can make time for that. We can take a government heli." "That's exactly what I was thinking." He smiled. "Let's go tomorrow." Unable to glean any more information from the object, Wilder decided to call it a day. Kez accompanied her to the outer doors. Before leaving, she said, "What I don't understand is, how did it get there? It's in the middle of nowhere. It couldn't have been taken there by truck because there are no roads. We've ruled out the possibility of it being a downed aircraft. The only other vehicle capable of reaching that location is a flitter. But they're all locked away, even the one with remaining power." A sudden thought struck her and she sucked in a breath. "What? Have you figured out what it is?" No. I was thinking about something else." He looked at her inquiringly. When she ignored him, he said, "Something entirely unrelated to this object that made you gasp." "Look, it's personal, okay?" It wasn't personal, but she couldn't think up a better excuse at short notice for not telling him the truth. "Personal, right." Folding his arms, he leaned on the door, gazing at the view. Several awkward moments passed in silence. He glanced behind them into the empty lobby before saying, "You know, if you're doing something under the radar, so to speak, you can tell me. Just because I work for the government, it doesn't mean I would turn you in." "Oh, I know you wouldn't." She touched his arm. "It isn't that. It's something I can't talk about yet, to anyone, that's all. And I don't think it's related to this burned-up thing the miner found, okay?" If you're sure. You know I'm only trying to look out for you." "I'm sure, and I appreciate your concern." She was moved. Kez had always been there for her. Ever since that day he'd brought her slug limpet repellent to spray on the trees at her settlement. He was the closest thing to family she had. She hugged him before leaving. On her way home, she thought more about the connection between the mysterious burned object and her little project until she was convinced there was none. She had thought perhaps the object was a failed experiment along the lines of the one she had been attempting. Chapter 4. It was getting dark. The sunset colours that had brightened the office where Kes worked had disappeared, and the encroaching gloom alerted him to the lateness of the hour. He turned off his interface and slipped the device into a bag, then rose from his desk and stretched. The office was empty. All of his colleagues had already gone home. He was the last to leave, as usual. He walked to the exit, going over the day's events in his mind. He smiled and gave a slight shake of his head at the memory of his encounter with Wilder. What secret lay behind that gasp she had given? What was she up to? His young friend had clearly embarked on yet another project that skirted the border of legality. Out in the hallway, he turned his steps toward the rear of the building. The front doors would already be locked, and he would have to let himself out the fire door. Not for the first time, his tired brain dwelt on how remarkably similar the shadowy, quiet building was to the kind of places he used to work at on Earth. If he didn't look too closely, he might have imagined he was back there, and the intervening centuries and light years of distance were nothing but a fiction of an overexcited imagination. He pushed on the bar that opened the door and let himself out into the coolness of dusk. He descended the steps and walked out into the office parking lot, which he wasn't surprised to see was empty of cars. They had all been taken by departing government workers. Sighing, he sat on a low wall and ordered an autocar via his earcom. As he did so, he saw 3 messages from his wife. A twinge of guilt hit. He knew what the messages said, and he didn't answer them, deciding to cross that bridge when he arrived home. While he waited for the ordered car, he wondered about his growing sense of déjà vu. He hadn't felt that way about any other place on Concordia. It had only been in what he saw as the second phase of his life here that the mental shift had appeared after he'd returned from his trip to the Galactic Assembly. Experiencing events that later turned out not to be real, but a simulation artificially generated in his mind, had had a profound effect. He'd felt psychologically destabilized and was left with a distrust of what was real and what was not. Then, when he'd returned to Concordia and discovered that the planet had moved on by more than 50 Earth years, he'd undergone another psychic shift. This second effect had occurred more slowly. In the beginning, he'd been amazed and delighted. The colonists had worked wonders in just a few decades, and when he'd found out about the secret military depots they'd constructed in anticipation of the Scythians' return, he'd been even more impressed. But within weeks, a sense of displacement had set in. The new Concordia was nothing like he'd imagined it would be when he'd signed up to the colony expedition. He'd imagined a lifetime of enormous challenges, hardship and toil as the generational colonists and scientists fought to survive. Instead, after returning from the assembly, he found he was living a reasonably comfortable existence with all his immediate needs catered for. He had a nice home, a wife and child, as well as another on the way, and an office job. If it weren't for the fact he was studying alien sentient species, he could easily have thought he'd never left Earth. The whir of an autocar drew him from his musings. The vehicle pulled up and the doors unlocked. He shivered as he stood up. The evening was turning chilly. He looked up at the clear night sky and overhanging starscape. "You're different," he told the stars. "I can say that, but not much else." He opened a door and climbed in, telling the car his destination. The interior was warm. The heater had activated, yet another example of an Earth-like luxury. It added to his sense of alienation. He would almost have preferred the car was cold, the windows stuck open, and rain pouring in. The autocar purred as it set off in the direction of his home on the outskirts of Anwen. Thinking about his life on the new Concordia and its similarity to his memories of Earth brought him to a sad recollection that often popped up unbidden when he sank into this mood. When he'd returned from the Galactic Assembly, the first place he'd gone had been the leader's residence. He hadn't realized at first that the leader was Meredith, Cariad and Ethan's child. Cherry had been the first to spot that. At that time, Cariad was still alive and living with her daughter, but dementia had taken over her mind. Meredith had warned him before he'd gone to see her. However, the knowledge hadn't prepared him for what he encountered. Against his expectation, she had recognized him. Her eyes had screwed up to focus on him as soon as he'd entered the room, and then her features relaxed in recognition.
"Kes, where have you been? Are you here to go into cryo too? I thought maybe you'd been taken to the OR already. Come and sit down."
He'd perched on the bed, a little shocked at the toll time had taken on her appearance. He'd known she would look older naturally, but to see it with his own eyes was another thing. Cariad beckoned him closer. He leaned in. She clutched his arm and whispered,
"Kes, please help me. I changed my mind, but they won't let me leave. There's a nurse here who hates me, and she won't let me go."
Her grip became tighter.
"I changed my mind. I don't want to go on the Nova Fortuna any longer. I want to give up my place to someone else. I can do that, can't I? It isn't too late. Someone can take my place. They can't force me, right?"
He'd heard that the best way to deal with the delusions of the mentally ill was to go along with them. Telling them the truth would only make them agitated and unhappy and wouldn't help them at all. He took her other hand in his. "No, they can't force you. You don't have to go if you don't want to."
"Good."
Cariad's hold on his arm softened.
"I decided I can't leave my family. I can't do that to them, and I'll miss them too much."
He bowed his head. "I know how you feel. But don't worry about it. I'll speak to the doctors and tell them not to prep you."
"Thank you, Kes. Thank you. I knew I could rely on you."
Though she appeared to have forgotten everything that had happened since she'd woken from cryo, her memory of the years leading up to the departure of the expedition was vivid. As he sat and talked with her, she referred to many aspects of that time he'd entirely forgotten. The snatched moments of intimacy they'd shared, the utter exhaustion of the long days of work, office politics and gossip, and the escalating strength of the public protests. By the time she'd become tired by their conversation and fallen asleep, he'd been transported back into the past. He'd also felt anew the same doubt and indecision that now plagued Cariad's aged brain. If he had his time again, would he decide to remain on Earth? If he'd known how much his expectations would be thwarted, it was possible he would. The autocar drew to a stop. His house was small and fronted by a yard covered in the rubbery, low-growing Concordia ground cover plant. He exited the car and walked up the path. The front door opened before he reached it, and yellow light silhouetted the pregnant figure of Isabel. She waited until he was inside and the door was closed before she began her admonishments.
You promised you'd be home early today."
"I know, I'm sorry. Someone brought something into the office and I had to."
"I don't want to hear it. Whatever it was, you could have at least calmed me. You could have replied to my messages."
"You're right. That's what I should have done. I got carried away, I guess. Look, why don't we do something special this weekend? I want to make it up to you."
"It isn't only me, it's Mickey too. She hasn't seen her daddy in 3 days. You leave before she wakes up and come home after she's gone to bed. 3 days is a long time to a 2-year-old.
I know. He hung his head. I'm sorry. He reached out to hug his wife, but she stepped backward, avoiding him.
I've never said this before.
Her chin began to tremble.
If you continue like this, always working, never making time for me or our children, our marriage isn't going to survive. I know that sounds like an ultimatum, but it isn't. It's the truth.
She turned around and walked into the kitchen at the back of their house. She didn't want him to see her cry. He stood in the hall, his arms hanging loosely, feeling like an absolute asshole. What was going on with him? The amount of work he had to do was overwhelming. He was studying information on members of the Galactic Assembly, learning as much as he could about the anatomy, behavior, environmental conditions essential for life, history and culture of more than 24 species. Realistically, it was several lifetimes' work for everyone in his department, let alone himself. Yet none of it was as important to him as his family. Why was he neglecting them? Chapter 5. Meredith had requested that Cherry pay her an informal visit at her private residence. The request was not something Cherry, as the colonist general, could refuse, but she didn't mind going to see Ethan's daughter. Her grief at Ethan's passing and missing out on a lifetime of his friendship had, over the years, become something she could lock away. It was only during quiet moments that she allowed the pain to surface. Also, as time passed, remembering him increasingly brought her many moments of sweet nostalgia. As her autocar approached the leader's residence, she noticed that Oceanside had grown larger since the last time she was here. The streets of one-story houses spreading out from the central clifftop district had grown longer and more numerous. The views out to sea and inland over low hills made it easy to see why so many Concordians chose this place as their home. Proximity to the feeler was another great selling point. A large metropolis of the being stood in the shallow waters offshore, where, decades previously, the Nova had crashed into the planet. The flotsam of the ship's remains had washed away long ago. The waters had returned to their shades of azure and turquoise. Relations between humans and their aquatic friends grew stronger every year. In the little spare time she had, she would go to the beach at the foot of the cliff. Families also gathered there. Parents relaxed while their children played in the waves, entirely unafraid of accidental drownings. Cherry had even seen some of the youngsters speaking a rudimentary version of the Thread's language, if speak was the right word to describe their vigorous gesticulations. Her autocar halted at the leader's residence. She climbed out and mounted the steps to the double doors. The assistant who let her in passed on Meredith's message that she was in the bunker. Cherry immediately knew what that meant. Meredith was talking to the Threads, probably Quinn, who had acted as the spokesperson for the aliens for as long as Cherry had known him. She took the elevator and descended through the vertical tunnel dug in the cliff, emerging into a circular room well below sea level. Half of the wall was transparent and looked out directly into water. The Threads had cut a passage through the rock at the cliff base so they could meet with the colony's leader face to tentacles. She recognized Quinn's distinctive patterning immediately. "Cherry," he said via the room's speaker. He had recognized her too, though she guessed her missing arm made her easily identifiable to the aliens. "It feels good to see you again."
"It's good to see you too, Quinn."
"Thanks for coming at short notice," said Meredith. "I didn't want to make a big fuss and order you here. I don't want to run the risk of this getting out before it's official." "You have already arrived at a decision?" Quinn asked. "Not yet," Meredith replied. "I want to hear what the General has to say. Cherry, the feeler commed me this morning. They received a transmission from outer space. A delegation of Galactic Assembly members is on its way to meet with us."
"A delegation? Of what? I mean, who?"
She was taken aback at the news and uncomfortable with the notion of unknown aliens turning up on Concordia's doorstep unannounced. The last time that happened, things hadn't gone well. "From what Quinn tells me," Meredith replied, "I believe you encountered this species when you visited the Assembly's space station."
"Do you mean the organisers of the station?"
Cherry imagined the gigantic creatures striding through Oceanside, spreading terror and panic. Quinn replied, "They told us you met them during your simulation." She had seen one other alien species at close quarters.
"But I thought they were hollows."
The simulation had included a fake attack. She and her companions had been given the choice of sacrificing their own lives to help an alien or saving themselves and letting another being die. Cherry, Wilder and Kez had made the choice to sacrifice themselves, unaware the situation was not real. Orbio had decided to save himself, to no one's great surprise. "The beings in the simulation were a fabrication," said Quinn, "but the species is real. They heard they were chosen to play the victims in the test scenario, and they are grateful that most of you chose to save one of them."
"I see, but that was years ago. Why are they coming now, and why are they coming here?"
"I'm surprised you are not more aware of how the passage of time is affected by the observer's perspective."
"Oh, all right, I get it."
The 100 Concordian years that had passed while she went on her mission remained a sore point. Even more importantly, it was a factor that limited the Assembly's ability to help Concordia when the Scythians finally returned. She had gone to its space station in the hope that humanity would be accepted into their alliance. Her mission had been successful, but her expectation that members would turn up to help defend her home in the event of an attack had proven wishful thinking. The Galactic Assembly had warned the Scythians that the human colony had its support, and it would not countenance any acts of aggression. But starships took weeks, months, and years to travel interstellar distances. If the Scythians wanted to annihilate the humans, they could do it and face the consequences later. Whatever reprisal the Assembly chose to inflict wouldn't matter to the dead. Quinn said, "This delegation has been travelling to Concordia since they received the pertinent information. We passed on their message as soon as we received it, and their delegation lags their communication by only a short while. Of course, they must come here if they want to meet you." She frowned at the swirling, tentacled alien, focusing on his centre, where she guessed his brain was. He had no eyes, and it was the best she could come up with for a focal point. The threads were notorious for their inability to exactly convert their measurement of time into the human scale, though, to be fair, no Concordian colonist had managed to make the conversion going the other way either. The thread's method of measuring the passing hours, days and months was an utter mystery to human perception.
"What do you mean by a short while?"
Quinn didn't answer at first. He seemed to be thinking. Eventually he replied, tomorrow, I think."
"After the sun rises and it's light here again?"
"Yes, that's right."
"Was that so hard?" she silently asked.
"I guess we should welcome them," Meredith said.
"I guess so, but it won't hurt to play this safe. The last time a new species arrived from outer space, it tried to destroy us."
"You don't really think these creatures you saved during your test would mean us any harm? Do you think they're interested in Concordia too, like the Scythians?"
"Who knows? If they're members of the Assembly, it's unlikely. But we only saw them during a simulation. We didn't meet them. I have no idea what they're really like, and I'm worried about security issues. We can't afford the slightest suspicion of the existence of our armaments depots coming to the attention of the Scythians. Our secret weapons are the only defense we have, but visitors from off-planet wouldn't need to do much digging to find out about Cerberus, for example. That place is no secret to anyone here, because nearly everyone has a grandparent who was living in Sidher when construction began. And it's been hard to keep the locations and contents of the other depots under wraps.
If that information falls into Scythian hands, or whatever it is they have, we might as well forget any element of surprise if they attack. What do you suggest? Meredith asked. Well, we also can't afford to turn this delegation away either. They're fellow members of the Assembly. We have no valid excuse not to meet with them. And we would be foolish to refuse an opportunity to secure the close friendship of another galactic force. Quinn said, the opportunity is available if you would prefer the visitors don't come down to the planet's surface. The starship the Threads had built for the humans to travel to the Assembly's space station had remained in orbit ever since its return. It was impossible to hide it, but Meredith had decided not to allow any more interstellar missions out of fear of triggering a visit from the Scythians. Yes, said Meredith to Cherry, that's another option, if you're really worried about the visitors coming here. The opportunity is tiny. It was barely large enough for 4 passengers. I can't imagine hosting an official meeting of 2 galactic powers aboard it. No, they'll have to come here, providing they can survive in Concordia's environment. If not, they may invite you to come aboard their ship, said Quinn. The opportunity's Eva-suits are still available. They might. I hadn't thought of that. She might almost prefer the effort and potential danger of going aboard the alien ship to having them visit Concordia. I think we should accept their meeting proposal and wait to see what they suggest. I was coming to the same decision myself, said Meredith. But if they do want to come down to the surface, I'll need you to arrange the security operation. Of course, that shouldn't be a problem. As I recall, these aliens are quite small and probably weak too. It won't be hard to keep them exactly where we want them. Time is short, so I'll begin the preparations now in case they want to come here. We can hold the meeting in the government offices in Anwen. I agree that's the best place, said Meredith. Use whatever resources you need, with my full permission. Thanks. Let me know as soon as you hear anything. Cherry was about to say goodbye when she remembered a pertinent question. What are the visitors called, Quinn? I never knew the name of their species. As with many advanced galactic life forms, their name only translates into your language as people. But he was silent for a couple of beats. Yes, Kez has given them a name. It's Parvas Wilderentia. Wilderentia? Cherry echoed. Wilder. He's named them after Wilder. I don't believe it. He's done it again. Meredith's smile told Cherry she knew exactly what she was talking about. We'll just call them Parvas, Meredith said. Cherry sighed. Thanks, Quinn. I'll be sure to pass on the bad news to Wilder. She said goodbye and took the elevator to the first floor. She was almost certain the visiting aliens would want to come down to the surface if they could. Quinn had once mentioned that life-supporting planets were rare in the galaxy. The visitors would probably be curious about Concordia and want to see it with their own eyes, or experience it with whatever sense organs they had. But on her way to Anwen to organise the security around the landmark meeting, she wanted to take a small detour. Chapter 6. 3 small 2-seater helis were secured to the roof of the government building by docking clamps in case of strong winds. The helis were restricted to government use only, as Wilder had known perfectly well when she suggested that Kez accompany her to the mysterious object beyond the mountain range. The trip would have taken her days by any other mode of transport, even if she'd managed to hitch a ride on one of the ultra-fast trucks that went to the refineries near the mines. She and Kez walked to the nearest heli, and Kez unlocked the doors with a code. Mind if I fly it? Without waiting for an answer, she climbed in the pilot's side. Have you flown one of these before? Kez opened the passenger door while she settled herself at the controls. Oh yes, lots of times. She started the engine, and under the noise of its whir she added, too quietly for Kez to hear, in a sim. How come? I didn't think non-governmental personnel were allowed. You know Cherry, always asking me to do one thing or another. Wilder didn't mention that this last fact, though true, had nothing to do with flying helis. In that case, be my guest. She checked the surrounding airway was clear. It would have been a miracle if it wasn't, considering how few aircraft flew in Concordian skies. The danger of attracting unwanted attention from the Scythians was too great, but she checked nonetheless. Unsurprisingly, nothing was in the sky for kilometers around. She disengaged the locking clamps, engaged the heli's rotors, and lifted the machine up into the atmosphere. The rooftop retreated swiftly below them. "You know," said Kes, "it's surprising what I miss about Earth. I always knew I would miss certain foods and things like going to the cinema and visiting theme parks, but I never thought I would miss birds."
"Those animals that fly? Yeah, I can see that. They must have been amazing."
"I took birds for granted," he mused. "They were always just there. Pigeons and sparrows in the streets, blue jays and robins in the countryside, geese migrating in the spring and autumn. I never took the time to properly observe them. I was too busy thinking about life forms on other planets to pay any attention to the creatures on my own."
He sounded uncharacteristically pensive. "Are you feeling homesick?"
"I guess so, though I'm homesick for somewhere that no longer exists." There was a tone in his voice that caused her to look at him.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, don't worry." He gave her a smile, but she wasn't convinced that all was well with her friend. However, he didn't seem ready to talk about what was bothering him, so they chatted about other topics as they flew toward the mountains. At one point he put a hand to his ear and said, "Hi, Cherry." "Uh-huh, really?" His eyes widened, and he turned a shocked face toward Wilder. "When? Sure, of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. It'll be good to meet the little guys in the flesh, so to speak."
"What is it?"
asked Wilder after Kes finished speaking to Cherry. When he related the news that Concordia was about to receive a visit from another member of the Galactic Assembly, she was surprised but delighted.
"That's fantastic! When do I get to meet them?"
His features fell. "I don't know if you can. I don't know if the leader will allow it. This is an official visit."
You're right. Why would she arrange for them to meet me?
Maybe she should get a job after all, she pondered. A government job. It would be nice to have a heli at her disposal, and she might get to do something interesting, like meeting visiting aliens. Mountain peaks were rising above the horizon.
"Where are we going exactly?"
"I'll put in the coordinates." Kes pressed the dashboard screen, transferring numbers from his files. She relinquished the controls to autopilot and folded her arms as she gazed out at the view. The landscape was passing swiftly below, transforming from farmland into wilderness. To one side, the road to the mountains cut through the vegetation. Auto trucks ran along the grey line. To pass the time, she asked Kes about his latest discoveries about the feeler. Though the research had been going on while they'd been away, and he had continued it since their return, there was always some new discovery to be made about the tentacled aliens. She listened with half an ear as they neared the mountain range and then rose to the height of the pass. She was interested to hear the latest findings about the feeler, but she was also puzzling over the strange object they were about to investigate. The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became about what it might be. She felt that familiar tug of desire to find out the truth about a mystery, no matter how long it took. Her earlier fear returned. Had someone else managed to reinvent Agrav? Had their vehicle cruised to such a height that, when the machine failed, it burned as it passed through Concordia's atmosphere? She hoped she was wrong for two reasons. Firstly, she would hate for a fellow inventor to have died horribly. And secondly, she wanted to be the one to provide the colony with Agrav. Was that somewhat narcissistic? Perhaps, but there it was. They crossed the mountain range through a cleft between two of the tallest peaks. Snowy slopes rose to each side, and the air inside the heli grew chill, though the vehicle automatically supplied additional oxygen. Finally, the heli began to descend. However, it wasn't until they were nearly at ground level she spotted the crumpled, twisted wreck. Tall vegetation had already begun to overhang it, obscuring the scorched, dull metal. As the heli touched down on a patch of rough ground several meters from the wreck, Kes lifted a hand to his earcom. The results from the tests on the object's material came through. Wait a minute, Aggie, let me patch Wilder in. A moment later he said, Okay, go ahead. Right, came Aggie's voice through Wilder's comm. I'm sending these over as I speak. She then proceeded to reel off a list of substances and proportion percentages to 4 decimal points. Thanks, Aggie, said Kes when she'd finished. He turned to Wilder. Well, that was gobbledygook to me. Does it mean anything to you? I think it does. The list had begun to sound familiar after Aggie had read out less than half of it. As the woman had continued, recognition hit Wilder like the flick of a wet towel from a bully, a sensation she knew too well. She had waited to have her suspicion confirmed, but she could have finished Aggie's list for her. The heli rotors slowed to a stop, and Wilder stepped out into the knee-high vegetation. She strode toward the mystery craft that perhaps was no longer such a mystery. Well, what is it? Kes asked as he followed. Don't leave me hanging. But amazement and disbelief were keeping her silent. She wanted to set eyes on the object, otherwise she might not believe it was real. She didn't want to give an answer because it would sound ridiculous. The outline of the wreck peeked tantalizingly through gaps in the trees and tall plants surrounding it. She forced her way between overhanging fronds and pushed aside a vine. The sight that greeted her gave no clue to the object's guessed origin whatsoever. The outer surface of the misshapen lump had burned at such a high temperature it had partially melted. Stumps of what must have been some kind of instrument stuck out, their edges dissolved into obscurity. It was no wonder the person who had stumbled across it thought the find was sufficiently remarkable to report. Wow! Kes had arrived at the scene. He ran a hand over the strange destroyed surface of the object as he walked around it. Hey, look here! You can see inside. She joined him. A dark hole gaped in the side, but it revealed little of the interior. The remains sticking out of the hole nearly made her heart stop. What's this, do you think? She touched the broken protrusion. Kes frowned. I'm not sure. It's odd that it wasn't burned away like the rest. It is odd, isn't it? What would you say if I told you I think it used to be a door? His eyebrows rose. He squatted down to peer more closely. A door? You mean it opened after the object landed and that's why it didn't burn off? But that would mean there was something inside and it managed to open the door and come out. She took a breath. Kes, the breakdown of the object's metallic compound, it exactly matches the material the Guardians' weapons are made from. No, he breathed, straightening up and staring at her. No way, it can't be. They were destroyed decades ago, and you said this thing had been here only a few weeks. A vessel without power might float around in space for centuries, thousands of years or even longer, before the gravity of an astronomical body finally snares it. But the Mistral was annihilated when Faina flew it into the Scythian flagship. How could a piece this size have survived intact? I don't know, but I don't think it's impossible. I only know that the material this is made from matches the Guardians' weapons. It seems too much of a coincidence for there to be no connection. He squatted down again. Could it have been an emergency escape capsule that jettisoned just before impact? Maybe it was caught up in the explosion and its engine was destroyed. So, was a Guardian inside and it's managed to open the hatch and get out?
That isn't as crazy as it sounds. But if this is the wreck of a Guardian escape vehicle, where's the Guardian?
Chapter 7. Cherry's autocar rolled to a stop outside an imposing dwelling. The 3-story double-fronted house sat alone on an offshoot of the highway that ran from Oceanside to Anwen, in a low spot between the surrounding hills. A garden of architectural native vegetation surrounded it, though the plants were unkempt and overgrown, as if no one had tended them in a long while. The house was constructed from reclaimed building materials originally from the Nova Fortuna. The plastiwood of the colonists' first settlement had proven extremely tough and durable, and it remained the favoured material for creating new dwellings, providing the builder could get it. The house's owner was exactly the person to find a way to acquire this scarce, valuable resource. The door of her vehicle opened, but she didn't get out. Was she doing the right thing? It had been years since she'd been here, and her visit was unannounced. Seconds passed as she hesitated. Finally, she exited the car. Since she had taken the precious time out of her busy day to come here, she might as well follow through with her visit. As she walked to the residence, stepping over green tendrils snaking over the path, the door opened. Aubryo stood in the doorway. He raised an arm and leaned on the frame, his expression inscrutable. She climbed the house steps and halted. "Can I come in?" Wordlessly, he walked away down the hall, leaving the door open. She stepped inside and closed the door. She followed Aubryo into a front room, but paused on the threshold. The place was a mess. Dirty laundry was strewn about, used dishes and cutlery cluttered the coffee table, and dust lay thick over every surface. Ever since she had known Aubryo, he had generally been neat and tidy in his habits. It was a fact that had surprised her, knowing his privileged upbringing, including servants to attend to all his needs. He was sat on his sofa in his characteristic sprawl, legs splayed and arms resting along the back. Defiance gleamed in his eyes as he took in her reaction to the state of his room, yet there was no hint of embarrassment about his living conditions. "Mind if I sit down?" "Make yourself at home," he replied in a sarcastic tone. She picked up some clothes from an armchair and hesitated as she looked for somewhere to put them. No surface was empty. Finally, she placed the clothes carefully on the floor. He watched her movements. When she sat down, he said, "Want a drink?" "I do, thanks." Without asking what she wanted, he got up and strode out. She was already regretting her decision to visit her former lover. It would be so much easier to simply discharge Aubryo from his duties and appoint someone else in his place. That was what he deserved after his behaviour at the training exercise, and he'd deserved the same for similar behaviour over the previous few months. Retaining someone who had demonstrated he was unfit for service set a bad example, but he was a good military strategist, or he was when he chose to be. He was probably better than her, and so the best in the colony, considering no one living except he and she had taken part in any actual battles. If only she could return him to his previous enthusiasm for his job. It could mean the difference between defeat or victory when the Scythians returned. The problem was, she didn't know why he'd begun behaving so oddly. She didn't know what was wrong, and so she had no idea how to fix it. He reappeared, holding a steaming mug. He hadn't poured anything for himself. She sipped the brown liquid. It was her go-to beverage, made from chicory root. "You remembered?" He shrugged and returned to his seat. She thought she detected embarrassment underlying his nonchalance. She took another sip of hot liquid, and, failing to find anywhere to put the mug down, cupped it between her hands on her lap. "You know why I'm here, right?" He smirked. "Yeah, you can't keep away from me. Want to go upstairs?" She tilted her head. "Don't kid around, okay? This is serious. The activity he alluded to had ceased to be a part of their tenuous relationship long ago, prior to the mission to the assembly. His narcissistic rage over the fact that she'd loved Ethan had killed any prospect of a return to their convenient arrangement. Will you tell me what's going on? Your behaviour the other day, it wasn't like you. And that wasn't the first time something like that has happened. What's gone wrong? You used to love what you do. You lived for it. Now it's like you don't care anymore. She glanced around her. You seem to have stopped caring about anything. I was only a bit late, that's all. No need to get your knickers in a twist. Oh, for star's sake, will you speak English for once? His habit of dropping archaic sayings into his speech had annoyed her for years. He appeared to love confusing her and everyone else with his weird use of language. I mean... He leaned forward, rested his elbows on his knees and looked her in the eye. You're overreacting. I'm not, and you know it. If our roles were reversed, you would have kicked me out long ago. He broke eye contact, leaned back on the sofa again, and crossed his legs at the ankles. If our roles were reversed, things would be different. What do you mean? Concordia's defence force? How would it be different? He remained maddeningly silent. I'm doing the best I can. If you think I'm doing something wrong, making some mistakes, I want to hear about it. All I want to do is protect the colony. Aubrio, I value what you have to say. I want you to help me. But what you're doing now is no help at all. Her ex-lover folded his arms and gazed into the middle distance. She was quickly losing patience. He was being unbearable, as usual. He didn't give a shit about the colony and never had. He'd only ever cared about himself, and now even that seemed beyond him. Okay, I know there isn't a chance in hell you're going to tell me what's been going on with you recently, but I need to know something, and I need to know it now. You have to give me a straight answer. Do you understand? He smirked again. Sure, General. Do you remember the aliens at the simulation at the space station? The ones you decided not to save when the station was attacked? Yeah, I remember. I stand by my decision. What about them? A delegation of them is on its way here, right now. I think they want a closer relationship with us. Really? He rubbed his lips with a finger. She was relieved to get a reaction out of him at last. Yes, really. I don't need to spell out to you how important this could be to Concordia. Things are moving on, and I have to keep on top of the situation, security and military-wise. Now, despite what you say, I'm not overreacting about your behaviour. Your attitude has been atrocious for weeks. You've been late for duty, and from what I've heard, I suspect you've been drunk while on duty too. I'm pretty sure you've also been fraternising with your subordinates. Those are just a few misdemeanours, but worst of all, you've been failing to train the soldiers adequately. That exercise the other morning was a shit show. I can't afford to have someone with your attitude in such a high position of responsibility, especially at the moment. What I've come here to say is, if you give me your word, all that is going to end today. I won't discharge you. Give you my word? His eyebrows lifted. He was playing with her. Though clearly something was bothering him deeply, on another level he was enjoying himself. But she had grown bored of his egotistical games long ago. What's it to be? You're an asshole, and you know it, but I've never known you to go back on a promise. If you assure me right now you're going to change, you can remain in your position. His features fell into a deadpan expression. He studied her. Just as much as she was watching him for a response, he was watching her. What it was he was looking for, she didn't know. After a few long seconds, his eyes turned dull. Ah well, looks like the military life isn't for me. She almost gasped. His response was not what she'd been expecting. She had thought that, faced with the prospect of losing something he had lived for years, ever since the Defence Force's inception, he would decide to make a change. The last thing she'd thought he would do was toss the entire enterprise aside, especially not after hearing the news of this interesting development. Her heart sank into her stomach. Suddenly aware her mouth was hanging open, she closed it with a snap. Aubryo wasn't looking at her, though. He was studying his toes. She was tempted to ask him to reconsider, but she'd already given him way too many chances. "What will you do?" It was all she could think to say. "Actually, I was thinking I might start up a brewery." He spread his fingers and inspected his fingernails. "A brewery?" "Yeah, the beer around here is shit. Always has been. It's about time someone showed the colony how it should be done." "Right." She stood up and put her cup on the floor. "Good luck with that." "Thanks." He continued to avoid eye contact. "I'd better go. The delegation arrives tomorrow." "Fine, I'll show you out." "No, it's okay." When he accepted her response without an answer, she left his dirty, messy living room. Chapter 8. Wilder tapped her earcom. 5 meters above her, within the overhanging tree fronds, an electric motor started up. A moment later, a cradle of plaited vines descended. She climbed into it and tapped her comm again to move upward to her tree home, gripping the twisted vines affectionately. Despite the 6 Concordian years that had passed since she made the cradle, the strands remained strong. Other materials had been available after her return from the mission to the Galactic Assembly. Living in a regular house had gotten old fast, especially after her long confinement aboard the Opportunity, but she preferred using the same tree fronds and vines from which she'd built her original house. Repeating the same process pleased her sense of nostalgia, and the natural materials were perfectly suited to the project. They were light and tough and blended into the surrounding vegetation, giving the added benefit of camouflaging her home against unwanted visitors. Not that she felt in danger from other Concordians. As far as she knew, no serious crimes were ever committed, perhaps due to the genetic selection of the generational colonists, or the equality and stability of the civilization they were creating. Yet there was nothing she liked better than peace, quiet, and the certainty that no one would disturb her while she was working. She stepped off the cradle and onto the platform supporting her tree home. Except for the rustling of leaves in the evening breeze, the silence of the forest surrounded her. Looking forward to an evening working on her pet project, she pushed open the front door. 2 slim, grey, 4-legged creatures awaited her on the other side, alerted to her arrival by the activation of the electric winch. Even before she had time to close the door, the 2 creatures ran up over her pants and shirt until they reached her collar, which they clung to with small paws while sniffing her face and hair. "Hi, guys," she said, petting the creatures. "What's been happening?" They ignored her question and continued to snuffle her hair and neck. Finally, they stared at her face, their bright black eyes shiny each side of their long snouts. Apparently satisfied she was who they thought she was, they both climbed into the open neck of her shirt. After burrowing down to the place where her shirt was tucked into her pants, they snuggled there, comfortable in her body heat. "Not much, I guess." She crossed the floor of her small one-room home and took out a box of crackers and a tub of yeast spread from a cupboard. She also took a plate from another cupboard and a knife from a drawer. One of the animals in her shirt wriggled, slightly scratching her with its short claws. "Hey, be careful." Pulling out the only chair at her table, she sat down and turned on the interface embedded in the surface. She opened the tub and spread the yeast paste on a cracker. Meanwhile, the creatures nestling in her shirt ascended to the open collar and peeked out. "Here you go, Puddle." She broke off a piece of cracker and lifted it to the right-hand animal, who took it from her fingers and inspected the morsel carefully before popping it into its mouth. A bulge appeared in the animal's cheek. And one for you, Piddle." She handed a second crumb to the left-hand creature, who did the same. She hadn't yet figured out what sex the creatures were, assuming they reproduced sexually. She had had a couple of years to spend on the problem, ever since Piddle and Puddle had first emerged from the tree trunk at the centre of her home. She had named them after their poor toilet habits, but she hadn't learned much more about their behaviour or anatomy. She also hadn't told Kez of their existence, despite being fairly certain that neither he nor any of the other xenobiologists had discovered the species. She didn't like the idea of her little friends being prodded and poked by scientists. The latest news scrolled across her interface, featuring the top headline: "Delegation of parvas arrives tomorrow." Parvas? They had to be the creatures from the Galactic Assembly. Kez had received a message from Cherry about them, but Wilder didn't know any more than what he had told her. She opened a comm and stated Cherry's official title. Cherry answered immediately. "Hi, I can't speak right now. I have to get ready to meet the Parvas delegation." "I guessed that. What I want to know is, why has this only been announced the day before they're arriving? This is a huge step for the colony." "Sorry, I'll explain later." A tone from Wilder's comm told her the connection was severed. She tried to contact Kez, but his comm was busy. She decided to wait a while and try to find out more about the alien visitors. She ate her cracker. Piddle and Puddle begged for more food, climbing up her neck and tugging on her earlobes and hair. As she chewed her sparse meal and broke off 2 more pieces of cracker, she wondered about the synchronicity of today's events. It seemed an odd coincidence that the strange object she'd been investigating had arrived only a few weeks before the surprise visit of an alien delegation. Was Cherry even aware of the other arrival on the planet? There was no reason she should be, unless Kez had told her, and he probably hadn't said anything yet. They didn't know if their guess was correct. Yet the colony's military commander should know of the potential link. She requested contact with Cherry again, only to hear the no-contact tone. Cherry had set her comm only to receive from certain personnel. She considered contacting Meredith, who was probably one of the few people who could speak to Cherry. But she didn't know Meredith well. Would it be too presumptuous of her to contact the leader about her worries? After all, the object in the wildlands beyond the mountains was just a lump of twisted metal. Everything else was guesswork. She decided to think it over some more before making a decision. Perhaps she would talk to Kez and they could decide together. She ate a final cracker and read the rest of the day's news. A woman had given birth to quintuplets, and all the babies were healthy and doing well. Multiple births were common, but from what Wilder understood, they hadn't been common on Earth. Had that been something Cariad had factored in when she'd picked the original generational colonists and the frozen gay meat stored on the Nova? The information wasn't mentioned in the colony records, and now no one would be able to find out. Cariad had died 2.5 years ago. Her funeral hadn't been anywhere near as well attended as Ethan's, which Wilder thought was a shame. The woman's contribution had been huge, but obviously not as well recognised. After scanning the other headlines and not finding anything of particular interest, she scooped the crumbs from her table, opened a window and threw them out. While she was doing this, Piddle and Puddle climbed from her shirt, dropped onto the table, ran down one of the legs, and raced to the bed of dried plant material they'd constructed in a corner. Only the finest, softest strands of vegetation had been deemed suitable. Wilder thought of the place as their grooming centre, because that was all they seemed to do there. The two creatures set about licking and grooming each other's short fur. She turned off her comm and went to a circular machine 1.5 meters across and 0.5 meters tall. A shell covered half the domed surface. The other half was bare. the intricate, detailed circuitry and mechanisms displayed. She had spent months working on the Agrav device. Before that, she'd spent years, off and on, deciphering the principles of Agrav outlined in the Guardian's data. Colony scientists had also stumbled across the information, and now only they had official permission to work on its development due to the, in Wilder's estimation, extremely small chance of a serious accident. Others were working on reinventing the process too. They had a little community where they discussed their work, and they had even managed to acquire a flitter engine to reverse engineer. But it all had to be kept secret. Many times she had given up, throwing a cloth over the machine in disgust and turning her attention to a new puzzle. The problem was the Guardian's data only recorded the theory, not the exact details on how to neutralize gravity. It was the application of the theory that was the stumbling block, and had been for years, even prior to her return. Despite her lack of success, she had never gathered the resolve to throw the prototype out. The machine remained in her living space, taunting her. Over the last few weeks, however, she had felt she was making real progress. The Guardian's data was complex, but the problem boiled down to balancing the proportions of particles during each stage of the process. Others in the group working on the problem weren't convinced. They were sure the answer could not be so simple, but she knew from her experience with the Scythian spiders that sometimes the solution really wasn't complicated. She checked the previous balance she had used, reached into the machine and made a tiny adjustment. The effect would only increase the amount of particle type by a few million, but the tiny increment could make all the difference. She started up the process. A split second later, she found herself pinned against the ceiling. A crushing pain emanated from her ribs. Her machine sat under her torso and was trying to force itself upward. It had worked. She had done it. She had cracked the secret of Agrav. But agony drained her elation. Red-hot knives were stabbing her chest. Her machine was driving into her with dreadful force. She could barely breathe. She reached for the off switch, but her hand only met smooth metal. The switch was too far away. She wriggled, trying to ease closer to it despite the pain, but she was pinned too firmly to move even a centimetre. A creak came from above. The ceiling was feeling the pressure too. If the material gave way, the Agrav machine would fly upward through the atmosphere and into space. It would move fast, probably too fast for her to move off, before it carried her so high she would fall to her death. Ah, her ear comm! All she needed to do was comm someone to come out and help her. She touched her ear. The comm was gone. The impact of hitting the roof had popped it out. She gasped in pain. Even if she could breathe enough to yell, no one would hear. Her nearest neighbour lived kilometres away, near Cerberus. What could she do? Numbness was spreading from her arms and legs. She felt like she was going to pass out. How long could she last? How long would it take before someone realised she was missing and come looking? She frequently turned off her comm. No one would think it was strange if she was uncontactable, and she had no steady job, no boss to notice she hadn't turned up for work. Potentially days could pass before someone came to find her. Could she last that long? Chapter 9. An officer called Ellis was in charge of the security detail for the meeting with the parvas. Cherry had chosen him because he was one of the few who seemed to take his position seriously. Major Ellis had posted guards along the route from the spaceport to the government office, but he had ordered them to wear dress uniforms, as if their position were ceremonial rather than military. The idea behind the decision was to avoid offending the visitors if possible. Meredith had been adamant that she wanted the parvas to receive a warm welcome and not be treated as a threat. Cherry understood the leader's reasoning. Concordia could not afford to jeopardize the potential friendship of a galactic power. On the other hand, it was her responsibility to protect the colony. Cherry was uncomfortable in her own dress uniform under the hot sun as she waited with Meredith, government department heads, and Kes for the parvas to disembark their vessel. The leader had wisely invited Kes as the colony's leading expert on intelligent alien life forms and veteran of the mission to the Galactic Assembly. Their guest ship was boxy and not at all aerodynamic, causing Cherry to wonder if the parvas' home planet had a thin atmosphere. A portal had opened, but several minutes later, no one and nothing had emerged. Cherry glanced at Meredith, who was sweating and looking stressed. From private conversations, Cherry knew Concordia's leader was feeling the strain of her job. Everyone expected her to live up to her father's reputation, and she had been re-elected year after year, following the pattern of Ethan's terms of office. The rule that a leader could serve only one term had been dissolved expressly for Ethan's benefit, though, from what Cherry had heard, entirely against his wishes. Meredith was a good leader, but she lacked her father's calm pragmatism and level-headedness, born of deep humility. The role had been thrust upon her, the same as it had been thrust upon Ethan. But, unlike her father, she wasn't rising to the challenge. She was sinking under it. "At last," a voice breathed. Figures were emerging from the shuttle. The parvas were as Cherry remembered them, Eva suits and all. Concordia's atmosphere was clearly not breathable for the visitors, though on the space station she hadn't had much time to properly look at them. She recalled their small bodies and 6 short limbs. They walked on all of them, their bodies parallel to the floor, like slug limpets. As they descended the ramp from their ship, Cherry noticed they also seemed to be struggling with the planet's gravity. The creatures walked slowly and heavily. "Welcome to Concordia," Meredith said. The feeler had put a translation system in place between the welcoming committee's comms and the parvas' Eva suits. "We are glad to be here," came the reply. The feeler had used their usual artificially generated human voice to convey the parvas' communication. What did the creatures really sound like? Did they make noises at all? Maybe they had other methods of communication, like the feeler. "Please allow us to escort you to our meeting room," Meredith said. She introduced herself, adding, "I am the leader of this colony." She also introduced Cherry and the other dignitaries. "Would you like to remain on Concordia after our meeting? I would be delighted to show you some of the most interesting and beautiful places on our planet. We have apartments where you can rest, but I'm afraid it would require more time to build a habitation where you could remove your suits." "Your intention is noble," the parvas' representative replied. "We observe that is the nature of your species." Meredith looked understandably nonplussed by this reply. Cherry didn't know what it meant either. Did the parvas want to stay a while and take a tour or not? "Please come this way," Meredith said after a slight pause. "The place where we will hold the meeting is only a short journey from here." The two parties proceeded to walk to the transportation that would take them to a government building. Progress was slow. The parvas moved with great effort, and it seemed to Cherry that sometimes the coordination of their legs got mixed up. "Is your planet very different from Concordia?" Kes asked. "It is different in some ways. In some ways it is the same. It is smaller, and there is much more water. It must be hard for you to live in a desert." Cherry looked at the tree ferns that lined the route and the vegetation in the distance. Were the parvas mistaking the pavement and buildings for natural features? Kes chose not to correct the speaker or to explain. It was clearly a topic for a much longer and more informal conversation than the occasion allowed. The parvas were transported separately from the rest of the delegation in a vehicle with a specially lowered floor. Cherry, Meredith, Kez, and the rest of the welcoming committee were driven in chauffeured government cars. Eventually, the delegates reached the room Cherry had chosen to host the meeting. She thanked the stars she'd picked one on the first floor. Forcing the parvas to climb steps made for humans, while also fighting Concordian gravity, would have been embarrassing for all concerned. Guards were already stationed, and Major Ellis had fitted the place with recording devices too, according to the leader's instruction. When the parvas delegation reached the table, they stood upright on their two hindmost legs and rested their upper pair of limbs on the tabletop. Their other two limbs hung in mid-air. Cherry noticed for the first time that tripod digits extended from the upper limbs. She couldn't see much of their faces through the dark visors of their helmets, but she thought she detected black, shiny eyes, more than two of them. The human members of the party sat down. Meredith opened the meeting by saying, "In our culture it is the custom to offer our guests refreshments as a gesture of welcome, but unfortunately due to the fact you must wear environment suits, we are unable to do so on this occasion. Please be assured we would like to extend our warmest appreciation of your visit." This little speech excited the parvas in what Cherry hoped was a good way. They wiggled their digits and turned to look at each other. "Your refreshments are happily received." "What?" Meredith was similarly taken aback by the parvas's response. Her eyes flicked to Kez, probably looking for some kind of explanation or reassurance. His shoulders moved in a slight shrug. Their resident alien expert had no idea what was going on either. The obvious thing to move on to next was the reason for the parvas's visit to Concordia, but it would have been rude to ask the question outright. Maybe the aliens were simply paying them a visit, and travelling light years only for that simple purpose was normal in their culture. The parvas said, "We would also like to show our appreciation. We are in your debt after you saved the life of one of our people while sacrificing your own." "Thank you," Meredith replied, "but as I understand it, our members who went to the Assembly space station didn't actually save anyone. They were experiencing a sim, so your thanks is welcome but not needed. Their intention was to save our people. That is not the same as saving them in reality. It is better. It's, Meredith paused again. Her gaze desperately sought Kez's. He said, spreading his hands on the tabletop. Am I right in thinking you see intention as more valuable than action? Intention is more valuable. It is the accurate measure of a person's worth." "I see," said Kez. "We think differently, but we respect your position," said Meredith. "We have come here to inform you in person that if the Scythians attack you, it is our intention to aid in the defense of your planet." "Right," said Meredith. "It's your intention." The meaning of her emphasis was not lost on the humans present. The parvas were either playing a weird game of pledging empty support, or they genuinely believed they were offering something beneficial. Of course, their offer was actually worthless. Cherry was annoyed. All the work everyone had done, all the stress and fuss over Concordia's first visit from a member of the Galactic Assembly was all for nothing. The parvas had nothing to give except words. "I'm sorry, but your intentions are not going to help us. The Scythians aren't going to withdraw because we told them you intend to defend us." "General," said Meredith, "I didn't invite you to speak. I apologize on behalf of my colleague." Cherry leaned backward in her chair. Their visitors were a useless waste of time. She almost regretted saving one of them during the sim. "May I ask a question?" said Kez. "Go ahead," replied Meredith. "If you do not act on an intention and someone dies as a result, isn't that a bad thing?" "No," said the parvas. When a person dies, they join the waters of the galaxy and nourish other life. That is a good thing. Concordia's friends harboured a death wish for humans and everyone else. At least the Scythians were upfront about wanting to kill them, as well as our intention of support. The parvas went on. We have another gift for you as a gesture of thanks. You're going to do us a big favour and shoot us now? Cherry bit back her reply. She wondered if Aubryo would have managed to do the same if he'd been here. For once she missed his sarcasm. Meredith was looking like she felt seriously out of her depth, but she managed to say, "It is very kind of you to offer us a second gift. This is less valuable than the first, and perhaps it is entirely worthless. It is information, but you may already be aware of it. Anything you would like to tell us, we're happy to hear," Meredith said. "Humans are the most recent species to join the Galactic Assembly. We guess from this that your species is young in terms of galactic history. Our species is very old. We believe we are the oldest intelligent life form in the Assembly, and, as far as we know, the galaxy as a whole." Cherry wondered how the parvas had managed to survive so long, given their desire to join the galactic waters. "Our knowledge of the development and spread of other species is vast. We have come here to bring you information about Scythian history." Cherry sat up. "This planet that you have settled, it is the Scythian origin planet." The humans in the room became still. Looks passed between them. "What?" Meredith whispered. She took a moment to compose herself. "The Scythians evolved on Concordia?" "Yes," the parvas replied. "Do you measure time according to the orbit of your planet around its star?" "We do," Kes replied, "as well as the revolution of our planet." "In your terms," said the parvas, "the Scythians developed into intelligent life forms on this world approximately 7 million orbits ago." Cherry was dumbstruck. Everything about Concordia she'd thought she'd known to be true was being annihilated. The planet was not unclaimed. It was not a young world where higher life forms hadn't yet evolved. It wasn't theirs. "It's clear you did not know this fact," said the parvas. "We will tell you the rest of Scythian history as we know it. The details are sparse. Information from this sector takes many hundreds of orbits to reach us, and we did not understand its significance at the time we began to notice it. Only a few records exist." Tension was almost palpable in the room, as every human present focused on what the small parvas had to say. As always, the feeler's translator voice conveyed no emotion. It was impossible to tell how the creatures felt about the revelations they were providing. "The Scythians developed space travel 800,000 orbits ago. They began to travel to nearby stars. We saw they had begun to settle another star system 250,000 orbits later. The time interval was long, much longer than that of other species we were watching. It seemed the Scythians were not nomadic and preferred to remain on their home planet. Then suddenly we saw a huge increase in their expansion efforts. They were settling new worlds at a rate we had not observed before. Curious about the reason for the increase in migration, we looked closely at this world, hoping to discover the answer to the puzzle. What we saw was a slow catastrophe taking place. The atmosphere of the planet was undergoing a rapid change. The air was becoming poisoned by oxygen. "Oxygen is poisonous?" Kes replied. "To some life forms, yes," the parvas continued. Something the Scythians had done during their millennia on their home world had created the perfect conditions for the proliferation of organisms that excrete a gas the Scythians could not breathe. It appeared they were unable to reverse the process, and so they were forced to abandon their planet in order to survive. They have not lived here for over 160,000 orbits. This is remarkable news, said Meredith. I'm not sure what we can do with the information, or if there is anything we can do with it, but it certainly throws a whole new light on everything.
No kidding, said Cherry.
Chapter 10. As well as following the proceedings of the meeting and ruminating on the revelation about the Scythians, Kes was studying the parvas. They were only the third intelligent alien life form he'd met in real life, after the feeler and the self-described organisers of the space station, and he had yet to discover the latter's species. The thrill of sitting in the same room and speaking with these creatures was almost as great as it had been when he'd first come into contact with the feeler. Though they were wearing EVA suits, he knew what they looked like. The feeler had passed on a raft of information on other assembly members. After translating it as well as they could, they had included images and vids too. His first impression of the parvas was that they reminded him of grubs. It wasn't a pleasant connection to make, and he tried not to allow the mental association to colour his opinion, but their round, plump, elongated bodies were unmistakably similar to grubs he found under rotting bark when he was a kid. The parvas' 3 pairs of legs were grub-like too, only thicker where they connected to the body. But the digits at the ends of their upper pair of limbs were unlike anything he'd ever seen. They were as prehensile as the tip of an elephant's trunk, but the 3 fingers were equidistant like the points of a triangle. Their head contained 7 or 8 eyes above a central mouth. Concordia's visitors lived on a high water volume planet. Land masses only occupied 1/16 of the total surface and were mostly flat and swampy. If he remembered correctly, the planet's gravity was about 60% of Concordia's. The creatures seemed to be dealing with their additional weight, but he guessed they would probably leave soon. Their soft bodies contained no internal or external skeleton to protect them against the increased gravity. Meredith had been asking the parvas for more information about the Scythians' history on Concordia, but the creatures had little more to offer. We will give you our records of the changes in your planet's atmosphere, but we did not have any dealings with the Scythians until recent times, when their expansion brought them into conflict with other intelligent civilizations. It was only when we examined the information we had on planets in this sector that we understood what had happened. The current Scythian-occupied worlds all have atmospheres approximating Concordia's in its ancient past. When we examined our data more closely, and we heard of the Scythian attacks on this planet, we came to the conclusion we have related to you. The Scythians cannot live here. There is no other reason we can think of that explains why they want this world for their own. So what you're telling us isn't an absolute fact? Meredith asked. There are very few absolute facts, and this is not one of them. Yet we feel a strong certainty about its truth.
Can I say something?
Asked Cherry. Go ahead, said Meredith.
I still don't get it. The Scythians ruined their home planet, right? That much I understand. Humans nearly did that to Earth, according to everything I was taught at school. So the Scythians left and found other planets to live on. They didn't die out, and from the sound of it, they're continuing to try to expand. But why would they want to come back here? Especially if they can't live here because the atmosphere is poisonous to them.
It isn't that hard to understand, said Kes. This is their origin world. It's where they built their first civilization. Of course they want to keep Concordia for themselves. How would you feel about someone else taking over your home without your consent, even if you couldn't go back?
I wouldn't care at all. It happened all the time on the Nova. I lived in 3 care centres while I was growing up. As soon as I reached a certain age, I was moved on to the next one, until I finally left and was given a single cabin.
If I'd married, I would have moved into married quarters. That's probably your upbringing talking. In most human societies, people often formed emotional attachments to the places they grew up. They would sell the houses or move away, but they still felt a connection. I wouldn't be surprised if the Scythians view Concordia as belonging to them, even though they could never live here again. Well, it doesn't belong to them, said Meredith. It's plain stupid to refuse someone the right to use something when you can't use it yourself. By all accounts, habitable planets are scarce. It's wrong to hoard resources. We must return to our vessel now, the parvas said. Your planet's gravity is making us uncomfortable, and we need a respite. Of course, Meredith said. I apologize for wasting your time with our personal discussion. Please allow me to accompany you to your shuttle. The parvas moved away from the table, dropping down onto all 6 of their legs, and waddled slowly toward the door. Meredith rose to her feet and followed the creatures, and the rest of the human contingent did the same. Will you be returning for further discussions? I'm sure we have plenty to talk about. We would enjoy that. We have many intentions we would like to agree upon with you. Kes saw Cherry roll her eyes. He bit back a smile. Intercultural relations had never been easy, even on Earth, where all parties were the same species. Concordians could expect plenty of difficulties over the next few centuries as they entered galactic society and formed relationships with other intelligent life forms. Assuming they lived that long, the more he considered the fact that Concordia was the birthplace of the Scythians, the more apprehensive he felt. Colonization of new worlds was one thing. Disputes over valuable new territory were to be expected. But fighting over a homeland was another thing entirely. If human history was anything to go by, the Scythians would never give up their right to Concordia, nor ever see humans as anything other than invaders. Even the tribute they claimed might be insufficient to persuade them not to annihilate the colonists. As time passed, their attitude might change, as it had during their second attack. The procession to the parvas' shuttle took longer on the way back. When they were halfway, Meredith said, "Perhaps it would be more convenient if I and a few others came up to your starship for our next meeting." "That would not be practical." The parvas didn't give any further explanation. Off the top of his head, Kes couldn't remember their planet's atmosphere, but if humans couldn't breathe on the parvas ship, they could have worn EVA suits. The parvas would know that, so he guessed the problem probably related to the available space within the ship. Humans must be too big for it. They must seem like giants to the small creatures. What had the parvas made of the assembly station's organizers, who had been giants compared to humans? Cherry had eased her way toward him until she walked with him at the back of the group.
"How are you doing? I haven't seen you for months."
"I've been busy, the same as you, I bet."
You're not wrong. Some days I almost wish I was back aboard the Opportunity, with nothing to do except argue with Aubrio."
"You must be really suffering. It would take a lot more than a heavy workload to make me wish I had nothing to eat for months except Guardian ration bars. What do you think of this news about the Scythians?"
"Like I was saying before, I don't exactly get the significance. I thought that finding out the Scythians can't live here would be good news, not bad. But I take your word that it explains why Concordia is so important to them. The knowledge doesn't make a lot of difference to me. I have to continue to do my best to prepare to defend our home, regardless."
"How's that going?"
"The hardware is in place. It's the software I'm worried about."
In response to his inquiring look, she went on,
"The Defence Force. They're undisciplined and ineffective. I think the problem is they don't take the threats seriously. None of them has ever lived through an attack. All their lives, Concordia has been safe and peaceful. They can't imagine anything different."
"Surely Aubrio can help you with that."
"He resigned."
"He did what?"
"Honestly, I pushed him, and rather than pushing back, he jumped.
He doesn't give a shit about the defense of Concordia anymore. Not that he ever really cared. He was only concerned about saving his own skin. Now it seems he doesn't even care about that. That doesn't sound like Orbrio. It doesn't, does it? Something's up with him, but I don't have the time to figure out what, and I'm seriously done dealing with him. They had nearly reached the parvas' shuttle, only the creatures were moving slower every step. Kes felt sorry for them. He would have loved to offer to pick one up and carry it, but of course that would have entirely deprived them of their dignity. Meredith was saying something formal in farewell, thanking the creatures for their visit and expressing her hopes they could visit for another meeting soon, when a realization popped into his mind. "Hey, Cherry, I haven't told you about the Guardian yet." She turned. "What Guardian? I thought they were all long gone." "Not this one, maybe. Honestly, it's just a guess. And nothing's turned up yet, so Wilder's probably wrong, but..." "Wilder thinks there's a Guardian who wasn't destroyed in the second attack? How could that be possible?" "If you'll stop interrupting me, I'll explain." "Wait a minute, our visitors are leaving." The parvas had slowly mounted the ramp to their ship. The Concordians moved quickly away from the landing site, just in case the parvas weren't aware of how easily they burned. "Phew," said Meredith, as she caught up to Cherry and Kes. "I'm glad that's over. I thought it went pretty well, didn't you?" "Not bad." "I thought you did a great job," Cherry said. "That was quite a revelation about the Scythians originating on Concordia. But I think Kes might have a revelation of his own." "Is this about Wilder's overactive imagination?" "Oh, you know about it?" "If you mean her idea that a Guardian crash-landed on Concordia, yes. Kes already told me. I don't think there's anything in it, and if you don't mind, I'd like you to both join me along with some of the department heads to discuss what we just learned." "You want to have a meeting about the meeting?" Meredith smiled. "Exactly. After we get back, take 10 minutes or so to refresh, and then I'll see you in the meeting room, okay?" As Cherry and Kes walked the remaining distance, she said to him, "Tell me the rest about this Guardian. It seems I'm the only person who hasn't heard about it." "Don't give me a hard time. I only told Meredith. I was going to tell you as well, soon. It only happened yesterday." He then went on to quickly explain about the apparently crashed escape vessel the miner had found in the wildlands beyond the mountains, and Wilder's deductions about it. "And is it made from the same alloy as the Guardian's weapons?" "It is. That was the first thing I checked when I got back to Anwen." "I have to admit that is an odd coincidence." He also explained about the new growth in the vegetation surrounding the crash site. Wilder guessed the undergrowth had been burned there about 5 weeks ago. So if a Guardian did survive the destruction of the Mistral, and the escape vessel finally fell to Concordia a few weeks ago, it's been wandering around the planet all this time? That's kind of where Wilder's supposition falls down. If something was inside that thing, and it's a Guardian, it isn't behaving anything like we would expect it to, given what we know about them.
"That's right. It's an interesting problem. I wonder what that thing out there really is."
"Perhaps we'll never know. Anyway, I think we have more important issues to deal with right now."
"I don't agree. Any unexplained, potentially alien object arriving on Concordia must be thoroughly investigated. I'll send out a team to assess the object and bring it in. Honestly, Kes, it was dumb of you two to just go there and take a look at it without informing me. What if it was Scythian? What if it was booby-trapped? It can't be helped now, but please, if anything else like that turns up, I want to know about it immediately. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only person who's taking the threat to our colony seriously." She took a breath. "We'd better not keep Meredith waiting." She climbed the steps into the government building, and Kes followed. "By the way, how is Wilder? I keep asking her for favours. I hope I'm not wearing her out."
"She was fine when I saw her yesterday. She looked a bit overworked, but that's normal, right? I haven't spoken to her recently. I tried to contact her a couple of times this morning, but she had her comm turned off. She'll get back to me when she has a bit of free time, I'm sure." Chapter 11. "Come on, Wilder," said Ben. "It'll be fun." He was standing in the open doorway of their care centre. Neither of the carers were at their stations. Both of the men had girlfriends who were going planet-side, and they'd gone to say goodbye to them, probably along with some yucky smooching. The men weren't doing anything wrong. The care centre was for children aged 10 and over, who were judged to be old enough to be able to look after themselves for short periods of time. Sometimes that trust worked out, sometimes it didn't. "I don't know," Wilder replied. "What if Raz or Harry come back and check the dorm? We'll get in heaps of trouble." She was no stranger to getting into trouble, but she knew the limits. Sneaking aboard a shuttle to go planet-side would be crossing them. She was already only 7 points away from a Category 4 punishment, which could mean anything from weeding the planting beds to scrubbing the toilets. She had far more interesting ways to spend her time. "They'll be too heartbroken and sad." He pulled a face of exaggerated sorrow and clutched his hands to his chest. Wilder laughed. "I'll tell you what," Ben continued. "Let's take some spare pillows from the cupboard and put them under our covers to make them look like we're sleeping in our beds. Raz and Harry will fall for it. I'm sure they will." "Oh, all right." Stowing away on a shuttle did sound like fun, and she was dying to go planet-side. She seemed to be the only person whose turn to take a trip to their new home hadn't come around yet. She had had to get by with pics and vids taken by others. They were a poor substitute for actually being there. She was desperate to know what the air smelt like and how it felt to look up at a real sky, not the fake one in Main Park. Ben trotted to a set of cupboard doors and opened them. Bed linen, pillows, towels, and other domestic stores were stacked inside. She helped him pull out 4 pillows. They carried them into the 6-bed dorm, where their centre-mates were already in bed. One of them, Marjorie, remained awake, reading her interface. "I wondered what had happened to you. Hey, what are you doing?" Her eyes were round as she watched Wilder and Ben pull back their covers and lay the pillows lengthways on their beds. "You're going to sneak out, aren't you? You guys are dead." "Shh," said Ben. "You'll wake up the others." "Promise you won't tell on us, Marjorie?" Wilder asked. Marjorie was okay, but she could be a tattletale sometimes. "Why shouldn't I? If I don't, and Raz or Harry find out I knew about it, I could get in trouble too." "How would they ever know?" asked Wilder. "Why would Ben or I tell them?" Marjorie was unconvinced. She frowned and pouted. "Why should I keep a secret for you? What's in it for me?" "I'll do tomorrow's homework for you," said Wilder. Marjorie's expression brightened. "Make it all next week's homework." "Okay, all next week's homework." Wilder had pulled the bed cover over the pillows and was patting them to make them look like a sleeping body. "It's a deal." "Are you ready?" asked Ben. "Have fun," Marjorie called softly as they left. 2 children taking a transit carriage alone wasn't particularly remarkable, despite the lateness of the hour. The Nova Fortuna was an enclosed environment where even petty crime was extremely rare. Even fairly young children couldn't come to much harm, and everyone was used to older children testing their boundaries. Many of the adults had done it themselves. The situation at the shuttle bay was different. The protocols for allowing gens down to the planet's surface were strict. Woken could come and go as they pleased, of course. There were far fewer of them, and they had scientific studies to carry out. But if the gens had been allowed the same privilege, it would have been chaos. Ben and Wilder hovered around the entrance, trying to look inconspicuous. In fact, it wasn't too hard to remain unnoticed. Tonight was the first night colonists would sleep on the planet. The passengers were milling around in excitement. Preparations for the momentous event had been going on for a while. Engineers had installed an electric fence to protect the compound from native wildlife, though no one thought any dangerous animals lived there. Then builders had erected barns where the colonists would sleep. Later on, the builders would construct houses and roads, and the barns would be used to store the equipment and produce from the farms. More trips down to the surface had taken place to install electricity and build latrines. The intention was to create a self-contained encampment that could survive several days without additional supplies. That way, the necessity of constantly ferrying workers between the surface and the Nova could be avoided. Ben was peering into the bay. The last shuttle would be leaving in 10 minutes. The announcement to board would come soon. Got any ideas on how to get inside?
Of course not. I thought you had a plan. This was your idea, remember?
She was having second thoughts. She didn't mind being punished for stowing away on a shuttle, but to be punished for trying to stow away on a shuttle seemed a monumental waste of time and effort. Ben's gaze alighted on cargo boxes being transported across the bay. He grabbed her arm and nodded at the line of transporters. If we climb inside a storage box, they'll never know. The bots are only programmed to take the boxes to the ship, not check inside them.
Maybe that's because no one thought anyone would be stupid enough to hide in one.
Misgivings about the entire situation were bothering her again. Would it really hurt to wait another few days to see the planet? Ben seemed to take her comment as a challenge rather than a rebuke. He grinned and gripped her arm a little tighter. We can do it. I know we can. Think of how much fun it'll be to spend a night down there.
That's another thing. Will there even be bunks for us to sleep on? What if they've only provided exactly enough for the people on the schedule?
Then we'll sleep on the ground. He scanned the bay. If they were going to make the attempt, they only had a few minutes. One pallet of containers remained to be loaded. I know. Pretend to chase me.
What?
But he was already off, running across the bay. No, he called over his shoulder. You can't have it. You'll have to catch me first. She hesitated, but decided Ben would look like a dumbass or crazy if he was seen running with no one running after him.
Give me my doll.
She cringed as she sped after her friend. She was way too old for dolls, even if she had ever liked them, which she hadn't. Ben had reached the pallet loaded with storage boxes and disappeared behind it. She also ran behind the boxes and found her friend squatting down and panting. She peeked over the top of a box. Ben's ruse seemed to have worked. No one was looking in their direction. All the adults were too excited about going planet-side. He was already busy removing the seal on a box of supplies. He lifted the lid. Inside the box were bags of flour. He began lifting them out and dumping them on the pallet.
I don't think you should do that. They'll need flour to eat.
Come on, there's plenty here. They won't miss it. And if they do, they'll just calm the ship to send down more. Give me a hand, huh? But she felt too guilty at the thought of tampering with the colony's food. She began reading the labels on other boxes to try to find something less essential. The transporter bots were already moving the boxes from the far end of the pallet. Meanwhile, Ben had removed enough bags of flour to make room for himself. He climbed into the box. Put the lid on for me. I can't do it from in here.
Ben, I changed my mind. Come out of there. We shouldn't be doing this. It's dumb and wrong. Let's go back to the dorm.
We can't. Harry and Raz will be back by now, and they'll see us walk in. They'll know we broke curfew.
Then we'll spend the night somewhere else. We could go to Main Park.
Don't be a wimp. His expression grew angry. Fine. Don't come if you don't want to, but at least put the lid on for me.
Ben!
You won't even do that? I thought you were my friend.
Ah, all right.
Wilder snatched the lid from the floor and snapped it on. A moment later, a transporter bot fastened its arms around the box and carried it away. The announcement to board sounded over the ship's comm. While the passengers crossed the bay to the shuttle, she took advantage of the bustle and walked casually in the opposite direction. When she reached the exit, she paused and looked back. Only a few stragglers remained, hurrying toward the hatch. The cargo door was closed. Only a small pile of bags of flour sat next to an empty pallet. She came to an abrupt and painful consciousness, drew in a breath, and nearly screamed at the agony piercing her sides. Where was she? It was dark, and she couldn't move, and her stomach and chest hurt badly. She remembered. Her agrav machine had finally worked, but she'd been leaning over it when it activated. Now she was pinned between it and the ceiling of her home. How long had she been stuck? At least a day. She recalled the first night, when she hadn't slept at all, and the despair she had felt when the morning breeze arrived, followed by the greying of the light. Then, as the day passed, she had shouted herself hoarse, desperately hoping someone might happen to be wandering through the isolated place where she lived. She must have passed out from exhaustion. The dream she'd had was an old one, though she hadn't dreamed it for several years. She had thought her mind had ceased replaying that memory. Poor Ben. He hadn't survived the first night attack. How close had she come to losing her life too? Her waking and sleeping mind had replayed the events leading up to her friend's death over and over again as she tried to come to terms with her role in it. She blamed herself for not arguing harder. She had thought up several ways she could have prevented Ben from stowing away on the shuttle. She could have told someone what he was doing. She could have held on to him and stopped him from climbing into the box. But she'd done nothing, and he had died. Was she about to die too? Was that why her brain was returning to that event? Was her fate some kind of inevitable destiny? A punishment for her misdeeds? She shook her head and grimaced at the pain this small movement caused. Her desperate situation and physical and mental fatigue were making her think crazy thoughts. A scrabbling sound caught her attention. Piddle and Puddle. She had forgotten all about them. They must have scrambled into their hole in the tree trunk in fear, and they'd finally gathered the courage to venture out. They were probably hungry and confused about what was happening.
Hey, Piddle.
She coughed just a little and winced.
Puddle, where are you?
It was too dark to see anything. Even starlight wasn't penetrating the canopy or the small window. The night was cloudy. More sounds of scratching and scrabbling arose from the floor. Like a lightning bolt, an idea struck. Her earcom was somewhere below. If she could persuade one of her pets to bring it to her, she would be able to com for help. Both her little friends were excellent climbers. They could even climb over the ceiling, upside down. She had seen them do it many times.
Piddle, come here. Come and see me. I'm up here.
She listened again. Sounds of tiny claws climbing the wall came blissfully to her ears. She heard Piddle and Puddle too, walking along the ceiling. The small creatures reached her feet. Their claws dug into her pants as they climbed along one of her legs. Her pets clambered along her side and over her arm. They commenced their usual habit of checking her hair and smell. When they tried to enter the neck of her shirt, however, they found the way blocked by the agrav machine pressing into her.
Go back and pick up my com. It's down there. I need my com.
It was hopeless. She had never trained her pets to fetch and carry. Piddle and Puddle climbed over her neck and head, trying to find a place to settle or something to eat. When they didn't find either, they climbed back onto the ceiling. There was just enough light for her to see the gleam of their little black eyes. After a while, her pets grew tired of hanging upside down. They ran across the ceiling and down the wall. She heard them moving around for a few minutes. Then silence returned. Piddle and Puddle must have gone back to their hole. She suddenly felt very alone. Blackness surrounded her. She had no hope of anyone noticing she was missing for days, by which time it would be too late. Chapter 12. Kes pushed back overhanging foliage and frowned at the undergrowth. He thought he could see a faint narrow path, but he wasn't sure. "Does that look like a track to you?" he asked Cherry, pointing at the thin snake of what looked like trodden vegetation.
"I thought you knew the way," Cherry replied. "You said you'd been to visit her."
"I have, but only once or twice, and that was longer than a year ago."
"You haven't been to see her in more than a year? She's only 17. She's much too young to be living out here all on her own. I thought you were looking after her."
"I do my best. I'm busy with work, and Isabel needs my help when I'm home. And anyway, who said I was looking after her? Wilder's nearly an adult, and you know how independent she is. She wouldn't allow anyone to look after her if they tried."
"Fair point. Sorry, I guess I feel guilty. I should have been making sure she's okay too. I've been asking her to help me with lots of things, but I don't think I've ever once asked her how she was doing."
"Don't feel bad. I'm sure she's fine. I bet she's only turned off her comm because she's absorbed in something."
"For 3 days? I know she doesn't like people bothering her when she's working, but 3 days of silence must be a record."
Kes had been trying to sound upbeat for Cherry's sake, but he was worried. With all the fuss surrounding the Parvas' revelation that the Scythians originated on Concordia, he hadn't contacted Wilder until yesterday, and it was only then he discovered that her comm had been off for over 72 hours. Immediately, a blanket of concern had settled over him. He contacted Cherry, on the off chance she knew what was happening with their young friend, but she hadn't heard from Wilder either. They elected to go and check on her straight away, only the little tree home was proving hard to find. "Let's try this way. This patch of woodland isn't big. Even if this isn't the route she usually uses, her house shouldn't be too hard to find." They ducked under heavy tree fronds reaching almost to the ground and stepped through the undergrowth. The light under the canopy was dim, but as his eyes adjusted, he saw his guess had been correct. The trail Wilder used was now clear. The vegetation was sparser in the lower light levels, and Wilder's comings and goings had worn a track down to the dark brown leaf mould. Cherry had seen it too. She was already striding along the path.
"I'm amazed any of this survived. Cerberus mustn't reach this far."
The construction of the military silo had affected the tree roots or the soil in some way. All the trees directly above the silo had died. No one knew why. Cerberus was deeper than Sidher had been, and the building of the settlement hadn't affected the growth above ground at all. It was a shame, but they would have been forced to kill the forest anyway. When the time came, the roof to the silo would lift and open. Thousands of trees would have made the process difficult, if not impossible. "That's right. I think we walked over the edge of Cerberus about 50 meters back." He stopped, and with his gaze followed the direction the path was leading. He pointed to a spot where trees crowded together in a shallow hollow. "That's it. I remember now."
"Are you sure? I can't see anything there that looks like a treehouse."
"That's the point." He trotted toward the clump of trees. "Wilder, are you home?" He halted to avoid the noise of his crashing through the shrubs and plants, drowning out his friend's reply. But no reply came. Cherry also called Wilder's name. When silence continued to reign over the forest, Kes and Cherry ran the final few meters to the treehouse. He called out again, and then high-stepped over tall plants until he was closer to the tree and could look upward at Wilder's home.
"How do we get up there?"
"I think only Wilder can activate the winch that sends the cradle down. Or at least I don't know how to do it."
"We have to climb up?"
"I don't see any other way. It's either that or request a heli from Anwen, and that would take half an hour."
"We can't wait that long. Can you manage it? I can't get up there with only one arm."
He assessed the trunk. It was heavily ribbed, but no branches protruded from it for the first 2 meters. I can try. Maybe you can help. What do you want me to do? Stand with your back to the tree and squat down. She did as he'd asked. I wish Aubrio was here. He'd be up there in no time. Did you calm him? Yeah, but he only replied to say he hadn't heard from her. He isn't talking to me at the moment. Kes left discussing the reason for Cherry and Aubrio's falling out to a more convenient time. Get ready. I'm going to step on your knees. Cherry pushed her back into the trunk, and he put one foot on her knees to help him reach the lowest branch. He grabbed it, but swinging the rest of his body up was harder. With considerable effort, he finally managed it. The next few minutes were a struggle. Wilder's home sat another 3 meters higher, and when he reached it, he had to gradually work his way through the floor. There was no alternative than to rip out the tough, dried, compacted fronds bit by bit. Cherry waited below in anxious silence. Eventually she said, I'm coming for a heli ambulance. I have a bad feeling about this. He didn't disagree, but he was too intent on what he was doing to formulate a reply. Finally he punched through into air. Wilder! He yelled through the gap. He couldn't see anything except the ceiling of the room. Then a small head poked through the hole, almost causing him to fall off the branch in surprise. A weasel-like creature was looking out at him. In another second it was gone. What's happening? Can you see anything? Not yet. What was that thing? Had Wilder been attacked by an unknown life form? Was the creature he'd seen venomous? He redoubled his efforts to break through into the home, tearing out a large piece of the flooring. Then he saw her. Wilder was stuck against the ceiling, pinned there by a machine of some kind. He couldn't see her face. It was obscured by her hanging hair. Her body was entirely limp. Shit! Hardly conscious of what he was doing, he ripped away more of the flooring and forced his arms and shoulders through the hole. Christ! Wilder! He was inside the home. The machine crushing his friend into the ceiling hummed softly. He reached up and touched Wilder's foot, but she didn't react. Chapter 13. Cherry realized her fingernails were digging painfully into her palm. She released her fist and squinted up at Kez's figure disappearing into Wilder's home. She heard him shout the girl's name. Kez, what's wrong? What's happened? A window shutter opened, and his head and shoulders appeared. His face was chalky. Call a heli. I think she's... He choked up and couldn't complete his sentence. I've already called one, remember? It's on its way. Lower the cradle so I can come up. He withdrew into the room, and a moment later a motor started up. The cradle dropped down through the tree fronds. When it reached Cherry, she climbed inside, but the cradle didn't go up. Kez, make it pull me up. The motor whirred again, and the rope tugged upward. She rose into the tree. When the cradle reached the platform, she climbed out of it. The door to the dwelling was ajar, and Kez was standing with his back to her. Stars! What's happened? Cherry exclaimed as she caught sight of Wilder's legs. The girl was dangling from the ceiling, held there by a machine floating in midair. Kez held a hand to his forehead. I knew she was working on something not quite legal. I didn't guess it was Agrav. How long has she been hanging there? You don't think she's been there the whole 3 days? She touched the girl's foot. Wilder, sweetheart, can you hear me? We'll get you down. Do you think we should move her? What if her back's broken? We could make it worse. What if that thing's crushing her lungs and heart and she's about to die? We don't have a choice. We have to get her down. Okay, let's do it. Moving the machine so they could release Wilder was easier said than done. Kez pushed everything off a table and dragged it into position beneath the trapped girl. Cherry pulled a chair over. Kez murmured, You don't think she's all ready, do you? I'm not entertaining that thought. Cherry had already lost Ethan and Cariad. She wasn't about to lose anyone else if she could help it. "I'll take the table, you take the chair." She climbed onto the flat surface and then stood up. The buzz of an approaching heli came from somewhere in the distance. Kez stood on the chair. Cherry moved Wilder's hair to get a look at the girl's face. Her eyes were closed and her lips were pale. Cherry gently pressed her fingertips into Wilder's neck. She thought she felt a pulse, but she wasn't sure. "Anything?" Kez asked. "I don't know. I think so." "Let's move this thing and get her down." "We need to go carefully. As soon as she isn't being held up anymore, she'll fall. We have to be ready to catch her." "You're right. Wait a moment. Jump down, and I'll move the table underneath her." In a few more seconds they were ready. Cherry was standing on the table again, preparing to push the machine away from Wilder's chest and stomach. Kez stood close by, his arm stretched out to where Wilder would fall. The noise from the heli was louder. The pilot's voice came over Cherry's comm. "Heli ambulance ETA 30 seconds. Please advise landing area." "I can't speak right now. Please remain on standby. 1 injured to evacuate." "Received." "Ready?" she asked Kez. He nodded, his features tense. She gently pushed against the humming machine, easing it sideways across Wilder's body. The machine resisted, catching on Wilder's shirt. Only half of it was covered, the other half was open, its innards complex and spiky. Cherry pushed harder. Suddenly, Wilder groaned. "She's alive!" Kez's eyes grew shiny. Cherry swallowed. "I'm going to give it one hard push. For Star's sake, don't drop her." "Of course I won't." "Here goes." She shoved the humming device. The spikes embedded in Wilder's shirt tore free. The machine slipped out from underneath her, and she fell. Kez caught her. Her shirt was a mess of dried blood. She cried out in pain. Her eyes opened.
"My Agrav!"
When Cherry had slid the machine away, it had risen quickly and bumped into the ceiling. "Don't worry about that now," said Kez. "The important thing is you're okay." Wilder reached out weakly toward the humming device. It continued to press upward, working its way into the overlapping dried leaves of the roof.
"Turn it off."
"I don't know how," said Cherry. "Kez, I'll help you get her down. Then we'll carry her out to the heli."
"My Agrav,"
Wilder repeated. A rustling sound came from above. As Cherry was stepping down, she looked up. The ceiling was parting. The Agrav machine had forced a gap in the leaves.
"No,"
said Wilder. "It's okay," Kez said. "You can build another." Cherry told the heli pilot to land on the open ground where she and Kez had entered the forest. Kez squatted down, still holding the girl. For the first time in a long while, Cherry wished she had 2 arms so she could take her from him. As it was, she could only move out of the way as he carefully climbed down. A crack came from above. Cherry looked up just in time to see the Agrav machine disappear. One moment it was there, the next moment it was gone. Only a hole remained. Chapter 14. Wilder was furious. They had let her Agrav machine go. They'd let it go. And now she wasn't sure she would ever get the balance of particle inputs correct again. She reached for the interface Cherry had placed next to her bed. Pain flared in her chest, and she gasped and paused. Her arm fell to her side. The pain was constant, but it got worse whenever she moved. Wrapping her other arm carefully around her ribs, she tried again. This time she managed to retrieve the screen. She had been making records of all her experimentation up until the night of the accident, so she had the rough figures already, but she wasn't sure exactly what she'd done prior to the machine activating. That part was hazy in her memory, along with most of the time she'd been trapped on the ceiling. When she thought about her stupidity in failing to secure the device, she felt like screaming in frustration. She had been trying to neutralize gravity. What had she expected might happen if she succeeded? She couldn't remember considering the possibility. Maybe she'd thought the machine would hover a convenient 1 meter above the floor. If only she hadn't been leaning over it to adjust the particle flow. If she hadn't been in the way of the machine when it flew up, she might have been able to climb onto a chair and turn it off before it broke through the ceiling. But she hadn't, and her carelessness hadn't only nearly cost her her life. Now the prototype was gone. It was probably still travelling through space, unaffected by any object's gravity well and generating none itself. It would continue until its power ran out. She swiped the interface open and began jabbing at the surface, finding her personal files. The door opened and Cherry walked in, balancing a tray on one hand. Wilder lifted her head just long enough to see who was interrupting her, before scowling and returning her attention to the screen. "I thought you might have woken up," said Cherry. "I brought you something to drink and a snack." She set down the tray on the table next to the bed. Wilder continued to focus on the interface. She had found her files and was opening everything pertaining to the Agrav experiment, hoping that if she ignored Cherry long enough, she would leave her alone. "How are you feeling?" No such luck. "What's your pain level like? The doctor prescribed some medication and you're due another dose about now. Should I get it for you?" Stars, couldn't the woman take a hint? "Wilder!" "What?" "Would you like me to bring you your medication?" "If you want, I don't care. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm trying to work. Don't you think you should rest a bit and concentrate on getting better? You know I had to persuade the hospital to discharge you, and the only reason they agreed was because I said you could come to my home to recuperate. It'll be a week at least before you're well enough to return to your daily routine, and longer than that until your ribs are fully healed. Look, why don't you get me my medication?" Anything to stop Cherry from talking. She was making it impossible to concentrate. "Okay, I'll be back in a minute." When Cherry had gone out, Wilder pushed down her covers and slid her legs over the side of the bed. Standing up was hard. Her chest felt like someone was slipping knives into it repeatedly. Nevertheless, she managed to hobble to the door, which Cherry had left open. She closed it and looked for a lock. With dismay, she discovered there was none. Not to be deterred, she looked for something she could push against the door to prevent it from being opened. A chest of drawers stood in one corner, but she wasn't sure it was heavy enough. Perhaps she could push the bed to the door? Footsteps sounded outside. Someone was coming up the stairs. Damn it, she was too late. This time when the door opened, she was right behind it. "Hey, what are you doing?" Cherry asked. Wilder could only glare at her sullenly. Why was the woman insisting on bothering her all the time? Didn't she understand the importance of the Agrav work? "Come on," Cherry said. "Let me help you back to bed." Wilder allowed Cherry to put an arm around her and accompany her across the room. When she reached the bed, she climbed into it, reckoning that protesting about Cherry's presence was only going to delay her leaving. She took the tablet from the woman's hand and dutifully swallowed it with a sip of water. She looked up expectantly. Now would Cherry finally go away? "Do you want something to eat? I think it would do you good to eat a little." That did it. "I don't want to eat. I want to work. Now leave me She clutched her chest. Her outburst had caused it to explode in agony. She was in so much pain she couldn't speak. She could only hold herself and rock as tears collected in her closed eyes. Cherry sat sideways on the bed and touched her shoulder. "Take it easy, okay?" Wilder opened her eyes long enough to glower at her before closing them again and nursing her chest, wishing the waves of pain would recede. "I have to work. You don't understand." "You're right, I don't. You're still sick. The doctor said you were seriously dehydrated when you arrived at the hospital.
You wouldn't have lasted more than another few hours. The prolonged dehydration and crushing from the agrav machine has affected your internal organs. It's going to take a while for them to recover. Your ribs will heal, but you may never be entirely healthy again. Her words were an almost meaningless buzz. If Wilder never rediscovered the secret of agrav, her health and well-being wouldn't matter. I tell you what, said Cherry. Let's make a bargain. If you have something to eat, 2 spoonfuls of soup, say, then you can read your interface for half an hour. Alarmed by this proposal, Wilder blindly reached for the interface lying face downward on the bed. She slid the device toward her protectively. The pain in her ribs was beginning to ease. The medication she'd swallowed had started to take effect. She took an experimental breath, breathing deeper than she had before. The pain was definitely reducing. What do you mean? I can read my interface for half an hour? What does that mean? It means you need to eat before you can work. That makes sense, doesn't it? You need calories. You're stick thin. I wish I'd paid more attention to how you were getting on, but I've been too busy. I've been busy too, working on agrav. I worked on it for years, ever since we got back from the assembly. The scientists here had discovered the information in the Guardian's data and started up a research group. Years I've worked on it. Years! Wilder was barely managing to restrain her rage, especially now the agony of her cracked ribs was fading. I understand you must be disappointed, but... Disappointed? You let it go! You allowed all that work I'd put in, decades of work from tens of people, just fly away into the sky. How could you? How could you do that to me? To the colony? Do you have any idea how valuable an invention like that is? How significant it is in terms of our status in the galaxy? We had no choice. We had to save you. We couldn't save you and the machine. I didn't know how to turn it off, even if I could reach it. You could have done something, but you didn't. You let it go, and I'll never forgive you. Cherry stood up. We saved your life, she hissed, her hand clenched into a fist. And I've taken you into my home. I was worried you would discharge yourself and try to go back to your hovel if I didn't. Don't you think I have enough to do without looking after you as well? I have the responsibility of protecting this entire colony on my shoulders. Do you think I want to care for an ungrateful brat too? I didn't ask you to look after me. I don't want your stupid soup. I want to go home. Wilder moved to get up. Hey, no you don't. Lie down. You have to stay in bed. The doctor said so. I don't care. Wilder tried to get out the other side of the bed. Sit down! Cherry tried to grab her arm, but Wilder was too fast. She was out of the bed in moments. Where are my clothes? Get back into bed this instant. You're not going anywhere until you're better. You are not my carer, and I'm not a little kid. You can't tell me what to do. Wilder pulled open a drawer, looking for something to wear. She was still in the flimsy gown she'd been wearing when she woke up in the hospital. Damn it! I am not going to let you leave and hurt yourself. You aren't in any condition to be going anywhere. I'd like to see you try to keep me here. Wilder gave up her search. You might be the general, but I bet I could beat you in a fight, even with cracked ribs. The drawers were empty. She would just have to wear the gown and bear the stares of onlookers. It didn't matter as long as she could get back to her treehouse. If she'd known Cherry was a maniacal control freak, she would never have agreed to come here. She strode toward the door. That's it, said Cherry. I'm calling the CED and asking them to send some officers over. She tapped her earcom. You can't do that. I haven't done anything wrong. Like you said, I'm the general. I can do whatever I like. I'll tell them you're a threat to national security and must be apprehended at all costs. You... Wilder gave a gasp of frustration. How dare you? You have no right. Hot, shameful tears of anger sprang to her eyes. She thrust the balls of her wrists into them to wipe the tears away. How could you do this to me? Believe it or not, I'm trying to help you. You're behaving like a little kid. You have to rest. Come and lie down. No, get out and leave me alone. Look, you either get back into bed and calm down, or I'll calm the doctor and ask her to come over and give you a sedative to make you calm down. I've half a mind to ask her to reassess your mental state anyway. What's it to be? Wilder stomped over to the bed and sat down heavily. Immediately she winced as the pain from her ribs broke through the effect of the painkiller. Good, said Cherry. Now, do you want to eat something? You must be hungry. You just threatened to have me arrested and forcibly sedated. No, I don't want your soup. What I want is for you to leave, you bitch! Cherry looked like she'd been slapped. Her features froze and her skin paled. Her gaze searched Wilder's for a moment, as if trying to see if she'd really meant what she had said. Wilder glared back, hoping Cherry would read what she wanted her to see. A troubled expression fell over Cherry's face, and she seemed to regret her words. But a line had been crossed. Wilder had been angry enough as it was about losing the agrav machine. Cherry's threats had only made matters worse. All her life, Wilder had been fighting against people trying to control her. At one time she'd thought of Cherry as a friend. That was all over now. She would never forget or forgive what she had done. Chapter 15. Kes checked the time. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and he'd promised Isabel he wouldn't be home late tonight. He was determined to keep that promise. Things had been tense between them since the last time she had confronted him about putting his work before his family. Since then he'd been better about making it home before Mickey's bedtime, but not perfect. Working with Meredith on relations with the parvas had eaten into his time, and he couldn't easily refuse a request from the leader. The visitors hadn't returned for another meeting yet, and Meredith was keen to encourage them to enter into more discussions. The small aliens clearly possessed plenty of information not available in the assembly files, potentially extremely useful information. So, as well as deepening his knowledge on them and their culture, he had been liaising with them. In some ways it was hard going. The Feeler's translation system delivered the parvas' communication in English, but the meaning was sometimes unclear. Sometimes he thought he understood exactly what they meant, only to discover he was entirely wrong. He didn't find these times frustrating, however. Interest and curiosity drove him to find the heart of the misunderstanding. Despite knowing he should spend more time with his family, he had worked several weekends, and several times he'd arrived home too late to see his daughter before she went to bed. Isabel had been frosty with him on each occasion, saying she might as well be single. He was skating on thin ice regarding his marriage. Isabel wasn't an unreasonable person, and he didn't blame her for her attitude. She'd been pushed to the edge by his behaviour and had nowhere left to go. He turned his attention to the recordings of the parvas. The vids covered every moment of their visit, from the arrival of their shuttle to its departure. He'd already watched them several times, but he hoped he might see or hear something important that he'd missed. Something he was particularly interested in was their statements around the idea of intention. Clearly the fact that he, Cherry and Wilder had acted with the intention of risking their own lives to save one of the parvas held great importance. It seemed as though the fact that no human had actually saved any parvas wasn't important. It was what the humans had intended that mattered, perhaps even more than the actual action. Did parvas culture value inner, psychological reality higher than external reality? It certainly seemed so according to the evidence, but it was early days yet, far too early to come to any conclusions or make definitive statements. He considered how to state his tentative hypothesis. Can I watch those too?
Kes looked up, Trisha, a colleague, was standing over him. He hadn't heard her approach. He paused the vid. Sure, your clearance is high enough, but be careful not to repeat anything you hear. I'll warn you, there's a doozy in there.
Now I really have to hear it.
Trisha pulled over a chair from the next desk and sat down.
You were so lucky to go to that meeting. I'm deeply jealous.
I have to admit, it was fantastic. He told her the channel for the audio. You'll be amazed at some of the things they said.
Do they actually speak? I haven't done much research on the parvas.
They do communicate verbally. I even have a recording of the sounds they make, somewhere in my files. I'll find it if you're interested. It sounds kind of burbly.
Later, I want to hear this amazing piece of information I'm supposed to keep secret.
You'll have to wait a while. The recording is at the moment we had our first sight of them. He unpaused the recording. The parvas came into view wearing their Eva suits. A comm arrived for him. He paused the recording again. Cherry?
Are you alone?
No.
Come to the Oceanside Hospital right away.
Huh?
Just do it. See you when you get here.
Cherry closed the connection.
Is everything okay?
Asked Trisha. I don't know. I have to leave. Sorry. He closed the recording of the parvas and returned it to the high-security files.
What? Right now?
Yes. He stood up.
But I want to know what happened during the meeting.
You'll have to wait, or submit a request to view the recordings. He checked if any autocars were already in the parking lot. 2 were available.
But that'll take forever. Can't you just tell me?
Not here and now. You know I can't. In the open plan office, the news that Concordia was the Scythians' origin planet could be overheard by someone without the clearance to know the fact. He left his disgruntled colleague and headed out. What could be so urgent? Cherry wanted to see him as soon as possible, and so sensitive or inflammatory, she didn't want to discuss it with him in front of someone else. The travel time from Anwen to Oceanside was a little over an hour. When the car was on its way, he calmed her. I'm alone now. Can you tell me what this is about?
I'm not sure myself yet, but I can tell you what I know. About half an hour, someone picked up a stranger wandering around the manufacturing zone near Cerberus. The woman was in such a state, he didn't bother calling an ambulance. He brought her to the hospital at Oceanside himself, telling them he was bringing in someone on the brink of death. He tensed. He had an idea of what was coming. So this woman was brought into the emergency department, Cherry continued. Carried in, I should say. And the doctors started work, only to get what I imagine must have been the surprise of their lives. It was a guardian. Whatever it is, it looks human, but it certainly isn't. Stars! Wilder was right. What's happening now? The android is still at the hospital, in a secured room with guards. As soon as the doctors realised they were dealing with something entirely out of their league, they contacted the CED, who then contacted me. I haven't seen this thing yet, and I want you to be with me when I do. You and I are 2 of only 4 people who actually remember the Guardians. But it's been a long time. I'm not sure if I trust my judgment. If it isn't a Guardian, what else could it be? He noted that Cherry hadn't asked for Aubrio's help. He could understand why she hadn't asked Wilder. The girl would still be recovering from her accident, and she probably hadn't had close dealings with the androids. But Aubrio lived near the hospital, and he'd known the Guardians very well. Too well. If it isn't a Guardian, we're really in the shit. Kez stood outside the hospital room door, hardly knowing what to expect. Cherry was at the staff nurses' station, getting the most up-to-date report on the strange patient. 2 guards stood on each side of the entrance to its room. There were guards guarding the Guardian, if that was what it was. Unlike many of the Woken, he had only known the Guardians as androids. After he'd been revived, he'd heard the tale of the agri-scientist Anahi's attempt to control the gens by using the Guardians as a paramilitary force. But while the crisis was happening, he'd been frozen in cryo. The first time he'd seen a Guardian had been when Cariad had reactivated them.
They'd come down to Concordia from their ship to help with rebuilding after the Scythian attack. If he hadn't known they were artificial, he would have been fooled into thinking they were human too. According to what Cherry had said, the thing in the hospital room had retained its human-like quality, at least sufficiently to mislead the person who found it. Cherry came striding down the corridor. "What did the nurse say?"
"She said to be prepared for a shock when we see the state it's in, but it doesn't appear to be suffering any pain, though its functions are impaired. That might be why it isn't speaking. It hasn't spoken a word since it was found."
"Because it can't."
"Exactly."
"Did they give it an interface? Maybe it can write."
"No, they didn't, and I'm glad."
"Why? If its speaking capability is shot, how else is it going to communicate with us?"
"Do you think it's a good idea to give an unknown entity access to Concordia's data?"
"Fair point. Still, it would need superior technical skills to find out anything sensitive from a regular interface connection."
"The Guardians had superior technical skills. Very superior."
"But if it is a Guardian, its primary motivation is to support the colony, isn't it? Where's the danger?"
"If it's a Guardian, that might have been what its primary motivation was. Even after everything they did to help us in the end, I'm still not convinced that was the case. But anyway, if one of them really has been floating around in space for the last several decades, before nearly being destroyed on entering the atmosphere, who knows how its circuits have been screwed up? What if that program that guided it to save us is now telling it to destroy us? Let's go in and see this thing."
Cherry stepped up to the door. A guard moved aside, and she breathed into the security panel. The door opened. As Kes caught sight of the figure, he took an involuntary step back. One of the guards, glancing surreptitiously over her shoulder, gasped. "Eyes front!" Cherry rebuked her before entering the room. Kes followed, unable to take his gaze from the thing in the hospital bed. It was humanoid, but that was about as much as could be said about it. Kes could see why the person who had found it had thought it was human. What else could it be? To nearly all Concordians, the Guardians were historical figures, if they believed they had existed at all. But its appearance must have made the finder wonder how it still lived and moved. Half the head was simply gone. If the thing had once had hair, it had all been burned away. The part of the face that remained was blackened and disfigured. The body areas that were visible, it was tucked under covers, bizarrely, considering the thing was a machine, were also badly damaged. The right shoulder and arm, the same side as the missing area of head, were bent backward as if from a heavy impact. The hand and lower half of the arm up to the elbow were gone. The figure was naked. It had once been crafted to resemble a human female, but its charred surface bore barely evident details of its femininity. Cherry was motionless, gazing at the thing. "Can you speak?" The damaged android regarded Cherry with its single eye. Its mouth opened. It worked its jaw and tongue, as if trying to respond or simply refamiliarize itself with the act of speaking.
"I know you."
Cherry raised her eyebrows at Kes. "You do?"
The
android's mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out. Then its speech returned.
"My systems are damaged."
"You can say that again," said Kes. "Is there anything we can do to repair you? Any way we can help?" Cherry raised a hand and frowned.
"What are you? What are you doing on Concordia? How did you get here?" "I was here before. I do not know when. My timekeeping function is impaired."
Stepping closer to the android, Cherry said,
"Why didn't you speak before? Why are you only speaking now?" "I did not recognize this place. It does not match my records. I was trying to reconcile my memory with this new environment."
Kes knew that sense of confusion all too well. He had felt it too when he'd returned from the Assembly's space station and discovered that Concordia had moved on more than 50 Earth years.
"You haven't answered my question."
Cherry was being rather harsh and demanding. Though he knew it was wrong to anthropomorphize, he couldn't help but feel pity for the android. He had heard they felt emotions. How would it feel to be alone in space for decades and then nearly burned to annihilation?
I recognize you. I now think I'm in the correct place.
So you know Cherry from before? What about me? The bleary eye turned to regard him.
Yes, though I do not recall your name.
Kes was about to give it when Cherry interrupted him.
What about you? What's your name? I do not know, but my data files contain the information that I captained a starship.
The Mistral's captain? What was she called? Kes couldn't remember.
Can you type?
Cherry asked. Do you remember how to write in English?
I think I can type, and I can read and write English.
How convenient. Tell me, how did you get here? You didn't answer my question earlier.
I remember falling, and I remember my system rebooting. I walked for a long time, but I could only travel slowly because my legs are damaged. Eventually, I found a road, and I followed it.
Why? What were you hoping to find?
I am compelled to find humans. I do not know why.
Right. Wait here. Kes, come with me. As they left the room, he asked, Are you going to give it an interface now? I am, Cherry replied, closing the door. One that's been wiped, disconnected from the comm system, and modified to only record written language. Isn't that overkill? It seems obvious that what's in there was once a Guardian, the captain of their ship. What was her name?
Faina. Its name was Faina. It isn't a her, and it never was. When it said it captained a ship, I had a good look at it, trying to see the resemblance. It does look like a burned-up Faina. That doesn't mean it is, though, and you and everyone else would be wise to remember that.
Why? What are you suspicious about?
For star's sake, Kes, you sound like one of those damned recruits who doesn't know the dangerous end of a gun. You're a smart man. Think about it.
He was taken aback. Everything he'd seen and heard in the hospital room added up. Could there really be any other explanation for the thing in the bed? Cariad had told him once that Cherry hated the Guardians. She had hated them ever since they were used to control the gens, and that hadn't changed, even when they'd done so much else to help with the colonization later. Was Cherry's prejudice colouring her opinion of the new arrival? But she seemed to be implying something else. You think that thing isn't a Guardian? That it's some kind of threat to our security? But everything it says makes sense. It knew your name.
No, it didn't. You told it my name.
I did? Well, it recognized you.
It said it recognized me. All we can say it knew for sure was that I had to be someone important, because I was the one who was asked to go and see it. Nothing that came out of that thing's mouth has convinced me it is what it says it is, and until I am convinced, I'm not taking any chances.
I guess you are General of the Defence Force.
Damned right, but I want your opinion too. What did you think of it? Did it look like a Guardian to you?
It did, or rather, it looked pretty much as I would expect one to look after nearly burning to cinders travelling through a planet's atmosphere and then crash landing.
Do you know of any way we can check?
We could examine it internally, but no one ever got a look at their insides as far as I know. Their specs might be in the Mistral's data files, and we have their weapons. That was how Wilder knew the crashed object was related to the Guardians, because the metal alloy is the same.
The capsule it arrived in checks out in that regard. I had it retested, but it's a melted mess. There's not much else to be learned from it. I'll ask someone to search for everything we have on them.
How's Wilder doing, by the way?
Cherry's expression turned sour. She's getting better, but she wants to go home. It's ridiculous. She's nowhere near better yet. I think she hates me too.
Hates you? Why?
I threatened to call the CED on her.
You what?
I know. Sounds crazy, right? We were having a fight, and things got out of hand. I don't even know how it happened.
I guess I didn't have the patience to deal with her. She's mad at me for not doing anything to catch the agrav machine. She's mad at me too then. I didn't do anything either. But seriously? Does she even remember the state she was in? We saved her life. She doesn't seem to rate that as highly as the machine she was working on. But I wasn't exactly reasonable either, and she's still a kid, while I'm the adult. Patience was never one of my strengths. He was interested to hear more, but he'd noticed something through a nearby window. It was getting dark outside. Apprehension struck. Do you know what time it is? About 7:30, I think. Shit! I have to go. 7:30. He ran down the corridor. It was an hour to Anwen. He wouldn't make it in time to see Mickey before she went to bed. Isabel would be furious. No, she wouldn't be furious. She would be hurt and bitter and disappointed, and that was even worse. Chapter 16. Wilder lay awake in bed, facing the wall. When Cherry had come in to check on her, she'd pretended to be asleep. She never wanted to speak to Cherry again. She heard the sound of a tray being placed on the table next to her bed, and then Cherry's footsteps as she crossed the room. When the door closed, Wilder exhaled and turned over. The room was empty, and a tray holding a bowl of breakfast cereal and a glass of juice sat on the table. Next to the glass was a pill. Wilder picked it up, placed it at the back of her tongue, and drank a mouthful of juice to wash it down. She would have to wait for the medication to take effect before she made her move. It would take a few minutes, and Cherry hadn't left the house yet anyway. Wilder waited in anticipation for the analgesic effect to wash over her. Her ribs had been bothering her for a couple of hours, but she'd been awake since before that, planning her escape. She wasn't going to spend a minute longer in Cherry's house than she had to. The woman was actually keeping her prisoner. It was outrageous and a gross abuse of her powers. She had thought Cherry was a kind, nice person. How wrong she had been. She climbed out of bed and padded over to the door. Pressing an ear against it, she listened for movements. She could hear Cherry downstairs, walking around. She listened impatiently. What did Cherry have to do that took so much time? What was keeping her from going to work? All she had to do was eat and then leave. "Come on," Wilder breathed. Then she froze. Footsteps were climbing the stairs. She sped across her bedroom on tiptoes, leapt into bed and pulled the covers over her. As the bedroom door opened, she froze again. Cherry came in. "Wilder!" When she didn't answer, Cherry repeated her name. After another pause, she said, "I know you're awake." Wilder continued her pretense. She wasn't going to give the bitch the satisfaction of replying to her. Cherry sighed. "I have to go out to work, but I'll be back as soon as I can. In the meantime, there's plenty of food in the kitchen if you get hungry. Help yourself to whatever you want. I wanted to talk to you before I left, but seeing as you're not in the mood, it'll have to wait until later. I hope you feel a bit better today. Take it easy, okay? Get plenty of rest. Then you'll be able to get back to working on your agrav. I'm sure you'll remember everything then, and it won't be long until you reinvent your machine." "Yes, I am going to return to working on agrav, and sooner than you think." The door closed. Wilder relaxed. She lay motionless, waiting. After a few moments, she thought she heard the front door close. She sat up. Suddenly realizing how thirsty and hungry she was, she drank the orange juice in several gulps, and then quickly slurped the cereal in spoonfuls from the bowl. Wiping her mouth with her hand, she slid her legs out from under the covers and got up. There were no clothes in this room. She had discovered that last night after a thorough search. Was that by design? Had Cherry intended to deprive her of her liberty from the beginning? Whether it was a coincidence or not didn't matter. She needed clothes. Walking around Anwen in a hospital gown would draw attention, and she would wind up right back here. She held her ear against the door again. This time she heard nothing. She waited 5 minutes, counting the seconds under her breath. There was only silence. Cherry had left. Wilder turned the door handle, her muscles tense. To her relief, the door opened. Cherry hadn't locked her in. She stepped out onto the quiet landing. 2 more doors led off from it, and both were closed. She peered over the railing into the hall below. Nothing stirred except motes of dust in the sunbeams shining through the glass in the front door. She walked down the stairs quietly, listening hard. 2 open doors led from the hall. A kitchen and a living room were visible, both empty. The rooms were sparse, almost clinically so. She disliked clutter too, but the walls of her treehouse were decorated with sketches she had drawn, fantastical machines and devices she had dreamed up over the years. She also had a few drawings Tycho and Steffi's grandchildren had given her on her rare visits to her old friends. In Cherry's home there was nothing like that, nothing sentimental or nostalgic. Everything was practical. There was nothing to warm the heart. Cold and mean, just like her. Feeling happier now she knew she would not be disturbed while she enacted her escape, she ascended the stairs again. Her ribs were twinging despite the medication, so she knew not to take things too fast. She would also have to find the rest of the painkillers and take them with her. They did belong to her after all. She felt bad about taking Cherry's clothes, however. As soon as she got back to her own place, she would return them. She opened an upstairs door. Here was what she needed. It was Cherry's bedroom, and an open closet revealed hanging clothes. She quickly stripped and grabbed the nearest things to hand, casual pants and a round-necked warm top suitable for the cool weather. The clothes were baggy, and the pants and sleeves ended inches above her ankles and wrists, but they would do. As she closed the closet door, she saw a figure in the mirror. She gasped, not recognizing herself, before she realized that the gaunt, wild-haired girl with shadows under her eyes was in fact her. Slowly she took in her appearance. It had been years since she'd seen a full-length view of herself. She had grown taller in the intervening time, but no wider. She lifted the top and inhaled sharply. Her abdomen and ribs were a blue-purple mess. That was what the agrav machine had done, but she was also astonished by the concave depression that was her belly and the prominent bones of her ribs that overhung it. She raised a hand to her hair. Matted and messy strands stuck out all over. Her nose was sharp, and her cheekbones and chin were jutting. Her resolve to escape faltered. Maybe it might be better to wait another day or two and rest. Then she remembered Cherry's threat to call the CED and to have her sedated. Her jaw set firm. She refused to remain in the home of someone who had zero respect for her rights. She had to get out. When she was somewhere safe, then she would rest. But she didn't have to leave right away. Cherry would be gone for hours. She returned to her room, undressed and took a shower. She washed her hair, marveling at the handfuls of strands that fell from it. She gently soaped her bruised skin. The agrav machine had really done a good job of crushing her. It was a miracle she'd survived. How much force had it exerted? Had it been moving at the same speed as Concordia's gravitational acceleration? She didn't think so. That would have killed her. So the neutralization effect had not been complete. She pondered the question. Before she knew it, the shower room was thick with steam, and her skin was as wrinkled as an old person's. How long had she been here? She hastily turned off the water and stepped out of the shower, a terrible guilt weighing on her at having wasted so much water. Her feelings didn't make a lot of sense. On Concordia there was water aplenty, and the energy to heat it was free. Cherry's home might even be hooked up to the old geothermally heated water the feeler had supplied in the early days, but the creed that it was morally despicable to waste water had been bred into her bones during her childhood. She didn't think she would ever be free of it. Looking at herself in the bathroom mirror, she saw the long shower had made little difference to her emaciated, bruised appearance, but she felt a whole lot better. She dried her hair, put on Cherry's clothes again, and went downstairs to the kitchen. She opened a cupboard, looking for food. On her third try, she found what she was looking for: crackers, yeast pastes, and cookies, her favourites. As she was stuffing her pockets, Cherry wouldn't mind, and if she did, Wilder didn't give a shit. She spotted the pack of pain-killing medication on the windowsill. She slipped that into a pocket too. Out in the hallway, she opened an understairs cupboard and found her boots. Her washed socks had been placed on top of them. Wilder hesitated. A quiet note of guilt sounded in reaction to the thoughtful care Cherry had taken over her stuff. She gritted her teeth. It was a shame Cherry hadn't taken the same care over her right to liberty. After putting on the socks and slipping on her boots, she strode to the front door and peered through the transparent panel. Had Cherry stationed guards? The exterior looked empty. The small home stood in a quiet dead-end street somewhere in Anwen. Cherry had lost her farm during the long decades of their trip to the assembly. She'd looked incredibly sad when she'd told Wilder about it. At the time, Wilder had felt sorry for her. Now that was all gone. She went to the back door, which led off from the kitchen, and pressed the door release. The door remained shut. She was unfazed. It would take a lot more than a lock to prevent her from leaving. If it was the regular kind, she could deactivate it with her eyes closed. She inspected the device closely. Damn, it was military grade. She could probably override it, but time was a concern, and an alarm would sound at the CED if someone tampered with it. If breaking the device only took seconds, that wouldn't be a problem, but Wilder didn't know how long it would take to deactivate military systems. She could be caught while trying to escape. There was no way she was going to spend another moment here, held against her will. She took a step backward. She had to find another way out. The window? Her luck was in. It didn't have a lock. She climbed onto the sanitizer, opened the window, and took a quick look outside. All was still in the small yard. She jumped out, a rush of adrenaline hitting. She was free again. But where should she go? Her treehouse would be the first place Cherry would look for her. She had to go home quickly to check on Piddle and Puddle, but after that she needed to go somewhere else. Somewhere Cherry wouldn't find her. She crossed the small yard and climbed the fence. She didn't know where she was going yet, but it didn't matter. She had survived worse situations and come out fine. She would do so again. And, more importantly, she would be able to return to working on Agrav. Chapter 17. After Kez disappeared in a hurry, Cherry returned to the nurse's station. The staff nurse was going over something with another nurse. When Cherry approached, she wrapped up the discussion and sent the nurse away. Our visitor will be moving to Oceanside Jail. Guards in an army vehicle will be arriving in about half an hour. I want you to prepare the prisoner for transportation by strapping it to a gurney. The guards will also secure it with handcuffs and shackles. The staff nurse's eyebrows rose in surprise. It was understandable. She was used to treating people in order to make them better. But the thing that had arrived from space was not a person, and it wasn't going to get any better. At least not if Cherry could help it. The staff nurse was intelligent enough not to question the order, however. Is there anything else you would like me to do? I want you to take a sample from it for analysis. Any part of the main structure will do, but not any remnant of clothing or hair. I'm not sure how you'll do it. Maybe an orthopedic surgeon might lend you a saw. I can ask, but they're precious about their tools. A maintenance person, then. I'm sure I can find something suitable. As soon as you have a sample, I think a piece about this big should be fine. Cherry held her thumb and forefinger about 4 centimeters apart. Send it express to the engineering department at the university. They'll be expecting it. I'll do it now, before the guards arrive to take her. Cherry stiffened. It isn't human, and it never was. It's important that you understand that. You're right, I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. Don't worry about it. It's an easy mistake to make. Thanks for your help. I have to go now, but please call me immediately if any problems occur. Cherry left, worrying about what seemed to be turning into an ongoing problem. Even Kez, who had always known the Guardians were androids, had fallen into the trap of thinking of the surprise arrival as a person. That faulty perception and its attendant dangers would continue until she did something about it. Was the thing really Faina? There was a likeness in what remained of its face, but if it really was the former captain of the Mistral, so what? The colony no longer needed guardians, if it ever had. Their arrival had created more problems than it solved, and if it wasn't Faina, Concordia was in grave, immediate danger. The only other explanation for a fake guardian dropping from the sky was that it had been sent as a spy. There was plenty of sensitive information that, if it got out, could mean the end of the colony. The secret nature of the military depots was as much of an advantage as their contents. She had already made up her mind. The thing in the bed had to be destroyed, and quickly, before rumours of its presence spread. She wasn't sure how the job could be done. It was made from tough materials. That the thing still functioned despite its near destruction was testament to the fact. She ran quickly down the hospital steps to the waiting autocar. She had to report to Meredith and get permission to destroy the android. As her car carried her toward the leader's residence, she came up with the answer. Out at the mountains, smelting plants turned ore into metals. The furnaces had to be hot enough to entirely eradicate the unwelcome guest. If it was a guardian, it would be the last one. Their stain would be removed from Concordia forever. Meredith took Cherry out onto the wide balcony leading off from the functions room. No function was being held, but Cherry could imagine the music, dancing, free-flowing drinks and stacks of food. Meredith held regular formal parties as a way of smoothing strained relationships between important figures in Concordian society. The leader had often invited Cherry to attend, but even the idea of a social event like that set her on edge. It wasn't the kind of thing Ethan would have done. The colony had changed a lot. "Take a seat," Meredith said, indicating a table next to the balcony's edge. The breeze from the ocean was stiff, but Cherry enjoyed the cleansing feeling. Spending time with the guardian-like being had made her feel dirty. "Drink?" asked Meredith, also sitting down. "No, thanks." "Come on, you never sit and have a drink with me when you come. It wouldn't hurt you to relax a little." Cherry regarded the older woman. Was she lonely? She might be. She was single and just as busy as Cherry was with her job. "Okay, I'll have chicory coffee." "Chicory coffee? I don't think I've heard of that. I'll ask the cook if we have any." When the answer came back that the leader's residence didn't stock Cherry's favourite drink, Meredith apologised. "We only have the regular stuff." Had Aubrio cornered the chicory coffee supply? Cherry herself hadn't managed to find any for years. "Regular will be fine." Meredith sent the order through and sipped from a half-empty cup. She had been sitting on the balcony for a while. "So, tell me all about it." "Thank you for not going to see it before I had a chance to check it out." "No problem. What you said makes sense. If our visitor does have nefarious plans, it wouldn't be wise for our colony's leader to offer herself up at close quarters." "Have you had a chance to look at the vids the doctors took?" "I've been studying them for a while." Meredith swiped open the interface set into the table. "They're pretty gruesome. It doesn't look any better in real life. It smells, too, of burned plastic. Meredith wrinkled her nose. And did you come to a conclusion about what it is? Not yet. I've ordered for the material it's made from to be tested. But even when we get the results, I'm not sure it'll tell us anything definitive. I'm also moving it to the jail for better security, but the safest option is to dispose of it as soon as possible. Isn't that a bit hasty? We don't even know what it is. What if it is one of these Guardians? Perhaps it could be useful. You wouldn't say that if you knew what life was like living with those things. Meredith put down her cup. Am I missing something? All the history books say the reason the Scythians stopped attacking us was because the Mistral flew directly into one of their ships. The enemy mistook the act as a sacrifice. Cherry's coffee arrived, carried by Meredith's maid. She took the offered cup. It's more complicated than that, a lot more complicated. Believe me, if it is a Guardian, those things are not to be trusted. Nothing it has to offer us is worth the risk of exposing ourselves to the danger it could bring. You aren't sure it's a Guardian? I'm sure that's what it wants us to think it is. What gives you that impression? Things it said. Wait a minute. It spoke to you? After not speaking to anyone else, I'm the one it chose to reveal itself to. What did it say? That it remembers me, but this place has changed. Oh, and it remembers Kez too, conveniently. It all fits. Well, that throws a whole new light on everything. Does it? I don't see how. If it can communicate. An interface can communicate. A Guardian only has more processing ability. A lot more processing ability. And other abilities besides. You've seen the pictures. That thing isn't capable of much anymore, believe me. Which of the Guardians is it? It doesn't remember its name, but it said it remembers it was the captain of a starship. Faina! I read about her. She was getting tired of explaining that the word her was inappropriate. It's best not to think of the Guardians as people. They're nothing more than machines. I know. Very sophisticated machines, though. The distinction isn't important. We need to destroy that thing as soon as possible. I was thinking about how to do it. You already said, but I'm not sure I agree. Cherry tapped the tabletop. Why's that? We don't know yet what this android has to offer. Who knows what useful data might be stored within it? And besides, word has already gotten out about its existence. The person who brought it in and medical staff at the hospital have spoken to media outlets. I couldn't do anything to stop them. It was too late. There might even be images circulating. I'm not sure. But the colony knows about this crash survivor. Crash survivor? That's what they were calling it in one headline I saw. Shit! It's regrettable, I admit. This has never happened before. We don't have any systems or regulations to control the information. But what's done is done. If we destroy the android, it's going to look very bad. Does that matter when the safety of the colony is at stake? We don't know that. And the safety of the colony also depends on a populace that feels secure. Does it? Cherry could barely contain her anger. It would seem to me that the opposite is true. If we go around arbitrarily ending the existence of something that looks human, and like a severely injured, helpless human to boot, it'll undermine public morale. People will wonder if the same thing could happen to them. That's ridiculous! People aren't always rational or logical. In fact, I'd say most of the time they aren't. Cherry didn't know what to say, or actually she did. But she bit back the retort. Ethan would have known the right thing to do. He would have annihilated it. Instead, she said, I hope you agree that it needs to remain in a high-security environment. I do, for the time being, until we're certain what it is. I don't think we'll ever be certain. Certain enough to know it poses no danger. Cherry wanted to repeat herself, but what was the point? Meredith's judgment was clouded. Like the rest of the Concordians, she didn't fear the Scythians enough. Her sense of danger had no edge, if she had any sense of danger at all. Cherry looked out over the dark ocean. The breeze had dropped, and phosphorescence was sparkling on the calm surface. Threads were probably doing something down there and disturbing the water. She recalled the time Ethan and she had taken a trip to the creature's underground city for her joining ceremony. They had spoken of the glittering sparks adorning the water on still nights. She missed him so badly. She almost yearned for the peril they had lived under after arrival, when the colony's existence had sat on a knife edge. Things had been much harder, but they had been clear and simple and real. I have something I want to tell you. I've decided to reduce the budget on Concordia's military next year.
You've what?
Meredith held up her hands. Calm down. It isn't by much. You have to admit, we do spend an awful lot on defence.
For a very good reason.
Cherry, we have 4 missile silos, pulse emitters, and all kinds of equipment. Nearly every able-bodied person has received military training, and 1/4 of the adult population is a member of a military force, either full or part-time. We're also building Chimera. I believe the investment in our military has been money well spent, but there has to come a time when we say we've done plenty, and we should scale back a little. Suddenly, Cherry couldn't stand sitting with Meredith any longer. She stood up. I should go. So soon? I thought we had a lot more to discuss. Not really. Okay, let's talk another time. When Cherry returned to her car, she nearly input her home address, but then changed her mind. The conversations she'd had with Meredith, Kez, and the staff nurse at the hospital left her wanting to speak to someone who understood where she was coming from. 20 minutes later, her car pulled up near Aubrio's house. She'd instructed it to stop 30 meters away, at a bend in the driveway where she could see the building, but Aubrio wouldn't hear the car. A few windows were lit up. He was home, probably brewing if he'd gone ahead with his business idea. Of all 4 Concordians who had been alive when the Guardians were around, Aubrio was the one who knew in his core the danger they presented. They had forcibly sedated him after judging him to be a threat to social stability. The Guardians had set no date for allowing him to return to consciousness. If it hadn't been for the objection of all the colonists to this heinous act, they could have kept him comatose until they determined he was no longer a threat. And if that was never, well, never mind. Aubrio would agree they needed to destroy the Guardian in a heartbeat, and when he was motivated to do something, he damn well got it done. But all the spirit seemed to have gone out of him lately. He was probably not brewing, but getting drunk, or maybe he had a woman over. Maybe both. She recalled her former lover's dead eyes the last time she'd seen him, and she gave a shudder. She didn't want to see those eyes again right now. She input her home address. The autocar turned and moved up the driveway. Wilder would be there when she got home. Cherry had been surprised how easily she'd taken to having the girl around. She'd thought she would hate to share her personal space after living alone for so long, but she'd found she enjoyed having a little company. Ever since their argument, she had been regretting what she'd said. She'd overreacted. She would apologize and have a respectful discussion about how long Wilder should stay with her, as soon as she got home. Chapter 18. Bunny Geeson lifted his hard hat and rubbed his close-cropped hair. The gesture did nothing to ease the ache that had begun behind his eyes and was gradually working its way through his head. It was the endless grinding of the excavator that caused it. The same headache every day, starting about 2 hours before the end of his shift. Ear protectors did nothing for it. It wasn't the sound, it was the vibration, and there wasn't anything that could be done about that. He should have been a pilot, like Ma. It would have been hard to live up to her reputation for sure. The other trainees would have been watching him, looking for signs that he had her skill and reaction times. He doubted he would have. He wasn't that good, but he probably would have been okay. Ma could have given him pointers while she was still alive, but hardly anyone flew planes on Concordia. Little, light, personal aircraft was all that was ever built, those and the government helis. Everyone knew why. It was because they were watching. The beings in the sky, from another planet, the Scythians. Only, were they really? Ever since he was a little kid, he'd been warned his home was under threat, that there were aliens in outer space who wanted Concordia for their own. He'd learned all about the first attack and second attack in history classes, as well as the journey of the Nova Fortuna, leaving Earth, and the arrival of the Guardians. But when he'd asked about the Scythians, what they looked like, where they came from, and when they were coming back, his teachers couldn't answer him. When he'd tried to find out the answers for himself, he'd drawn endless blanks. He'd wondered if any of it were true. He'd seen the recordings, watched them over and over again in fact, but they could easily have been faked. The entertainment channels produced similar stuff all the time. He often wondered if the entire story about the Scythians was a conspiracy put together by the government to get everyone to do what they said. People living in fear were more likely to do whatever they were told. "What you doing up there? Taking a nap?" It was his supervisor, Alan. The words came from Bunny's ear mufflers, which were linked up to the work radio. "Got a headache coming," he replied. "I was just taking a little break." He hated it when Alan called him by his pet name, not his real name, Bernard. Only friends could call him Bunny, and Alan was far from that. "Did you see the nurse like I said? Didn't he give you something for those headaches?" "Yeah, I saw him." He hadn't seen the nurse, but he didn't want Alan on his back about it. All the nurse had to offer was medication, and who knew what was in that stuff? Maybe that was another way the government controlled people. He wasn't about to become a slave to the people in power. "You can take a break when your shift's over," Alan said, when Bunny didn't elaborate on his answer. "Start up again. We're on a schedule." Bunny angrily threw down his hat and thumbed the button to start his machine. He let the noise drown out his curses. He checked the screen. Another 2 meters to go before he reached the outer edge of the chamber that would hold Concordia's 5th military depot. He wasn't supposed to know that, of course. He was only a tunneler. What right did he have to know government secrets? But he did know. He knew the locations of all the military depots because he'd worked on all of them. Not that it took much intelligence to figure it out. What other reason could there be for government-funded projects to hollow out vast underground chambers? Everyone knew about Cerberus, and the chambers he'd worked on had been about the same size and depth. When he'd asked Alan once or twice about what they were building, his supervisor had pretended not to know. Maybe he really didn't. Maybe he really was that dumb. But Bunny knew. Holding the control stick, he eased the drill forward until it bit into the rock. Dust and shards flew out. The air turned opaque, and pinging sounds came from the excavator's plating and reinforced transparent screen. Though he sat 5 meters from the drill tip, the debris from the excavation zone reached him. He didn't mind it too much. He was safe inside his machine. The entire site could collapse on top of him and he wouldn't be hurt. As long as he didn't try to leave his cab, he would be fine until someone finally dug him out. It was the vibration he couldn't stand, and his headache felt like a second drill boring into his brain. And he had another 2 hours to endure before his shift would finally be over. Suddenly, the excavator flew forward. All resistance ahead of it had disappeared. He hit the brake. His machine halted, but he carried on travelling. His head hit the window and thunked against the reinforced glass. When he came around, his face was on his dashboard. The familiar edges and smooth surfaces pressed into his nose, mouth and forehead. His headache was bad, real bad. What had happened? He opened his eyes and saw the side window of the cabin. Outside, the air was dusty. He hadn't been unconscious long. His machine had cut out. He must have released his hold on the dead man's lever when he fainted. Wait, that was wrong. He hadn't fainted. He'd been knocked out. He'd braked hard and been thrown forward. He hadn't fastened his harness, and he hadn't been wearing his hat. Damn it. Alan would be all over him like a slug limpet for safety breaches. He might even be let go. He'd braked because the excavator had flown forward all of a sudden. He'd done it instinctively. Who wouldn't have? But why had the excavator behaved like that? He put his hands on the dashboard and pushed himself upright. The action had a weird effect. The excavator began to, ever so gently, rock. He froze. He could think of several scenarios that might cause the machine to rock, and all of them were bad. "Geeson!" Alan's voice came through, harsh and angry. "What the hell did I just tell you? No more breaks, okay? We don't have time for your—" "Shut up," Bunny hissed. "Just shut up. Something's wrong." "Wrong? What's gone wrong? What the hell are you talking about? You better have a damn good explanation." "I don't know yet. I'm waiting for the dust to settle." He was waiting for his machine to settle too. The rocking continued, and he wasn't sure it was easing. He had a feeling it was getting worse. One of the scenarios that might have caused the effect was an earthquake, but the fact that Alan wasn't feeling any tremors ruled that possibility out. The fact brought a little relief. Though his cabin could withstand a heavy rockfall, it was no match against the forces that moved Concordia's tectonic plates, nor would it be impervious to lava. Yet though he wasn't in the middle of an earthquake, his situation remained dire. "I think I broke through into something." "You broke through?" "I was working, drilling, pushing the machine forward. I know how excavators work, Bunny. And suddenly there was nothing there, nothing to push against. The rock was gone." "Oh shit! Do you think you hit a natural cave? Let me check the survey." Bunny was aware of his own breathing. In, out. In, out. In, pause, out. The rocking of his machine did seem to be slowing, finally. He peered into the dust. His machine's lights bounced brightly off the tiny specks. The ground in that part of Sardine contained a lot of quartz. It made for hard drilling, but it created a pretty shimmering effect. What he saw didn't look good. Ordinarily, as the dust settled, a solid rock face would emerge. Now only darkness was visible, stretching out beyond the shiny moats. Hitting a cave when excavating wasn't common, but neither was it unheard of. He knew of 2 instances, though it had never happened to him. By itself, the cave posed no danger. The problems lay in the atmosphere it contained and how deep it was. The first problem could be ruled out. If the cave was filled with poisonous gas, he probably wouldn't have woken up after being knocked unconscious. The second problem could explain the rocking. It had stopped, thank the stars. He was loath to do anything that might start it up again, but he had to know. Very slowly, keeping his back pressed firmly into his seat, he leaned to the right. The scene at the side of his cab inched into view. Blackness was taking the place of falling motes of dust. There was nothing except empty space to the side of him. And he leaned farther. He swallowed. There was nothing beneath him. He was balanced on the edge of a precipice. The heavy machinery that drove the drill of his excavator rested on solid ground behind. The heavy drill at the front was supported by nothing at all. He was in the middle. A slight shift in his comparatively small weight could be all it took to tip the excavator over the edge. Centimetre by breathless centimetre, he returned to an upright position. his head facing forward and his body rigid. He groped sightlessly for his safety harness. How far down was the bottom of the cave? It could be tens or hundreds of meters. Would he survive the impact? His fingers brushed the straps of his harness. Remaining as still as he could, he pulled it over his shoulders, found the central lock, and snapped it closed. Where was his hat? He couldn't see it from where he sat, and looking for it elsewhere would entail far more moving than he was prepared to do. "Back again," said Alan. "Are you sure you hit a cave? There's nothing on the survey." "Yes, I'm sure. I'm damned well looking at it, and if I'm not very lucky, I'm about to become more acquainted with it than I'd like. I'm right on the edge, hanging over it. Get someone in here. I need help." "No kidding." "Okay, don't worry, I'm on it. I'll sort something out as fast as I can. Whatever you do, don't move." "Thanks for the tip," he said between his teeth. His radio went silent again as Alan left to sort something out, whatever the hell that meant. There was nothing to do except stare ahead at the darkness. It grew deeper every second as the dust fell away into the expanse of the cave. The excavator's lights were brilliant, designed for the darkest underground spaces where no daylight ever reached. Now the dust had nearly all dissipated, they shone far ahead. He began to make out shapes and shadows. At first he thought he was seeing the far side of the cave, but as the shapes took form in his view, he became puzzled. He hadn't been in many natural caves in his time, but the ones he'd seen firsthand had been irregularly shaped. Rocks and tunnels hadn't been uniform in their appearance, they'd been haphazard. So what was he looking at? He could see spires rising from wide bases and narrowing to slim spikes. He saw arches and sweeping curves. How had the shapes formed? He'd never heard of any geological formations like these. The lights from his excavator only gilded the edges of the structures. He couldn't see any detail, so it was hard to estimate their size, but he guessed they were huge, larger than anything he'd seen on Concordia, larger than the observation tower, which was the tallest building in the world. Was he hallucinating? He had hit his head after all, and it still hurt like crazy. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the strange structures remained. He was fairly certain they were real. Tens of meters below the surface of Sardine sat a vast underground cavern containing hundreds, perhaps thousands, of constructions. No human had built them, so what had? Chapter 19. It was with some trepidation Kes unlocked the door of his house. To his relief, Isabel didn't come into the hall, angry at him for arriving home late again. He could hear her in the kitchen. The rest of the house was dark and quiet. Mickey was already asleep, of course. He felt bad for not setting eyes on his child all day. For the second time this week, he would make it up to her at the weekend. They would all go somewhere together. Somewhere remote and beautiful, where he could forget about work and concentrate fully on his family. He'd heard about cabins in the mountains available to rent. He would look into it tomorrow and book something. Bracing himself for the onslaught of Isabel's reaction to his broken promises, he stepped into the kitchen. She was facing slightly away from him. Her bump seemed to have grown larger overnight. "Isabel, I'm so sorry. Something astounding happened today. I don't think I can talk to you about it yet, but it was shocking and amazing. I had to go to Oceanside, and I confess I lost track of time. Otherwise I would have calmed you." She had turned toward him during this speech. "It's okay. You don't have to explain." Her smile seemed too fixed, too bright. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "Come and give me a hug." He wrapped her in his arms and held her tight, though taking care not to squash her bump. "I really am so sorry." "Please, don't talk about it." "How are you feeling?" he asked as he released her. "About as you would expect. Late pregnancy is no joke, but I knew what I was getting into after Mickey. It's a shame we can't have a baby the way they did on the Nova and on Earth too before I left. Pop an embryo into a bag, feed it nutrients for 9 months, and then take it out again. Voila!" She gave him the look she reserved for the moments when he reminisced about things that happened long before she was born. A mixture of boredom and irritation. He didn't blame her. He knew he talked about those times more often than he should, given that she couldn't relate to any of it. "You go and sit down. I'll bring dinner out." She took 2 plates out of the cabinet and cutlery from a drawer before going into the dining room. He brought out the hot casserole dish and placed it in the center of the table. "There's some bread too, and wine if you want it." "Wine? Are you sure? I don't want to make you feel bad that you can't have any." "I don't mind. Have some and relax a bit. It sounds like you had a stressful day." "Not exactly stressful, but weird." He returned to the kitchen to fetch the bread and wine, calling, "What can I get you to drink?" "Shh! You'll wake Mickey." "Sorry." He seemed to be saying sorry a lot. He stuck his head through the doorway. "What would you like to drink?" "Water is fine." He brought everything into the dining room. His guilt and anxiety about being late had dissipated and been replaced with elation that Isabel was taking it so well. He was almost jovial as he sat down and opened the wine bottle. Discovering that someone had planted vineyards in the mountain foothills and had been producing wine for decades had been one of the nicer surprises of returning to Concordia 50 years later than expected. He poured himself half a glass of the ruby liquid. Meanwhile, Isabel was spooning the bean casserole she'd cooked onto her plate. "I had an idea about something we can do during the weekend. I thought it would be nice to go up into the mountains, maybe stay there a couple of nights." "I don't think it'll be safe. I'm too far along. I might go into labor early, and we would be hours from the hospital." "Yeah, you're right. I was forgetting, but it's something to keep in mind for after the baby's born." Maybe. He asked what she and Mickey had done today, and the conversation moved on through their usual topics of discussion. As was usual, too, he found it hard to muster interest in the mundanity of everyday life on Concordia, especially in the light of what had just happened. He itched to tell Isabel about it, but though Cherry hadn't explicitly told him the Guardian's arrival was a secret, he guessed she wanted to keep it under wraps for now. He loved Isabel and Mickey deeply, and he knew he would feel the same about the new baby when she arrived. But he felt trapped. This life wasn't what he'd signed up for. He'd been expecting an adventure, not a cozy existence in suburbia. "Have some more wine. Don't hold back just for me." "If you say so." He poured himself another glass. The bottle was now half empty. He hadn't drunk alcohol in a while out of consideration for Isabel, who couldn't enjoy it with him. He felt a little tipsy already after only 2 glasses. Dinner was great. He meant it. He wasn't a natural vegetarian, but Isabel managed to turn plant food into delicious meals that took the edge off his craving for meat. "I'll clear up." "It can wait. Leave the dishes for the morning. You must be tired." "Only a little, but I can do them before I leave for work tomorrow." She stood up. "I'm tired, even if you aren't. Do you want to go to bed?" "What, now? It's a bit early, isn't it?" She shrugged. "I thought maybe we could snuggle, but we can watch a vid or a holo if you want." "No, snuggling's good. Snuggling's always good." He didn't know how far the snuggling would go, but physical intimacy between them had predictably diminished due to the pregnancy, and the fights his constant lateness caused hadn't helped. He would appreciate just holding his wife close for a couple of hours, even if nothing else happened. She said she wanted to shower, so he waited for her in bed. He was very tempted to calm Cherry and ask her what was happening with the Guardian, but if Isabel overheard him discussing work stuff, her apparently forgiving attitude would be shattered. He removed his earcom and put it on the bedside table. He didn't know what he'd done to deserve Isabel. The truth was, he didn't deserve her. He entirely understood her viewpoint on his behaviour, which made his inability to improve it all the more inexplicable. The bathroom door opened, and she came out wearing a floor-length dusty pink satin nightgown with shoestring straps. She had washed and dried her hair, and it hung around her shoulders, thick and lustrous. His wife looked gorgeous, bump and all. In fact, her beauty was partly due to her pregnancy. Her abundant hormones had made her skin especially plump, soft and glowing. "Sweetheart, you look stunning." He was so moved at the sight that his eyes became moist. Her eyes were glistening too. She pulled back the covers and climbed into bed. "Hold me, okay?" She turned her back to him and he lay down with her, pressing close to her body, folding one arm over her bump. The baby stretched in response, pushing hard against his forearm. He chuckled, and Isabel laughed softly too. He folded his other arm under his head and rested his face in Isabel's hair. "I love you, you know." "I know, and I love you too." She turned over and put her arms on each side of his neck before kissing him full on the lips. He pulled her close, and they kissed deeply. He pushed back her hair and kissed her neck. She ran her hands over his back. He stopped what he was doing and pulled away, making eye contact. "Is this okay? I mean, you're pretty far along." "The baby isn't due for another 4 weeks. I'm sure it's fine." His heart skipped. It felt too good to be true. Smiling, he moved in close again and resumed kissing Isabel's neck. His fingers found the strap of her nightgown and slid beneath it, easing it off her shoulder. Their lovemaking lasted ages. Certain accommodations had to be made on account of the bump, but that only made the experience more special and pleasurable. He lost track of time. Things hadn't been so good between them for months. He didn't think he'd ever felt so lucky, so blissful. When it was over, she rested her head on his chest, and he sank into a heavy sleep. When he woke, it was full daylight. He sat up, panicking. What was the time? He'd forgotten to put in his earcom before falling asleep. He'd missed his alarm. He was going to be late for work. As he reached for his comm, he noticed something else was wrong. Isabel's side of the bed was cold. It wasn't unusual for her to rise before him. Mickey often had a nightmare in the early morning and had to be comforted in order to go back to sleep. But Isabel's side of the bed felt like no one had slept in it all night. An icy hand clutched his heart. His breathing sped up. No! Suddenly his wife's behaviour last night took on a new meaning. Like an automaton, he climbed out of bed. In 4 steps he crossed the bedroom to Isabel's closet. The door stood ajar. He pulled it wide. A room holding only a few clothes confronted him. Isabel's packing case was gone. Clammy with cold sweat, he walked toward his daughter's room. Her door was open, and her bed was empty. He stood in the hallway, motionless. Isabel was gone. She was gone. She had taken Mickey and left him. Last night had been her goodbye. He fell to his knees. Chapter 20. Night was falling. Wilder estimated she had another couple of kilometres to go. All the way from Anwen, she'd kept to the side of the road to avoid detection. Now the hilly ground was evening out. She was nearing her journey's end. She could already smell the ocean, though the raised land prevented her from catching sight of it. She was dizzy with fatigue. Her medication kept the pain of her injuries and sore muscles at bay, but did nothing for her energy levels, which felt like they were already at 0. She wasn't even sure where she was going. It had been a couple of years since she'd been at Tycho and Steffi's house. The last visit had been awkward, and she'd never gone back. They were different people from the adolescents she'd left behind when she'd gone on the mission to the assembly. It was obvious when she thought about it. Their lifetime of experiences had changed them, while she was essentially the same person who had invited them to help her build a tree village more than 50 years ago. But they were the only people whose location she vaguely knew. She had other friends, mostly people also working on Agrav, but she only ever talked with them over comm or very occasionally met them at a public location. She had some idea where the Agrav people lived, but not their house or even the street. She also had no comm and so no way to contact anyone. Even if she had a comm, the minute she used it she would reveal her location on the system. If Cherry had instructed the CED to search for her, officers would immediately swoop. Luckily she remembered the whereabouts of Tycho and Steffi's home. They lived on the outskirts of Oceanside in one of the newer developments. She wouldn't have to walk right to the top of the cliff and into the town centre. The most recently built housing was closer to sea level and set back from the water. Or they had lived there. If they'd moved, she was sunk. They were the only people who could help her and who she trusted to not tell anyone where she was. Cars zoomed past 20 meters to her right. Commuters from the manufacturing site near Old Sidher were returning home for the evening. The factories and munitions plants were being relocated closer to Oceanside. The manufacturing site's proximity to Cerberus had made sense in the early days when the weapon parts had been transported underground through a tunnel. But Cerberus had long been built. Now the colonies spread across Lyonesse and over the ocean to Sardine made armament delivery easier to disguise. Moving the manufacturing site nearer to Oceanside would cut many Concordians' commuting time, while also making Cerberus less vulnerable to attack. It was all unimportant. She loved her forest home, and she fully intended to continue living there with Piddle and Puddle, just as soon as she could get Cherry off her back. Her heartstrings tugged at the thought of her little pets. She hoped they were okay. She had been forced to abandon the idea of quickly visiting her tree home to check on them. It was too far and too risky. Her capacity to walk was severely restricted. She had to save her strength for her walk to Oceanside and her only hope of retaining her freedom. The minute she could manage it, she would return to her home and find Piddle and Puddle. As she crested the next low hill, several streets were revealed over the rise. In the low light, they were shadowy shapes on the gentle slopes. This was it. She had reached the outskirts of Oceanside. But the streets didn't look familiar. Perhaps they belonged to a development that had been built since she'd last been here. Tycho and Steffi's house had to be farther in. To reach it, she would have to walk the streets, exposed to other pedestrians and passers-by. She probably looked awful, and she would attract attention, but that couldn't be helped. She was exhausted and almost beyond caring. Dragging one foot in front of the other, she made her slow way closer to the residences. She stepped onto the nearest sidewalk. Kids were playing in the front yards, screaming and laughing, probably dreading the moment their parents would call them in for dinner. Concordians had continued to reproduce at an incredible rate. Children were everywhere. She didn't dislike them, but she also relished the seclusion of her home, which allowed her to pick and choose when to be in the presence of the loud, chaotic, emotional creatures. As she shuffled along, she watched the kids playing with their brothers and sisters and neighborhood friends. She was a little envious. The children were clearly happy. They had the love and security that came with belonging to a family. That opportunity had arrived too late for her. She had been born into a life of slavery, entirely absent of her volition, serving the dreams of people long dead. That was what it meant to be a gen. but she didn't think she'd ever really felt the injustice of it until now, when she saw the children of loving families playing, carefree, in their front yards. Some of the kids had noticed her and stopped what they were doing to stare. She bore their curious gazes stoically. It wasn't like there was anything she could do about it. She certainly couldn't go any faster or change her appearance. A street corner was coming up. She turned it gratefully. The next road was a larger thoroughfare, and a fair amount of traffic passed along it. She guessed it was a branch of the highway from Anwen. She thought she recognized it. Soon she approached a familiar street. This was where Tycho and Steffi hopefully still lived. Neither worked any longer. They'd retired, but they were busy looking after their grandchildren and carrying out volunteer work. She turned the corner, racking her brains for her friend's house number. She couldn't remember it, and all the houses looked the same. She could barely stand, let alone walk. She didn't have the energy to traipse up and down the street, trying to figure out the right house. Her leg muscles trembled and her whole body ached, pain returning as her medication wore off. Then she saw it, a small bush of yellow flowers. Tycho had told her it was one of the few flowering plants on Concordia, and quite expensive to buy because the scientists hadn't figured out how to preserve the seed. It was only viable for a few days, after which it wouldn't sprout, no matter the conditions provided. She forced her legs to take another few steps, walking up the pathway to the front door. She couldn't calm Tycho or Steffi to tell them she was here. She raised her hand and knocked. No one answered. She raised her hand again, but her arm muscles wouldn't obey. She only managed to lift her hand halfway before her arm fell limp by her side. She toppled forward, hitting her head on the door, and crumpled to the ground. Somewhere on the edge of her consciousness, she felt the door open. What the? Dad, someone's at the door. She's collapsed. Someone's at the door. We aren't expecting anyone. Didn't you hear me? She's collapsed. I think you should call an ambulance. Get out of the way so I can see who it is. Hands grabbed her shoulders. Wilder? Honey, it's Wilder. This was a voice she recognized. It was Tycho. She had found the right house. No ambulance. What? Why? Tycho's old face came into view. You need help. You're sick. I'm not sick, only tired. Please, no ambulance. I'll explain. Wilder! Steffi had arrived. Stars, you look awful. What's wrong with you? She says not to call her an ambulance, Tycho said. Oh, but we must. She looks like she's at death's door. No ambulance, Wilder said. I mean it. I'm in trouble. I need your help. You need our, Tycho said. Then, after a slight pause, he added, to people Wilder couldn't see, perhaps you should go home. Yeah, perhaps we should. We're on our way out anyway. We'll talk later. Shadows passed over her. Tycho was already pulling her into the hall. Steffi closed the door and turned to face her. Wilder, whatever has happened to you? Chapter 21. How strange it felt to be carried downstairs by two friends who had been teenagers a few years ago and who were now old people. You don't need to do this, said Wilder. I'm sure I can walk by myself now. I feel better. It's no trouble. Tycho was holding her under her armpits. We don't want you to slip and hurt yourself. Steffi was holding Wilder's knees. Besides, added Tycho, you're as light as a cracker. You always were skinny, but you haven't been eating properly lately, have you? That old habit is going to catch up with you one day. Stop nagging, said Wilder. Can't you see I have enough problems? He chuckled. They'd reached the bottom of the stairs and the basement of Tycho and Steffi's home. The old couple had taken Wilder's fear of discovery seriously. They'd said she could stay in a room their grandchildren used. It wasn't particularly secret, but they would put a rug over the trapdoor entrance, which might foil a cursory search. Though her responses were flippant, she was deeply grateful that these two old friends, who she hadn't spoken to for years, had immediately agreed to help her without knowing what kind of trouble she was in or who was looking for her.
"Please put me down now."
"If you're sure," said Steffi. She and Tycho placed her on the basement floor. She stood up, though not without difficulty. They were in a circular room with a low ceiling. Toys were scattered over the floor. "This is it," Tycho said. "Our underground shelter for when the Scythians return. It's basic, but it'll do for now. We'll make up a sofa as a bed. The bathroom's through there." He pointed at the only door.
"Let me help you, dear,"
said Steffi, in a grandmotherly tone Wilder had never grown accustomed to. The Steffi she remembered had been 12 years old and had begged to be allowed to join the older kids in the tree village. Not a sweet old lady, grey-haired and slightly stooped. Nevertheless, Wilder didn't refuse Steffi's guiding, supporting arm as she crossed the basement floor. She sat on the sofa with relief. Waves of pain were erupting from her ribs and abdomen like lava from a slow eruption. She reached for the medication in her pocket.
"Could I have some water? I need to take a pill."
"Sure," said Tycho. "We'll get you some, and some food. Our family was visiting, and we have plenty left over."
"I'd like that."
She'd eaten all the food she'd taken from Cherry's house, and she was ravenous as well as very thirsty.
"I can't thank you enough."
"Stop right there," said Steffi. "You don't have to thank us for anything. You gave us a place to stay that allowed us to escape forced living with fake parents. And you travelled light years to the assembly in order to save the colony. Nothing we can do can repay that. We'll always be in your debt."
"Oh, that's ridiculous,"
Wilder began, but Tycho interrupted her. "Don't argue. Just sit there quietly while we get you some dinner." She didn't have the strength to argue, so she didn't object. Tycho and Steffi returned to the stairs. "We won't be long," said Steffi. It was the last thing Wilder remembered until she felt a hand on her shoulder, gently shaking her. It was Steffi again. How much time had passed? She had been sitting on the sofa, but now she was lying on her side.
"Please, let us call a doctor for you,"
said Steffi.
"I've seen a doctor, and I've been discharged."
"You were in hospital?" Tycho was holding a tray of food and a large glass of water.
"Long story."
"We have plenty of time," said Steffi.
"I'm sorry, I will tell you, only I'm too tired."
"That's fine," said Steffi. "We don't need to know. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you like."
"I just need somewhere until I'm better."
And then what? When she was better, Cherry would have no reason to hound her. She would be able to return to her tree home, find Piddle and Puddle, and resume normal life. Though her relationship with General Cherry was shattered forever, she would never help out that woman again. Steffi was holding sheets, a pillow, and a bed cover. She began to make up a bed on the other sofa. Meanwhile, Tycho put down the tray and handed Wilder the glass of water. She popped one of the pain medication tablets into her mouth and swallowed it. Tycho lifted the tray of food onto her lap. "We're not leaving until you've eaten every scrap, and we both know how you love your alone time, so that's a real threat." She smiled and began to eat. Some of the food was from the ocean, unsurprisingly considering the proximity of Tycho and Steffi's home to the sea. Before they'd retired, they'd both worked on ocean harvesters, which skimmed shallow water for sea plants, algae, and tiny marine creatures. According to the tales they'd told of the years of colonization that had passed while she'd been on her mission, Concordians had balked at first at the idea of eating animal life, no matter how small and unintelligent. The colonists who had grown up aboard the Nova eating crickets and other animal protein had nearly all died out. Even after the Woken had okayed the consumption of certain Concordian animals, later generations were unused to the idea of eating non-plant life. They took a supplement instead in order to protect themselves against nutritional deficiencies. But after tasting patties made of hundreds of the ocean creatures compressed and fried in oil, many had changed their minds. Wilder had only tasted the patties once on a visit to her friend's home, and she had to admit that the slightly salty, slightly crunchy patties were tasty. Though the idea of eating animals still turned her stomach a little, she didn't want to be rude, and she was so famished she would have eaten a slug limpet. As well as the still warm patties, Tycho had made her a plate of seaweed ribbons, roasted hypogeal fungi, and baked sweet potatoes with peanut butter. Ordinarily, she would never have been able to eat so much in one sitting. In fact, the food Tycho had piled on her plate seemed more than she would eat in an entire day, but her instinct to consume calories overcame her usual indifference. She picked up a fork, dug it into a chunk of fungi, and lifted it to her mouth. "Great," said Steffi. "It's good to see you eat." Wilder barely noted the grandmotherly tones in her hyper-focus. "I forgot to say," Steffi continued, "you can talk to the feeler while you're here." This remarkable sentence broke through Wilder's distraction. "What?" "I'll show you." Tycho uttered a voice command, and half of the circular wall turned transparent. Water lay beyond it, illuminated by gentle light set into the wall's exterior. "The grandkids begged for a feeler playroom," said Steffi. "Their parents couldn't afford it. How could we say no?" Wilder forced down a half-chewed lump of fungi. "Your grandkids play with the feeler?" "I don't know if they exactly play with them," Tycho said, "but they talk to them, and sometimes the feeler put on an entertaining light display. The kids love it. Keeps them occupied for hours." "I bet." Wilder used the edge of her fork to cut a patty into quarters before stabbing one section and popping it into her mouth. Tycho asked his wife, "I think they were originally the feeler's idea, weren't they, honey?" "I believe so. All we had to do was create the basement and send our house's coordinates to the feeler. They do the rest at their end." "Are you sure it's safe?" Wilder imagined a maze of tunnels among the foundations of the houses. "The feelers say it is," said Steffi. "I guess they would know. They always try to help us. I don't think they would do anything risky." Wilder hadn't had much to do with the aquatic aliens since her mission, when she had spent long hours chatting with Quinn, one of the feeler ship's operators. She had been working with Kez on researching the creatures. She had to agree with Steffi. The feeler would never knowingly do anything that might harm a human. They also exerted a not inconsiderable influence in the colony. The leader was known to regularly consult with them about colony affairs, even taking advice on subjects that didn't relate directly to the feeler's relationship with humans. Wilder had an idea. "How do your grandkids talk to them?" "They open the room comm and chat," said Tycho, "but they have to wait until one happens to come by. There's no way to summon them. But somehow they usually know when the wall is set to transparent, and one turns up within a few minutes." "All this talking must be tiring you out," Steffi said. "We'll leave you alone to finish your meal, then you'll probably want to rest. I'll come down later with some night clothes. If you want anything, contact us through the house comm. You can use the interface on the armrest." "Thanks," Wilder replied. "I am tired, and I would love to rest for a while. Thanks for the food, too." "It's our pleasure," said Tycho. The couple climbed the stairs, and she continued to eat. After a few moments, she saw movement from the corner of her eye. She opened the room comm that would allow her to talk to the tentacled creature. "Hi." "Hello," the feeler replied, its voice broadcast over a speaker. "Could you help me with something? I would like to speak to Quinn." Chapter 22. Blissful, pain-free ease and comfort blanketed Wilder. Feeling like she was floating on soft, warm clouds, she came slowly to consciousness, not knowing where she was or what had happened to her, but also not caring. All she remembered was that she was safe. Finally, somewhat reluctantly, she opened her eyes. A low ceiling hung over her, and she was lying next to a transparent wall. Tentacles writhed slowly in the water beyond it. She sat up, causing her stomach muscles to ache dully. How long had she slept? The pain medication was beginning to wear off again, so it had to be around 10 to 12 hours. Tycho or Steffi had returned while she'd been asleep and left more food and water. A single, very large feeler was floating a couple of meters away. She recognized its patterning immediately.
Quinn!
Wilder, I didn't notice you had ceased sleeping.
I only just woke up. How long have you been waiting there?
Silence followed her question. Quinn was trying to translate feeler time measurement into human terms and failing.
Never mind. Thank you for coming to see me. I hope you weren't doing anything important.
Nothing that couldn't be done by others. It is pleasant to meet with you again.
It's good to see you too.
She hadn't realized it until now, but she'd missed him. She had spent months in the operations room aboard the Opportunity, just talking to him and watching him and his fellow crew members, trying to learn all she could about his species. In the years that had passed since, she hadn't met up with him again. Living in a tree far from the ocean hadn't made it easy. And, as always, she'd been concentrating on her work. She turned to face him and crossed her legs. Is this place your new home? I could come here to visit you. I enjoyed the time we spent together on the journeys to and from the Galactic Assembly.
I did too.
She reached out to touch the transparent wall, but the movement hurt her ribs. She winced.
Wait a minute.
She found her painkillers and took a pill with a swallow of water. Please, eat more if you're hungry. I can wait.
I'm not eating. It's medication.
Medication? So you're suffering from a sickness?
Not exactly. I got hurt in an accident. The pill takes away the pain until I'm better.
I hope it isn't rude of me to say it, but your bodies are not very efficient. If I suffer an accident or my body is invaded by pathological microorganisms, I only have to sever the affected part and regrow it.
I have to admit, your method is way more efficient. But what happens if you're injured or infected all over? You can't sever all of you.
It's very rare for that to happen, but when it does, we simply die. We don't have medication. Humans have the advantage in that area. Sparked by the conversation, she asked a question that hadn't occurred to her during the entire trip to the assembly.
How long do feeler live?
That's difficult to answer. She'd hit upon the time measurement translation problem again. She reframed the question.
When do you die? Is it after you have children, or do you live on for a long time after that?
Kes had told her longevity was often tied to fertility. Humans were one of the few Earth species whose females lived on for decades after they could no longer bear children. Aside from the circumstances of disease or accident, feeler do not die.
What? Never?
She was flabbergasted.
Don't you grow old?
We do not. This is another big difference between our species, and between humans and other intelligent galactic species. Humans are very short-lived. I was surprised and saddened when I returned to Concordia and discovered that Ethan had died not long after our arrival.
Wow, yes, that must have been a shock.
It was a shock. If I had known that taking you all to the assembly space station would separate you from the people you knew when you left, I would have warned you.
It's okay. You didn't know, and we've gotten used to it, I guess.
Is your medication working? Is your pain reducing? The pain that had threatened to return had been beaten back again.
Yes, it is.
What was your accident?
Oh.
She was about to give the same response as she had to Tycho and Steffi, that it was a long story, but she hesitated. Quinn might not understand the underlying meaning that she didn't want to talk about it, but not only that, she did want to talk about it and unburden herself of the traumatic experience and Cherry's later outrageous behaviour. Wilder had never had a family to confide in. The nearest to that had been Ben, and he had died years ago. She'd been close to Kes and Cherry too, but Kes was married now and busy with work, and as for Cherry, for some reason she felt she could open up to Quinn, despite him being not only not family, but another species. She told him everything that had happened, leaving nothing out. It took her so long that she paused to pick up her tray and begin eating breakfast. Quinn listened without responding, only slowly swirling his tentacles in the water. As she finished explaining how she had walked from Anwen to Oceanside over the course of a day in order to hide at her friend's home, she heard the basement trapdoor open. Footsteps sounded on the stairs and Tycho came into view. "I heard you talking. I'm glad to see you are speaking to someone and not chattering to yourself. I would wonder if everything you told me had been words of madness." He held out his hand, palm upward. "Brought you a little something." It was an earcom. "It's new, fresh from the factory." "Thanks, but I don't think I can use it. The minute I access the network, anyone looking for me will know exactly where I am." "Are you really in that much trouble? I know you like to do your own thing, regardless of what the authorities might say, but I'm sure you didn't do anything harmful." "I didn't do anything harmful. All I want is for people to leave me alone so I can do my work. Apparently that's too much to ask." In response to Tycho's continued apparent puzzlement, she added, "I got on the wrong side of someone high up. Someone I thought was a friend."
"May I suggest something?" Quinn asked. "After listening to your story, I believe this is one of those situations where both sides would benefit from spending some time apart."
"You got that right."
"As you know, I am familiar with the person you fear wants to confine you against your will. Admittedly, I am not as knowledgeable about human behavior as I would like, but among my kind, I am considered an expert. You feel forced to hide away in order to escape this person's efforts to find you."
"I am forced to hide."
"For how much longer? And is your friend in danger of retribution if he's discovered to be hiding you?"
"Honestly, I don't know. Cherry seemed pretty mad, and she has the power to do whatever she wants, as she pointed out. I don't know what's gone wrong with her. Sorry for dragging you and Steffi into this, Tycho."
"Don't worry about it. I'm not frightened of what the General might do to us. Me and Steffi are only a pair of old folks. We aren't worth throwing in prison." "Nevertheless," Quinn said, "I have a solution that would allow Wilder to remain safe while she heals, and the only person who would be in danger of suffering repercussions would be myself."
"If you're about to suggest what I'm thinking, I'm sorry, but I really don't fancy spending a couple of weeks in one of your underwater tanks, like the one you kept the old leader in."
"I wasn't about to suggest that. Confining Ethan and the other man and his daughter was a great mistake that we deeply regret, and for which we have been trying to atone."
"Wait, is that why the Feeler have done so much to help us over all these years?"
"One of the reasons, yes, but we would help you anyway. We would prefer the galaxy to be a peaceful home to intelligent life. We try to support non-aggressive intelligent species."
Quinn had clearly never seen Cherry in a temper.
"So if you don't want to put me in an underwater tank, where are you suggesting I go?"
"To the Opportunity. I could arrange a shuttle to take you up to it."
"The Opportunity?"
The starship had been in orbit around Concordia for years. Wilder hadn't ever hankered to return to it, not after spending several months living within its cramped quarters with nothing to eat except Guardian's ration bars. Though she hated her current predicament, hiding aboard the Opportunity to evade Cherry seemed like overkill. You could continue your work with anti-gravity too, in relative safety. She had complained at considerable length that Cherry and Kes had allowed her agrav machine to escape. She gasped.
"You're right."
In its orbital position, the Opportunity only experienced microgravity. If she managed to hit upon the right formulation again, the effects on the machine would be noticeable, but minor. She would have plenty of time to turn it off. And even if she was slow to deactivate it, the machine wouldn't exert enough force to damage the ship. The more she thought about Quinn's suggestion, the more she liked it. Aboard the Opportunity, she would be in absolutely no danger of anyone disturbing her. She could work for as long as she wanted, in peace and quiet. It sounded like bliss. There was only one impediment to the plan.
"Quinn, I accept your proposal, with one caveat. I want to go home and collect a few clothes and other things I'll need, and I have a couple of very small companions I'd like to bring too."
Chapter 23. It was all decided. Tycho would go with Wilder by autovan to a place where she could pick up parts to build another prototype agrav machine. Then they would go on to her treehouse. Tycho would check it wasn't being watched before she collected Piddle and Puddle. Quinn would arrange 2 shuttles, one to transport her and her pets, and the other to carry the agrav machine parts and other supplies. Tycho estimated it would take them most of a day to accomplish everything. Quinn said he would have the shuttles ready soon. Steffi objected to the entire plan.
"I'm sure you'll be perfectly safe in our home."
She'd come down to the basement to see what was taking so long.
"No one knows you're here."
"Except for the kids and grandkids," Tycho said.
"But they wouldn't say anything to anyone."
"Are you sure? Little Bobby's only 5. Do you think it's safe to trust a 5-year-old to never mention someone collapsing at the front door to his grandparents' house?"
"Well, what if he does? Who pays any attention to a 5-year-old's prattling?" "Steffi," Wilder said, "I know you're worried about me, but I do think this is the best option. Besides, I'm dying to get back to work on agrav. I think I'm millimeters away from a solution, and it's driving me nuts. If I have to wait until I'm better and Cherry has no more excuses for locking me up, I might go crazy."
Steffi's expression of doubt and concern remained. Suddenly Wilder chuckled.
"I don't see what's so funny,"
said Steffi in an offended tone.
"I care about you. I don't want you to come to any harm. When you're up in that starship, you'll be all alone. What if you take a turn for the worse and no one's there to look after you?"
"Wilder won't be alone," said Quinn. "A minimal crew remains aboard the Opportunity at all times, and I will board the ship too."
"You're going to be with me?"
Steffi said.
"But a feeler can't help you if you have a medical emergency." "My medical emergency is over. All I need is time to rest and recuperate. A couple of weeks aboard the Opportunity will give me that, and more besides. I understand your concerns, and I'm sorry for laughing. It was only that I was reminded of when you were 12, and begging to be allowed to come and live in my tree village. Now our roles are reversed."
Steffi looked downward.
"Gosh, you're right. I was forgetting. I changed my mind. You didn't stand in my way then, and I won't stand in your way now. I'm sorry. It's only that I'm nearly 50 years older than you, and I feel like I should mother you. Don't worry about it. I made it this far without a mother. I reckon I can make it a little farther."
"Let's prepare some food supplies for Wilder to take with her," Tycho said, and the older couple climbed the stairs. "That was an interesting interaction, if you don't mind me saying," said Quinn.
"It was? Why's that?"
I rarely visit humans in these underground rooms as other feeler do, but on the few occasions I've witnessed your behaviour and listened to your conversations, I find it remarkable how deeply emotionally connected you are to those who are genetically related. When I say you, I don't mean you in particular, but humans in general.
That's a correct observation. Human families are emotionally close. The bonds between parents and children are strong. Isn't it like that with the feeler?
She'd never asked Quinn about his family in all the time she'd talked to him aboard the Opportunity, probably because families didn't mean a lot to her. It is not at all like that with the feeler. I have thousands of offspring, and I don't know who they are or where they are. I spawned aboard the seeding ship while it was on its way to Concordia. Perhaps some of my children were deposited on this planet, or perhaps they journeyed onward to a new world.
I was spawned aboard the Nova, and I have no idea who my mother and father were, or if I have any brothers or sisters. I guess I'm a little bit like a feeler.
I guess you are.
Tycho checked the street was empty before giving Wilder the signal that it was safe to leave. She walked quickly to the sidewalk and then climbed into the autovan. Tycho and Steffi had already packed plenty of food and other supplies. Tycho started the engine and input the destination, and the autovan pulled away from the curb. The older woman waved back before smiling and giving a thumbs up. Wilder was glad they hadn't parted on bad terms. She'd already lost the friendship of one person who she'd thought cared about her, and she didn't want to lose another. Should she be wearing a low-brimmed hat to conceal her identity while she and Tycho were driving around? She shook her head. The entire situation was ridiculous. Over the years she'd done a few borderline illegal things, but wanting her liberty while she was recuperating from an accident wasn't one of them. It was late morning, the rush hour was over, and the streets were reasonably quiet. It had only been a year or two since she'd been here in Oceanside, but in that time the place had noticeably changed. The town had grown. New developments were going up everywhere, not only residences, but shops, offices, services, and manufacturing plants too. The colony was expanding at a rapid rate.
"How many grandchildren do you have now?" she asked Tycho.
"If you count the one on the way, 17.
17?
5 children, and they've all had 2 or 3 kids of their own. It happens faster than you realize.
And I suppose all your children could go on to have more kids."
"I'm sure they will. And my family isn't unusual by any means. I have friends younger than me with more grandchildren." She gave a low whistle. They were drawing near their first stop. She sat upright and peered out, curious to finally meet the person they were going to see. The network of people working on Agrav rarely met. When they did, it was only in 2s or 3s, in case they were arrested. She had never encountered the person who had offered to give her spare machine parts. She only knew him by his code name of Jamie Bond. When she'd heard the name, she'd thought it was his real name, but he'd explained it was the name of a famous Earth spy. The name was very boring. It was no wonder that Jamie Bond's story had been lost to obscurity. What did the real person look like? During their comms on the secret network, she'd been impressed with his insightful comments and quirky sense of humour. She had formed a mental image of a man in his late 20s, highly intelligent and probably quite handsome too. In her most candid moments, she'd admitted to herself she'd developed a bit of a crush. The autovan had reached its destination and parked outside a 1-story home that looked as though it had only just been built.
"It's so small."
"Not necessarily," Tycho replied. "This is one of the new designs. We're only seeing the upper story. The rest of the structure is below ground."
"To talk to the feeler?"
"To talk to the feeler. I haven't been inside one yet, but I've seen plans. These places contain 2 or more floors where the feeler have access to come and visit."
2 or more floors just to speak to them?
That seems excessive. At our place it's only really our grandchildren who interact with the feeler, but many adults are getting into the habit too.
Wow, we'll be hearing about the first human and feeler marriage next.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wonder what their kids will look like.
The front door opened and a boy about 12 years old came out. He trotted up to the van's window, which Tycho lowered.
"Are you deadly after midnight?"
the boy asked. Wilder's stomach sank in disappointment.
"No, that's me. You're Jamie Bond?"
The boy's eyes widened.
"I thought you were a man. I thought you were different too. Do you have the stuff?" "I do, but I'll need a hand bringing it all out."
"I can do that," said Tycho. "You wait here deadly after midnight." He seemed to be stifling a smile as he climbed out.
"Shouldn't you be in school?"
Wilder asked Jamie Bond.
He grinned. "I'll be back in a minute."
It took Jamie and Tycho 3 trips to carry all the parts to the van. When everything was safely stowed, Tycho climbed into his seat. Wilder thanked Jamie Bond sincerely. She'd quickly gotten over her letdown over his true identity, and her feelings had altered to admiration. She'd assumed his parents didn't know he was working on Agrav. Hiding the truth from them would take plenty of smart thinking.
"It's no problem,"
Jamie replied.
"Good luck with whatever it is you're doing."
The temptation to tell him about her breakthrough was huge. The only thing she liked more than working on interesting stuff was talking about it, and she was very proud to be the first person in the underground group to have achieved success. But she couldn't afford the delay. She had to collect Piddle and Puddle and meet the feeler shuttles.
"You too," she said. "I'm going to be off network for a couple of weeks. Could you tell the others? I hope to have something very important to announce." "Not if I get there first."
The auto van drove away. The first part of her preparations for leaving Concordia was over. Now all she needed was her 2 small friends. After leaving the highway outside Anwen, it was a 20-minute drive to the remaining patch of forest that had once covered Sidher. The road to Cerberus was well paved, but the offshoot running to the forest was falling into disrepair. No one except her had lived out this way for years. Autocars and autovans had no function for avoiding potholes, perhaps because they were rare. Their vehicle hit the holes at full speed, jerking her in her seat and making her teeth judder. She was studying the view closely, looking for signs of CED or military transports Cherry might have sent out. But the surrounding landscape was empty of human life. Scrub plants grew tall and rough, and in the distance was the darker green of the forest. "You know, there's still time to change your mind," said Tycho. "We can turn around and go back to Oceanside. Steffi and I would be happy for you to stay with us for as long as you like."
"And I appreciate it, but now I've had time to think, I'm really looking forward to this vacation on the Opportunity. I know it must seem weird, but the idea of spending days and weeks utterly alone is blissful to me."
"No, you don't sound weird. I understand, and don't forget I've known you a long time. You haven't changed." After they'd driven another couple of minutes, Tycho said, "How are we going to play this? I don't see anyone lurking to catch you. Where do you want to park?" She had already given some thought to the question.
"If someone's already watching us from the cover of the forest, there isn't a lot we can do about it. I'm going to have to go in alone, keeping my ears and eyes open. I know that place like the back of my hand. I should be able to spot anything suspicious right away. If I see an ambush in the making, I'll come running back to you. Hopefully I'll make it before they catch me."
"No way! I'm coming in there with you. I'm not going to let you take the risk alone. You're just a girl." She cocked an eyebrow at him.
"I might be just a girl, but you're an old man, my friend. I'd beat you in a race any day."
He folded his arms. "Not in your current state, you wouldn't."
"Let's not argue about it, okay? I know the forest much better than you, the part I live in at least.
I have to admit you're right on that score. It was a sad day when we left the tree village. The trees were all dying, so there was no point in staying. In another few weeks we would have had nowhere to live. But it was sad all the same. It was where Steffi and I grew up, fell in love, and got married, all while we were working on Cerberus. It was a hard time in some ways, especially after we realized you might not be back for a very long time, if ever. But we built many happy memories there, and now it's all gone, thanks to the Scythians. If it weren't for them, there would have been no Sidher. There would have been no Cerberus, nor any of the other secret military bases. The trees wouldn't have died. Concordia would have been a different place. There's no point in mourning might-have-beens. Look, we're nearly there. Tell the car to stop near that tree overhanging the road. After I get out, turn it around so it's ready to drive back the way we came. The track pretty much peters out in another couple of 100 meters. The autocar stopped in the shade of the tree she had indicated. It was around the spot where Quinn would be landing the shuttles, but they hadn't arrived yet. It was mid-afternoon. She had plenty of time to pick up Piddle and Puddle, providing she didn't meet any obstacles. A few moments later, she was stepping carefully and quietly through the undergrowth, heading toward her home. She was taking a circuitous route, approaching her tree from a different direction than her usual one, hoping this might give her an advantage if Cherry had stationed anyone there. Though she'd only been away 4 nights, it felt much longer. The forest felt fresh, new and foreign, as if she were visiting it for the first time. The sensations she experienced were acute. The cool, moist air on her skin and in her lungs, the scent of damp, rotting organic matter, and the dappled, shifting sunlight slanting through the canopy. Yet she also knew exactly where she was and where she was going. Nothing looked unfamiliar, out of place or disturbed. Perhaps Cherry had decided to leave her alone after all, but she wasn't going to take any chances. She crept closer to her tree. Chapter 24. "I'm sorry for threatening to call the CED, said Cherry as her autocar neared her home. "I'm sorry I overreacted, and I would never have you forcibly sedated." She gave a shudder and put her hand over her eyes. What the hell had she been thinking? When she'd heard the Guardians had sedated Aubrio, she'd been outraged. Even though the man was an asshole. Even though if she'd been forced to choose someone to be sedated, it would have been him, she'd been incensed. She couldn't believe the gall of the creatures, their arrogance in deciding to deprive someone of their consciousness. And then she'd gone and threatened to do the same thing to Wilder. Would the girl ever forgive her? Probably not, and she wouldn't blame her. In Wilder's shoes, she certainly would never forgive anyone who threatened to do that to her. It was easy enough to tell herself she'd done it out of concern for her young friend, who was hurt and vulnerable. But depriving someone who is entirely sane of their freedom for their own good made no sense at all. Were her constant worries and fears over the safety of the colony getting to her? Ever since Aubrio had resigned, she had felt her responsibilities weighing even more heavily on her shoulders. He'd been the only one who had taken the threat to the colony seriously, but even he had lost interest and commitment. Even Meredith was putting politics before planetary security. Cherry's car stopped. She was home already. Her rehearsed speech entirely disappeared from her mind. It didn't matter. She would just tell Wilder exactly what she thought, offer her a deep apology, and express the wish that her friend would remain living with her until she was better. But if she wanted to leave, she could, and no one would stop her. Cherry got out of her car and paused before going into her house. The street was dark, like the rest of Anwen. Motion-activated solar-powered lights would guide approaching pedestrians, but they were the only source of light. The house windows in the little dead-end road gave out no rays.
Either their occupants weren't home, or they had made the windows opaque. It was something, she admitted to herself. All the settlements followed the same rule: no visible lights at night. The autocars didn't carry headlights. They didn't need them to navigate. The cars only had small side lights to warn pedestrians of their presence and avoid accidents. She walked up the path to her small home. It was quite late. Finishing up at the hospital and visiting Meredith had taken up more time than she would have liked. She hoped Wilder had made herself plenty to eat. Maybe she was asleep already. If she was, Cherry wouldn't wake her. She would apologize to her in the morning. As she stepped into her home, she sensed something was wrong. Air moved against her skin. That was it. She always kept her windows closed whenever she was out. Had Wilder opened a window? Unease settling over her, Cherry tried to guess the source of the breeze. It seemed to be coming from her kitchen. "Wilder," she called softly, not wanting to wake the girl if she was asleep. The kitchen door was half open. She opened it the rest of the way and stepped in. The light turned on, revealing an open window above the sanitizer. Night creatures began flying in, drawn by the light. She reached over the sanitizer and pulled the window closed. Her stomach sank. A scenario was building in her head. In her mind, she saw Wilder come downstairs and try to open the front and back doors. Their locks only responded to Cherry's touch, an experimental design that read the unique mixtures of skin chemicals. She'd been trying the new system out. The doors would not have opened for Wilder. Not to be foiled in her escape attempt, had her young friend gone through the kitchen window instead? Cherry looked into her yard. It was impossible to see anything in the blackness and the window's reflection of the indoor light, but she knew it was empty anyway. Her heart heavy. She checked the kitchen for Wilder's pain medication. It was gone. Some food seemed to have been taken too. Cherry didn't mind in the slightest. She wished her friend had taken more. By the time she climbed the stairs and went into the spare bedroom, she had no expectation of finding Wilder sleeping peacefully. There was no sign of the girl, of course. Dolefully, Cherry sat down on the empty bed. Where had Wilder gone? Was she okay? She was still far from well, and she had no comm. Cherry had requested a new one for her, but it hadn't arrived yet. Had she returned to her treehouse? Cherry called the CED and introduced herself to the operating sergeant. "Good evening, ma'am. How can I help you?" "I'd like you to send someone to..." After a pause, the sergeant said, "Yes, ma'am." "No, it's okay. Never mind." "Are you sure, ma'am?" "Yes." She closed the comm. Wilder's home had no address, and even if it had, sending over a CED officer to find her and check on her would only add fuel to the fire. She also couldn't go over there herself. She would be the last person in all of Concordia Wilder would want to see. She had another idea. She commed Kez. Wilder might also be angry at him for allowing the Agrav machine to escape. But he hadn't entirely betrayed her trust. Wilder might be prepared to talk to him. But Kez didn't answer. What should she do? She hated the thought of Wilder, injured and angry, trying to get home. Perhaps fearing that the CED or even the military were looking for her. A comm arrived. "What?" Cherry barked. Something's happened at the Chimera excavation site, ma'am." "Something's happened? What kind of statement is that? Who am I speaking to?" In her preoccupation, she had missed the caller's ID. "Colonel Fletcher, ma'am. The officer she'd met at Cerberus." "Please be more exact in your language, Colonel, or we could be here all night." "There's been an accident at the Chimera excavation site." "Right. Was anyone seriously hurt? Is the project delayed?" "No, and I don't think so, or..." "So why are you comming me?" She fought to keep her anger from spilling over into her tone, without much success. "Ma'am, if you would give me a moment to explain." She rubbed her temples.
Go ahead, Fletcher. You have my undivided attention. I only just received the news, but apparently the incident happened about an hour and a half ago. One of the excavators was removing bedrock when he broke through into a massive underground chamber. His machine nearly fell into it, but the other workers managed to get a few lines fixed to it, and they pulled it back from the brink. He's okay. She bit her tongue, waiting for the non-story to come to an end. Caves might be interesting to some people, but she had more important things on her mind. Ma'am, the cavern he broke into, from the recording the supervisor has sent, it looks like an underground city. Now he had her full attention.
A city? Are you sure?
I'm positive, ma'am. I have no idea what it means, but I thought you should know about it. Should I send you the vid?
Please do.
She had an idea what the discovery might be, but she didn't want to jump to any conclusions. On the other hand, if there really was a city beneath the desert in Sardine, there was no doubt in her mind about who had built it.
Colonel, the man who broke through into the chamber, are you sure he's okay? Did he suffer any breathing difficulties?
I'm not sure about that, to be honest. All I know is his supervisor told me they got him out, and he seemed fine.
Tell them to take him to a medical facility immediately for a full checkup, especially his lungs. I don't think there's a hospital on Sardine yet, but there must be some kind of medical centre. And tell the supervisor to evacuate the entire excavation site and seal the entrances.
She didn't know anything about the atmosphere the Scythians had breathed before screwing up their planet's ecosystem. The gases that might remain in the city could be harmless to humans, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious.
Oh, and tell the supervisor to remind his workers about the secrecy clause in their contracts. I don't want a single word of this to get out.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask, do you have an idea what this place might be?
Anything you have the clearance to know about, you'll find out in due course.
Yes, ma'am. I'll pass on the message. I've sent the vid.
Thank you for passing on this information so promptly, Fletcher. It could turn out to be extremely important.
Just doing my job, ma'am. She needed to speak to Meredith, but she would watch the vid first and check that Fletcher wasn't seeing things that weren't there. But she doubted it. He seemed to be intelligent and rational. After informing Meredith, she would travel to Sardine and see this city for herself. If it really was what she thought it was, the place might yield a huge amount of information, potentially vital to helping repel the Scythians if they attacked. She also had to address the problem of the Guardian, Faina, if that was what it was. She hadn't given up on getting the thing destroyed. At least for the moment, it was safely secured in the oceanside prison. She stood up in order to go to the tabletop interface. As she rose, she remembered Wilder. She'd temporarily forgotten about the girl and her plight. She sat down again. Shit, what a time for this to happen. But could she help Wilder now anyway? What was done, and Cherry couldn't take her words back. She decided to calm Kes and tell him everything that had happened. Perhaps he could help Wilder. It would be an imposition when he was already so busy, but he really cared about the girl and he would want to help her. Cherry calmed him again. Again, he didn't answer. She left him a message as she opened the vid Fletcher had sent. All she could do now was to hope Wilder didn't come to any harm.
Chapter 25. Cherry had to wake up a pilot to fly her to Sardine. She waited for him impatiently on the roof of a government building. It was past 1 in the morning and a cold wind had risen. She waited in the darkness, hugging herself with her one arm to try to keep warm. She hadn't even thought to put on a jacket before leaving home. While she waited, she pulled out her interface to watch the recording of the underground city again. The vid's clarity wasn't great. Low light conditions and the basic interface recorder used meant the images were often fuzzy and too dark to make out clearly. But even on her very first viewing, she had been forced to agree with Fletcher's assessment. The excavator had broken through into a vast subterranean metropolis. No geological formations could resemble the curved, towering edifices or detailed regular constructions. The city hadn't been built by humans. It looked nothing like the streets and houses of Oceanside. But it had been built, and the shapes she saw struck a pang of fear in her guts. They were reminiscent of the curved, pointed Scythian ships. Her comm received a request from the pilot, Zapata.
Yes? Where are you? I've been waiting 15 minutes.
I'm here, Ma'am. I'm downstairs. I can't get in.
Yes, you can. Go to the panel. I added you to the system.
The building had only autonomous security protecting it from unauthorized entry. It was a situation that had surprised her, and one that she intended to rectify at the earliest opportunity. She would explain to Meredith that all government buildings required human security guards round the clock. Her own clearance overrode all military and governmental security systems. She could even walk right inside the leader's residence. She had simply entered the building, but of course the pilot couldn't do the same. Eventually he stood next to her and the heli. He was bulky, not at all how she had imagined pilots who flew the small aircraft and even smaller helis.
We're flying to Sardine.
Is that going to be a problem? The large bearded man looked up into the starless sky and wet a finger to feel the breeze.
Rain's coming, and I don't like the wind speed, but I'll give it a try.
Good, let's go. The heli was already straining against its docking clamps, the light blades lifting in the wind. She had to hold on tight to the door frame in order to climb into the passenger seat. Zapata's weight soon settled the craft, however, as he entered on the other side. She put on the ear mufflers and fastened her harness.
What are the coordinates?
Zapata asked as he started up the engine. I'll input them. Just get us into the air. There was no need for the pilot to know Chimera's location. As soon as the trip was over, she would wipe it from the log and tell him to forget where they'd gone. She tapped the numbers into the console. The heli's rotor was already spinning. Zapata released the docking clamps, and immediately the machine swept upward at an angle, pushed sideways by the wind. He gripped the controls, forcing the heli to turn. It banked sharply, caught by a sudden gust. She reached out to brace herself against the window as the heli almost turned on its side.
Windier than I thought.
Are you sure you can make it?
She wanted to go to Sardine, but she also wanted to arrive.
I'll try. I'll have to fly on manual the whole way. The autopilot won't cope with this wind. We'll end up in the drink. If conditions seem like they're getting worse, I'll turn back. Is that a deal, General?
It's a deal. He was bringing the air vessel around in a circle as he rose higher, turning it to face the coast. The night was hellish black, and as the ground dropped beneath them, she lost sight of any signs of civilization. The blackout rules seemed to be working, for all the good it might do when they came under attack. When, not if. Others might not believe it, but there was no doubt in her mind that the Scythians would be back, and when they didn't receive their tribute, Concordia must defend herself. At least they now knew the secret of the Scythian spiders. Even before the building of Cerberus, Ethan had put defences in place to prevent the spiders from entering any constructed area, unless dropped exactly onto it from above. If that happened, every Concordian knew how to defend himself or herself. Or did they? Cherry made a mental note to check that the drill was still being taught in schools. The way things were going, it wouldn't surprise her if it had been dropped from the curriculum. The ETA was 3 hours away, according to the console display. Still worried about Wilder, Cherry tried to comm Kez again, but she didn't expect an answer and got none. He must have taken out his earcom for the night. Next, she sent the recordings of the Scythian city to Meredith. She had held off on sending them until the leader would most likely be asleep. She wouldn't see them until she awoke. Cherry didn't mark the file as a priority. It was a sneaky, underhand move, but the more she thought about the situation, the more reluctant she was to allow Meredith to dictate what should happen. Since their discussion about the Guardian, Cherry had lost faith in the leader's ability to do the right thing. What if Meredith ordered Chimera to be closed off due to safety concerns? There might be a crucial clue to the Scythians lying somewhere in the abandoned city that would never be found. Cherry couldn't allow that to happen. She wouldn't allow that to happen, and so she'd taken it upon herself to try to prevent it from happening by accessing the site before Meredith even woke up. It was a risky move. Meredith might demand her resignation, but Cherry had to do whatever she could to protect her home. The sun was tinting the horizon of Sadine's desert as the heli neared the construction site. All there was to identify the place was a handful of monster trucks and a large hole in the ground. "Taking her down," Zapata said. He'd flown the heli well in bad conditions. A headwind had wrestled them all the way across the ocean, adding another half an hour to their flight. Buffeted by unpredictable gusts, Zapata had managed the light craft with skill. He hadn't spoken much, but Cherry had seen his lips thinning with tense concentration. She guessed she was lucky they hadn't ended up in the drink. Just as she was finally relaxing and thanking the stars the journey was over, the wind gave them one last parting blow, whipping the heli upward when they weren't far from the ground. For the first time, Zapata cursed. She admired his restraint. He brought the craft down again. "No restraints." He nodded toward the ground. "She'll blow away as soon as I get out, maybe even before. You'll have to jump. I'll take off and try to land her near the coast. I heard there's a helipad at the port." "Okay, tell me when." She prepared to slide open the door. The heli was 15 or so meters above the ground and dropping fast. Zapata did something to slow the descent. 5, 4, 3... The wind-blown grey desert sand was rushing up at a dizzying pace, despite the pilot's efforts. 2, 1, go! She tore open the door and leapt out. She hit sand, which felt surprisingly hard for sand, and managed to roll to lessen the impact, but the breath was knocked out of her all the same. As she came to a stop, she craned her neck upward and saw the heli rising, though its flight was erratic. The strong wind must be blowing in through the door she'd opened, creating even more problems for Zapata as he tried to control the craft. Panting, she rose to her feet, still watching the heli. It flew higher, catching the rays of the as yet invisible sun. Its flight evened out. Zapata had managed to close the door. The craft banked and then flew away in the direction of the coast. "Have fun," came Zapata's voice over comm. Releasing a held breath, she brushed the sand from her pants. A man was approaching from the parked trucks. It had to be the site supervisor. Now was her chance to see this secret city. If she was unlucky, she might only have a couple of hours before Meredith found out what she was doing and possibly put a stop to it. Realistically, she knew she couldn't hope to explore the Scythian metropolis within that time, but perhaps she might discover something to prevent the leader from giving a stupid order. Chapter 26. Cherry was annoyed to discover no gas masks were available for entering the Chimera construction site. She had assumed they would either be here or easy to acquire quickly. "Don't the workers wear them routinely?" She glared up at the tall, scrawny supervisor, Alan, forced to raise her voice over the noise of the wind. "What about the risk of poisonous gases leaking from underground vents?" She was no geologist, but even she knew the dangers of entering unexplored subterranean regions. There had been a couple of incidents where miners had been evacuated, when methane had suddenly flooded an area. "All our workers are protected in their cabs, ma'am," Alan replied. "The vehicles sound an alarm when they detect anything dangerous. We do very little on the ground work. That's the job of the finishing crew." "Okay, can you order some masks? How long would they take to arrive?" "I can try. I don't know if there are any available in Sadine. Might have to order them from Oceanside."
Then we're looking at this evening at the earliest, assuming the shippers can find a pilot willing to brave this wind. The wind showed no signs of dropping. If anything, it seemed to have increased in the short time it had taken her to walk from the spot where she'd arrived. Everyone was standing leeward of the trucks, but the violent air whipped them on both sides, carrying with it a stinging sand. The rays of the rising sun were making no dent in the chilly atmosphere. "Damn it," she said, half to herself. The longer it took to go into the Scythian city, the greater the chances were that Meredith would put a stop to her investigation. "We could drive you in there," said Alan. "You would be safe inside one of our survey vehicles." How would that work? According to what she'd seen on the recording, there was a deep drop from the point the excavator had broken through to the city. "We could lower a vehicle on a few lines. It wouldn't be too hard to rig something up." Exploring from within the confines of a vehicle wouldn't be ideal, but it was better than nothing. "Let's try it. I'll have to unseal the site, of course." The excavator registered no toxic gases? "None at all." "I'm prepared to take the risk, but I'm not going to command anyone else to do so. I only want volunteers to accompany me. I might need some people to help me move stuff." She didn't need to explain any further. Her lack of one arm was plain for all to see. "You won't have any shortage of volunteers. I had a hard time keeping people out of the place. They're all dying to know what's in there." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." The small, boxy survey vehicle held 4 seats, but they were closely crammed together and the roof was low. The top of Alan's head brushed it as he climbed into the driver's seat. All the controls were manual. This was a car you had to actually drive. He passed her a hard hat and a pair of thick gloves. The tyres were fat and there was plenty of clearance to deal with rocky terrain. 2 excavators had volunteered, begged in fact, to come along. Both crowded into the back seat. She sat in the front and turned to face the woman and man sitting behind. "I know Alan has already told you this, but I'm going to say it again. Nothing you see in there can be discussed with anyone else. Not ever. Not unless you receive clearance directly from me. Understood?" They nodded, appearing taken aback by her serious tone. They'd been excited to be allowed to come along. "My name's Pearl, by the way." She was blonde-haired, green-eyed and pale-skinned, which was unusual among Concordians. The man's colouring was the same as Cherry's, and the most common: olive skin, brown-black eyes and black hair. Both wore work overalls and hard hats. The man's eyes were almond-shaped, like Wilder's. Cherry guiltily recalled her most recent encounter with the young woman and the poor hospitality she'd received. "And I'm Laurie," said the black-haired man. "Everyone ready?" Alan asked. She faced forward and nodded. The car surged forward, pushing her into her seat. The car's engine was powerful for a small vehicle. In a few moments they were racing toward the site entrance. The tunnel opened above ground, but sloped quickly downward. Alan drove the car into darkness, and its headlights beamed out. When he issued a voice command, metallic gears started up somewhere ahead. The tunnel continued to slope down. Dark grey solid metal doors pulled apart. A line of lights blinked on along the tunnel roof beyond them. The constructed roof disappeared and was replaced by roughly hewn stone. They were underground, nearing the excavated chamber that would become Chimera, Concordia's 5th missile silo. She had never seen one of the military defence sites under construction. The other 4 had been built while she'd been off-planet, each project a major drain on resources. She hadn't looked up the figures, but roughly half of the colony's productive effort, from the mining operations to the munitions factories, was devoted to constructing and arming the silos. It had become a source of contention. She didn't follow current affairs as closely as she probably should, but even she had heard the rumblings of discontent that so much effort and economic value was spent on defence.
Still, it was no excuse for Meredith's decision to reduce the budget. They reached the end of the access tunnel. Alan drove directly into the excavation site. Powerful lights on stands were positioned centrally, though widely spaced apart, linked by wires to a generator. Though their beams were too strong to look directly into, they failed to penetrate the darkness overhead. The gouged-out, distant edges of the chamber were visible, however. The ground was even, but still bore the marks of excavation drilling. The rock was a uniform sandy grey. Several of the monster excavators stood abandoned. A flimsy portable building and a row of portable latrines were the only constructions. "We've dug to the lowest level," Alan explained. "We would have finished the job in 4 days, bang on schedule. Then this happened." Ignoring the man's complaint, Cherry asked, "What's the atmosphere like out there?" "The alarm will go off if the car's instruments detect anything dangerous." "That's the spot over there, right?" She pointed at a hole where the rear of one excavator poked out. 2 more of the machines were attached to it by thick lines of twisted wire. "Let's check it out." Alan drove them over, remarking to the backseat passengers, "If we want to take this into the city, we'll have to move Bunny's machine out of the way." "That won't take long," Pearl said. "Yeah, no problem," added Laurie. The excavators looked even bigger close up. They were bigger than many houses Cherry had seen. Pearl and Laurie jumped out and trotted over to the separate machines. They had to climb up the outside on steps to reach the cabs. When they started them up, the massive engine sent vibrations through the floor of the car. In 3 or 4 minutes, Laurie and Pearl had backed up the excavators, taking up the slack on the lines attaching them to the 3rd machine and pulling it all the way out, revealing the powerful drill. Laurie and Pearl hopped back into the car, slammed the doors, and Alan spurred it into the vacant space. They soon lost the benefit of the brilliant site lights and relied once more on the vehicle's beams, which revealed more bare rock and then nothing. "This is it!" Alan slammed on the brakes. He'd stopped just short of the brink of a hole. Beyond lay only blackness. "I can't see anything," Cherry said. "I took that vid when Bunny's excavator lights were shining in. This car's lights are 10 times weaker. We won't see much until we get down there. What we need to do now is fix the lines we brought along. Then Laurie or Pearl can lower us." "Pearl can do it," said Laurie. "Forget it," she replied. "I'm going down too." "No way," Laurie retorted. "I'm not sitting up here while you 3 have all the fun." "Quit fighting," said Alan. "Figure it out between yourselves. I'm going to start securing the lines." Cherry was forced to wait impatiently while Pearl and Laurie played a hand game to decide who would go into the city. Laurie lost and cursed. He stomped away down the tunnel. A moment later he returned, driving the massive excavator. The system they created didn't look particularly safe. Laurie drove the vehicle to the brink of the cavern containing the city. Then all 3 excavation crew members tied metal lines to parts of the survey vehicle before winding them around the drill. The idea was that Laurie would gently nudge the survey car off the precipice and slowly turn the drill to lower it. "Do you know how far it is to the bottom?" Cherry asked. "Roughly," Alan replied. "Don't worry. I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time." Cherry was pretty sure he hadn't been creating makeshift winches in order to lower vehicles into ancient Scythian cities for a long time, but she let it go. She didn't have time to wait for a better, safer option. She was safe from interference for a short while due to the fact that the excavation site was out of direct comm range. If Meredith wanted to stop her badly enough, she would have to send an order by human messenger. Pearl sat in the middle of the back seat to even out the balance. Alan released the brake so the car wouldn't resist when Laurie pushed it forward. Faced by utter darkness, broken only by 2 slim beams of light from the headlamps, Cherry couldn't resist gripping the side of her seat tightly. Their seat belts wouldn't provide much protection if the car plunged hundreds of meters to a rocky floor. There was a bump as the excavator made contact, and then a slow slide forward. The front of the car rolled off the edge, dipping down. The lines attached to it jerked as they took the vehicle's weight. Cherry's heart raced. The rear of the car dropped off the rocky ledge. This drop was lower and the jerk harder as the rear lines prevented the car from falling. They began to move downward. Something about the way Alan and the others had wound the line made the car seesaw. The front would dip and then the rear in a rhythmic fashion. The movement didn't appear to surprise or worry Cherry's companions. She concentrated on trying to catch her first sight of the Scythian city. The survey car's swinging beams revealed tantalizing glimpses. A sweeping curve here, a slender point there. She longed to see the whole place. It would be impossible, of course. She would be confined to viewing whatever was illuminated by the car and the flashlights they'd brought along. The city hadn't seen the light of day for tens or perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. A sudden puzzlement struck her. It's strange, don't you think? I don't know much about geology, but shouldn't this city have been filled in with sand from the desert? How come the space around the buildings is still hollow? Yeah, said Pearl. I was thinking that too. You're right, said Alan. It's normal for man-made, or artificially made, I should say, structures to sink over time as the land around them rises. A place this big and this deep should be a pile of sand and weather-worn remains by now. My guess is that it's covered by a roof, a dome of some kind, probably. The land's risen up around it, covering it over, but the weight of the desert sand hasn't broken through the roof. Yet, Cherry said. Yet. But when it does, said Pearl. Woo-wee! That's gonna be one hell of a landslide. A landslide we don't want to be under, said Cherry. Alan's explanation made even more sense, knowing what she knew. Concordia's atmosphere had begun to become unbreathable for the Scythians, so they had enclosed their cities to protect their citizens from the dangerous gases. She hoped the dome would hold a little while longer. Chapter 27. 3 flashlight beams swung over the facade of a construction. Now that Cherry was seeing one of the structures in real life and up close, she was certain this was no geological phenomenon. The surface was too smooth and regular, and 3 types of material coloured soft pink, green and purple had been used to create it. Each part slotted into the next to create a mosaic effect, but with no discernible pattern. Is it safe to touch, do you think? Pearl asked softly. I dunno why you're whispering, said Alan, his voice booming and echoing in the vast, dark chamber. Nothing's been alive in here for a long while. No one's going to hear you. No one and nothing. Would they be the first humans to discover what the Scythians looked like? Though the Galactic Assembly had furnished the colony with image files of all its members, it had been unable to supply them with pictures of the Scythians. Did anyone in the galaxy know anything about the hostile aliens' appearance? The parvas had said they didn't breathe oxygen, but a different gas. Would that affect the form their bodies took? Pearl was creeping closer to the edifice. Don't touch it, said Cherry. At least, not yet. We need to try to figure out if it's safe first. She wished Kes was here. He would know the correct and safe procedure to follow in the circumstances. If only he'd answered his comm when she'd tried to contact him about Wilder. But he'd been busy or asleep, and she hadn't had time to wait. The air was chilly and musky, and the ground was so thick with dust they were sinking into it ankle deep. It made walking difficult. It would also make running hard if they had to get away from something, and winching the survey vehicle out of the chasm would be a slow process. If anything did attack, they didn't stand a chance. As Alan had said, nothing could remain alive, but that didn't mean the Scythians hadn't left behind something synthetic, designed to come to life if ever their ancient home was invaded. "What now?" Alan asked. "Do we go inside?"
"I can't see a way in," said Pearl,
playing her flashlight's beam over the dusty surface. Cherry pointed her light upward, wondering if the Scythians had windows in their buildings, but all she could see was the same random arrangement of 3 differently coloured and textured materials. "I should tell you two something. Before we go any further, I want you to know what you might be getting into. But again, not a word of this to anyone else."
"I think I know what you're going to say."
"You do? Tell me."
"You're going to say this place was built by the Scythians."
Pearl's eyes grew round. "Was it?" Cherry said, "I don't know for sure, but that is what I think. You probably heard about the delegation of parvas currently visiting us. Well, one reason they came was to tell us Concordia is the Scythians' origin planet. They evolved here and built a civilization, but then they did something to alter the ecological balance, and over time the atmosphere became flooded with oxygen, which is poisonous to them."
"So they left," said Alan. "The roof over this place makes sense now."
"Whoa," Pearl breathed. "Darn it." "What's wrong?" asked Cherry. "I know one of the most significant facts in the history of Concordia, and I can't tell a soul about it." "I'm not sure it's going to be a secret for much longer," said Cherry. "But please control yourself for a while, until the news is out."
"So we've stolen their home," said Alan.
"So what?" Pearl said. "It isn't like they can use it. It's better for us to colonize Concordia than allow a habitable planet to go to waste." "Let's save the philosophical argument for another day," said Cherry. "I'm going to try something." She gave Alan her flashlight and gently wiped a green section of wall. She'd only been meaning to wipe off some of the dust to get a better look at the join between 2 colours, hoping there might be a way to pull the sections apart. But what she discovered made her jump backward in surprise. "What's wrong?" asked Pearl. "It's soft." Cherry had been expecting to encounter a hard, unyielding surface, like the wall of every human building. But the Scythian material had given away easily under the pressure of her hand. "Look, you can see an indent where I touched it." A depression in the rough shape of 4 fingertips had appeared. "It feels spongy, like a dessert I had once. I can't remember its name." "Mousse?" Pearl asked. "That's it." Alan was already reaching out to also touch the wall. Before Cherry could tell him to stop, he'd made contact. His hand sank in. He continued to push. His wrist disappeared, and then half his forearm. She had a vision of Alan suddenly being yanked from his feet and pulled bodily into the wall. "Stop! Don't do that!" His arm was buried up to his elbow. "What can you feel?" asked Pearl.
"I'm through to the other side. I can't feel much, though. Just emptiness."
"Take your arm out," Cherry said. He pulled, then grimaced.
"I can't."
"Oh no!" Pearl exclaimed. Alan pulled again, straining against the grip of the wall.
"Shit! It's stuck hard."
"Damn it!" Cherry said. "Keep trying to pull it out. I'll see if I can think of something." But what could they do? If they tried to use the survey car to pull him out, his arm could be torn from its socket. She asked, "Do you have anything in the trunk of the car that might work as a solvent? Maybe we could dissolve the area around your arm."
"There's a bottle of hydrochloric acid."
"Don't use that," said Pearl. "That'll dissolve your arm too." Suddenly he slipped his arm out from the wall and burst into laughter, whooping and doubling up, his hands clutching his sides. "Oh, Alan," said Pearl, "that wasn't funny. I was really worried." The supervisor straightened up and wiped his eyes.
"You should have seen your faces."
Cherry glared. "No more stunts like that, or you wait back in the vehicle."
Sorry, couldn't resist. She rolled her eyes and then turned her attention to the place where Alan had stuck his arm. A hole marked the surface, but it was closing. Material from all sides was oozing inward. As an experiment, she touched a purple area. The material was tougher and grainy. She pressed a pink section. This substance was firmest of them all, but it still had some give. This green part is wide enough for me to fit through, Alan said. What do you say? Should we all go inside?
No, not all of us, Cherry replied. Someone needs to stay out to alert Laurie if we get into difficulties, so he can go and get help. I'll stay behind if no one minds, Pearl said. I was excited to come here, but now this place is seriously giving me the creeps. I'd rather not go any further. Cherry knew exactly what she meant. There was something deeply disturbing about the Scythian city. The feeling it gave her was something akin to how she had felt during her time at the Galactic Assembly space station, only it was much worse. This place made her skin crawl. Alan was already pulling the green material apart to create an entrance. Better check there's air in there. He put his nose at the gap and sniffed cautiously. Smells like shit. I'll bring the car over and run a pipe inside so we can use the instrumentation to test for dangerous gases. While he returned to the survey vehicle, Cherry also leaned into the gap and gave a tentative sniff. This time Alan hadn't been joking. The air inside the construction did indeed smell like human feces. He drove up and leaned out of the window. I had an idea. That patch of green stuff there looks big enough to fit the car. I want to try and drive her right inside. Good thinking, said Cherry. If there were pockets of dangerous gases within the Scythian structure, they would be much safer inside the car. They would be able to drive out as soon as the alarm sounded, breathing the air in the vehicle. She climbed in and Pearl moved off to the side. Alan drove the car directly at the wall. The surface initially gave some resistance. It seemed to be stronger when a wide area was impacted than when something smaller was pushed in. The engine noise rose as it strained, but then the material began to give way. The car inched forward and the green substance stretched. A gap opened, and then, all of a sudden, with an odd ripping noise, the surface broke and they drove into the inner darkness. Chapter 28. Kes was on his 4th beer and he was feeling lightheaded. He wasn't used to drinking alcohol. He didn't like to drink in front of Isabel when she couldn't due to being pregnant, though she never objected. It seemed deeply inconsiderate to him to indulge in something while the person you loved could not, and you had contributed to the reason they could not. It was Isabel who was going through all the physical demands of carrying their baby and caring for a toddler at the same time. Giving up booze was the least he could do. Had been, he corrected himself. Giving up booze had been the least he could do, which wasn't to say he couldn't have done a lot more. He swallowed hard and put down his glass. Coming out to the bar had been a bad decision. The place was heaving. All of the people strangers as far as he'd noticed. He wasn't sure if that was better or not. On the one hand, he wouldn't have minded seeing a friendly face right now. On the other, a word of comfort or commiseration from a friend could tip him over the edge. He was barely holding it together as he was. He leaned his elbows on the bar and cupped his hands around the glass of beer, hunching over it, the purported memory and emotional pain obliterator. It didn't seem to be working. The scent of beer, spirits and cocktails hung in the air in the dimly lit space. Music was playing, louder than the chatter of voices. He didn't recognize the song, but then again he never did. He'd been out of touch with musical fashion for as long as he could remember. Even back on Earth, growing up, when all his classmates had raved about the latest hot band or singer, he'd had no idea what they were talking about.
Being unable to join in the discussions had left him somewhat isolated, but he hadn't minded much. All he needed was a few close friends and his work, just a handful of people he felt close to and who liked him or loved him, as Isabel had. He'd screwed up badly, and he didn't even know why. He lifted his glass to his lips and gulped several mouthfuls of beer. Should he make this one his last and head home? His visit to the bar wasn't achieving the desired effect. He didn't feel any lessening of the terrible empty ache in the pit of his stomach, or the overwhelming sense of regret and self-hatred. Yet he also couldn't bear the thought of returning to his dark, silent house, or his cold, empty bed. Just imagining it filled him with dread. Maybe he should find a place to stay for the night. If he managed to get a little sleep and take a shower in the morning, he might make it into work tomorrow. He hadn't conned them about his absence, and everyone was probably wondering what had happened to him. Earlier he'd tried to contact Isabel, but predictably every attempt was refused. He didn't blame her in the slightest. He'd left messages, but even to him his words sounded hollow. Eventually he'd given up. Next he'd thought about contacting the office, planning on making up some excuse to take the day off, but he'd felt his throat thicken. He'd known he wouldn't get through the conversation without his voice breaking. He'd received notifications that Cherry wanted to speak to him, but he hadn't replied. Knowing he was incapable of dealing with anything, he drained his beer, still indecisive about whether or not to call it a night. He opened the interface set into the bar and scrolled through the list of drinks, wondering if he should try something stronger. But nothing caught his eye. He didn't need alcohol, he needed his wife and child. His chest ached, and something was forcing its way up his throat. Closing the interface, he rose from his stool, but a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder and pressed him down. A large figure swung onto the next stool and released his grip. Aubryo said, "Don't tell me you're leaving already, Ginger. I only just got here." "Yeah, sorry, I'm not feeling it." He stood up. "Come on, stay a minute. Have a drink. One drink. As mates. We never really bonded, did we, you and I? Now's our chance." As far as Kes knew, Aubryo had never bonded with anyone, except perhaps Cherry, though their relationship had seemed a matter of convenience. "Look, another time, okay? I'm not in a good... For fuck's sake! One drink isn't going to hurt you, is it? Is one fucking drink too much to ask?" He heaved a sigh and sat down, but he didn't order anything. He would stay 5 minutes to pacify the arrogant, bossy man and avoid an argument. Then he would go for a walk. He would walk all night if needed. Perhaps that would help. Aubryo had pulled his sleeve down over his hand and was using the edge to wipe spilled beer from the interface screen. When the surface was reasonably clean, he swiped the drinks list from left to right. His lips moved, but Kes couldn't hear what he was saying. The music and noise of the crowd was too loud. He finally made his selection and then straightened up and turned his attention to Kes. "Funny seeing you here. I didn't think you came to places like this. You strike me as more of a family man." "I am a family man." He left his response at that. He didn't owe Aubryo an explanation for his presence at the Anwen bar. Aubryo gave him a long look. "But not tonight, eh? Been arguing with the missus? She kicked you out?" He didn't answer. He didn't know where to look as he stoically bore Aubryo's scrutiny. "Nah, it's worse than that. If you'd had a fight, a bloke like you wouldn't be making things worse by pissing off down the pub. You'd be banging on the door, begging forgiveness, or on your way to buy flowers." Kes's lips thinned to a line. Normally Aubryo's rudeness didn't get to him. In fact, he barely took any notice of what the man said, unless he had to. But tonight his skin was not so tough. He glared at Orbrio, warning him with his eyes that if he continued pressing buttons, there would be consequences. Not that he stood the remotest chance of beating Orbrio in a fight. He would have his ass handed to him, but he wasn't in a state to care, and getting in just a few blows would feel damned good. Orbrio's eyebrows rose. "Don't tell me she left you." Kez's fist slammed into Orbrio's jaw with such a force he was thrown from his stool. He hit the floor. Kez stood over him, pain radiating from his knuckles, poised to hit Orbrio again. A hush had fallen over the bar as the patrons took in what had happened. Only the music played on. "Someone calm the CED," said a woman's voice. Orbrio raised a hand. "It's all right," he called out, beginning to rise to his feet. "No harm done, just a misunderstanding." Kez took a step backward, his fist remaining raised. He guessed Orbrio's reaction was a trick designed to make him let down his guard so Orbrio could retaliate. "Sit down," said Orbrio. "I don't want to hurt you. Let's forget about it." A drink was travelling along the narrow conveyor belt on the inner edge of the bar. The cocktail stopped in front of Orbrio. He picked up the yellow-green concoction, pulled out the curled lime peel garnish, and poured the entire contents of the glass down his throat. Kez realised Orbrio was very drunk and wondered why. Though Orbrio had many faults, Kez had heard no rumours he was an alcoholic. Curious about what was going on with the man, and a weird sense of camaraderie, drove Kez to stay for a while. He remembered Cherry telling him Orbrio had left the military. "What are you having?" Orbrio asked. "Don't make me drink alone. It's not polite." His speech was slightly slurred. How much had he drunk? Resistance to the effects of alcohol had to be built into the man's genetic code, along with every other physical and mental advantage available at the time. Orbrio must have already downed a considerable amount of booze. Kez was clearly not the only one with sorrows to drown tonight. "You should have one of these," said Orbrio, raising his empty glass. "Bloody good. Get you drunk fast. That's what we want, right?" "What was it?" "Dunno." Orbrio chuckled. "I forgot. Wait a minute, I'll find it again. Order one for both of us." He opened the order screen, swiped it, and jabbed it a couple of times. When he'd finished ordering, he said, without looking up, "I was married once. Bitch left me too." "My wife isn't a bitch," Kez said between his teeth. "All right, wind your neck in. I was talking about my ex, not yours." "She's not my ex." "Christ on a bike. Ah, here's our drinks. In the nick of time." He grabbed the 2 cocktails from the conveyor belt and passed one over. "Get that down your throat while I think of something to say that won't offend you." Kez sipped the cocktail. It was as strong as Orbrio had promised, the citrus flavours failing to disguise the powerful taste of mixed liquors. He swallowed and took another sip. "She only wanted me for my money," Orbrio said. "Thought she could get it too, despite the prenup. What an idiot, suing the richest man on earth. But then I didn't marry her for her brains. Maybe that was my mistake." Kez vaguely remembered the story of Orbrio's divorce in the news. The woman lost her claim for alimony and was required to pay Orbrio's court costs, which bankrupted her. The effect of the cocktail was spreading through Kez's body. "What do you care? With looks like yours, you could have any woman in this place, in Concordia even." "Could I?" Orbrio looked at him sidelong. "And if I could, would you want that? If you could swap places with me, would you?" Kez considered for only a moment before shaking his head. He had no interest in having every woman in the room. He knew himself too well. He would find no satisfaction or happiness in that. "See," Orbrio said, "it's not so great when you think about it. Not so great for me. We aren't the same, aren't we? I'm not sure about that." Kez gave a short laugh. "I am." He took another sip of his cocktail. No, you're wrong. In some ways we're very similar. Kes turned to face him. The man was physically flawless. He was also cocky, overbearing, boorish, and often deeply offensive. He'd been wrong to say Orbrio could have any woman in the bar. He could have the ones who only wanted a good time, and those who weren't discerning. But in fact he would struggle to attract someone like Isabel. Cariad had never liked him either. Sorry, but you're the one who's wrong. I can't think of a single thing we have in common. Orbio leaned in so close, Kes could smell the alcohol on his breath. We're fucked. What? Kes craned his neck backward to avoid the exhalation. Fucked, Orbio repeated. We all are. Me, you, Cherry, Wilder, but especially me and you. In here. He poked Kes in the head. Kes grabbed his hand and pushed it down to the bar. Don't touch me. You can't expect to travel 50 years into the future and be normal. Orbio picked up his drink. He saw the glass was empty and opened the interface. Want another one? No, thanks. Orbio ordered his third drink. We're men out of our time. He spoke so quietly, Kes could only just make out the words. Last of the Earthborn. We're out of place. It's different for Cherry and Wilder. They grew up on the Nova. Concordia's the only planet they know. It's their home. After a pause he said, Tell me, Ginger. Kes gave him a look. Tell me, is this how you thought our lives would be? No, not at all, right? Never imagined I would be sitting in a bar getting smashed on cocktails. Never in a million years. It's strange, don't you think, how ordinary everything turned out? How similar to how things were on Earth. I mean, I expected some things to be the same. The manual was supposed to create an Earth-like civilization. That's all we knew. But it's funny how, decades after the manual became redundant, everything's continued along the same lines. Families, cars, residential estates, offices, factories. If there weren't 4 fucking massive missile silos hidden underground, Concordia would be like something off a soap opera. It isn't that odd, Kes said. This is what we do as a species. People have experimented with different systems, communes, monasteries and nunneries, anchorites living in caves. They're all anomalies. Those ways of life never became popular. For hundreds of thousands of years, we've lived in small or large family units and within tribes of about 100 people we know. It hasn't changed and it isn't going to. It's encoded in us. Speak for yourself. Orbio's cocktail had arrived, but he didn't remove it from the belt. So family life isn't for you? You're different. You're a loner. Fuck off, Orbio said, though without conviction. I have to admit, when I went into cryo, I didn't expect my life to end up as it has. I expected things to be harder. They were, for a time. We missed out on most of that. I almost wish. What? Nothing. For some reason, the unanticipated encounter with Orbio and their somewhat bizarre conversation had made Kes's mind clearer. He was wasting his time here with his dysfunctional drinking buddy. He should be trying to speak to Isabel, to apologise, and to ask for another chance. She might listen to him now she'd had time to calm down. She did still love him. He was sure of that, or last night wouldn't have happened. He could make things better. I'm leaving. He pushed his empty glasses onto the belt, and it carried them away, along with Orbio's untouched drink. Orbio watched the cocktail disappear into the hole in the wall, his expression listless. Had the alcohol he'd drunk finally caught up with him? Was he about to slump onto the bar? Call you an autocar? Kes asked. Orbio shook his head. Are you sure you'll be okay? Orbio nodded. Well, if you're sure. Kes hesitated. He didn't want to leave the man alone in the state he was in. Something was definitely going on with him. "Is there anything you want to talk about?" The question broke through Aubrio's drunken haze. He looked at Kes and the corner of his mouth lifted. It was an attempt at an ironic smile, but the effect was ghastly. Just as Kes was about to suggest Aubryo go home and sleep it off, a young woman appeared from nowhere and draped an arm over Aubryo's shoulders. Her eyes were half closed and her movements languid. "Are you all alone, honey, now your friend's leaving?" Aubryo's arm snaked around the woman's waist, pulling her in. "Not now you're here, darling." The woman laughed and allowed herself to be pulled closer. He tilted his head back and she leaned in for a kiss, her hair falling in a curtain to obscure their faces. Kes left him to his latest encounter. On his way out, however, exclamations of surprise made him turn back. The bar's patrons were holding their hands to their ears and staring at each other as they all listened to what had to be an emergency message. He wasn't wearing his earcom. He'd put it in his pocket to stop himself from constantly trying to calm Isabel, knowing he was hounding her. He reached for it, but before he retrieved it, the message played from the bar's speakers. Chapter 29. Alan pressed gently on the accelerator and the survey vehicle moved slowly forward. Cherry leaned closer to the windscreen, trying to make out what lay ahead. The headlight beams revealed a black floor, free from the dust covering everything outside the city. The floor appeared to be hard, solid, and made from a different substance than the walls. "The air's breathable," said Alan, peering at the dashboard display. "Want to get out?" "No, not yet. If anything happened to them, they would be safer in the car." Would the Scythians have booby-trapped their abandoned city? The more she thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed. They wouldn't have thought that far ahead. When they were forced to flee their planet, they would have been too filled with fear for their future to consider what might happen to the place they were leaving behind. But then she remembered the words of Vasquez, Kes's fellow xenobiologist, who had passed on long ago. "We mustn't imagine we can predict how they think." Who really knew what the Scythians' thought processes had been when they departed their home? Perhaps they had been fearful that another species would take over their home planet. Perhaps they had put plans in place to prevent that from happening. Yet there had been no signs of any plans so far. No one had even suspected the Scythians had once lived here until the parvas informed them of the fact. There had been no private property keep out signs in any noticeable form. Concordia had appeared to be a pristine world, untouched, and its life in the early stages of evolution. And it hadn't been until the Scythians detected the Mistral's trace and followed it that they discovered humans living on their origin world. They hadn't been keeping watch, as far as anyone knew. Another fact indicated that the Scythians weren't excessively protective of Concordia. Where were they? It had been decades since they had accepted the tribute. With the acceptance came the implication they would return to collect further tributes. But no sign had been seen of them for so long the colony was becoming slack in its preparations for defence. She wouldn't have been surprised if some Concordians even doubted the Scythians' existence. Well, one thing was certain. The revelation that a Scythian city lay beneath the sands of Sardine would convince the most stubborn doubter. The survey car had continued to crawl ahead, its lights illuminating nothing except the dark floor and empty darkness. "This is less interesting than I thought it would be," Alan commented. "Try turning. Maybe we're on some kind of indoor road." He turned the steering wheel and the car curved smoothly right. "Whoa!" He slammed his foot down. Cherry was thrown forward against her seatbelt. "What is it?" "Nothing. There's nothing there." The headlights were no longer reflecting from a smooth black surface. They were shining into a void. It was only due to Alan's fast reflexes that they hadn't tumbled into the pit. Her heart thudded as the realization hit. You'd think they would have a guardrail or something, or a sign at least. She mentally agreed, but then she realized they were approaching the situation all wrong. Were you alive when the Scythians attacked for the second time? When the colony was living in Sidher? No, before my time, thank the stars. But you've heard about the spiders, right? The ones the Scythians sent down to kill us? Of course. My ma used to threaten me with them to make me behave. She used to tell me not all of them had been destroyed, that there were a few that had never been found, and that they were living out in the woods, waiting to catch naughty boys and girls. She stared at him. I'm guessing your ma wasn't alive when the Scythians attacked either. She was. She was about 2 or 3 years old though, and she doesn't remember it. I thought so. No one who had witnessed what the spiders did would ever have turned them into bogeymen to frighten little boys and girls. The memory of seeing Garwin cut to ribbons before her very eyes was seared into her mind like it had happened yesterday. Just the thought of them made her stump ache. Anyway, we knew the Scythians would be back to try to finish us off, and we knew we really didn't stand a chance. All we had was the Mistral and the pulsimeter the Guardians had built on the wreckage of the Nova. So we tried to hide everyone as well as we could. We built Sidher and hid all signs of its presence. We erased all tracks leading to it, and we camouflaged the entrances so they couldn't be seen. We made a huge mistake. We were thinking the Scythians were like us. We put ourselves in their position and imagined what we would do to find something that was hidden. We imagined they would look for us. But the spiders didn't look, they smelled. They followed our scent from the place where they landed right to the doors of Sidher within minutes. To them, our scent trails must have been like great illuminated lines traced on the ground and in the air. So, I get it. The Scythians might not have a guardrail on a road, but they might have a guard scent. Exactly. You probably don't know it, but all the highways and military and metropolitan areas of Concordia are regularly sprayed with chemicals that break down human odours, precisely because of what happened with the Scythian spiders. At least, she hoped the descenting programme remained active, and Meredith hadn't cut it without telling her, due to budgetary constraints. That isn't a lot of help. This car doesn't detect scents. And neither do we. They both sat and pondered the problem. For all we know, there could be alarm scents going off all around us, or scents giving evacuation information still hanging in the air. We just don't know. She was crestfallen. She'd been hoping to discover something that would reveal a weakness in the Scythians, or some other clue that would help in the defence of Concordia. Now she realised that, if such a thing existed, the information could be in a form that was impossible for humans to access or understand. The language of sense. What's that? Alan was looking at the rear view screen. He turned and stared out. Cherry turned around too. A light was flashing in the darkness. The white beam swayed and swerved. She was thrown into confusion. Had everything she had been thinking about the Scythians been wrong? Did they have a visual sense after all? Had her and Alan's arrival triggered something? But there was something familiar about the light. It's Pearl. She's come inside and she's waving her flashlight at us. Of course. She must want us to go back. Alan put the car into gear and began to reverse in a curve away from the edge. What could have made Pearl force her way through the wall when she'd said how uncomfortable the place made her? Meredith must have listened to Cherry's message, and she'd sent someone to Sardine to halt the exploration of the Scythian city. Or if she didn't want to stop it, she probably wanted to interfere. Cherry gave a mental groan. Meredith had no appreciation of the seriousness or urgency of the situation. It might take years to explore the city and find out useful facts about the Scythians. The work had to be started right away without the intervention and intrusion of politicians. Alan had steered the car to the left, apparently planning on turning it around to go back the way they had come. But a second void had opened. "Road's too narrow. Gonna have to reverse it all the way back."
"Are you sure you can do it?"
"Yeah, no problem." Despite his words, the space between Alan's eyebrows was creased with concern. He righted the steering wheel and put the car into reverse, hooking his arm over the seat back and looking out of the rear. She gazed in the same direction, but she could barely see anything. The mark between the black roadway and the drops of unknown depth were nothing more than faint lines. The car moved backward, and Pearl stopped waving her flashlight. She had seen they were coming. Cherry's concern about the risk of tumbling into an abyss was mildly offset by her frustration with Meredith. Concordia needed a new leader. It had gone on re-electing Meredith too long, imagining she was as wise and competent as Ethan, but she was not. She even knew it herself, Cherry was sure. She was only continuing in her role through a sense of duty, and perhaps to honour the memory of her father. The only answer was a leader who would take the Scythian threat seriously, and who would act decisively to protect the colony. Not someone who pandered to public opinion because she lacked the strength of her own convictions. Whoa! Alan slowed down the car, which had veered toward the edge of the road. Must be a curve I didn't notice. He corrected their direction, returning them to the centre. A voice was calling. Pearl was shouting something, but Cherry couldn't make it out. "Are you sure it's safe to open the window?" "That's what the panel says." If there was anything poisonous in the atmosphere, it didn't seem to be affecting Pearl. Cherry lowered the window and called out, "What did you say?"
"You have to come back!"
The woman's voice fell dead. There was no echo, in spite of the size of the interior.
"I realize that," called Cherry. "The leader sent an order telling us to stop exploring, right?"
"No!" shouted Pearl.
"The Scythians are coming!"
Chapter 30. When Cherry emerged from the tunnel onto the surface, she had to screw her eyes up against the light. It was late afternoon or evening in Oceanside. Nearly a day had passed while she'd been below ground. The wind hadn't dropped, and the car was immediately hit by a scouring blast of sand. As soon as she entered into comm range, she contacted Meredith. Predictably, she heard a busy tone, but the leader quickly ended her conversation and opened contact. "Cherry, thank the stars! What the hell are you doing in Sardine? It took me ages to find you. I had to ask an engineer to trace your last comm."
"You didn't get my message?"
"What message? I've been busy with government business all day. I didn't see anything urgent. Look, never mind. It doesn't matter now. How soon can you get back to Lioness? I haven't made any announcements yet. I didn't want to create a panic." Meredith sounded as if she were trying to prevent herself from panicking too, and only just succeeding.
"Well, now you've told the excavation team, it'll be all over Concordia within the next 2 minutes. You'd better make that announcement after we finish speaking. Our plan is in place, and we only have to put it into action. Do we have an ETA on the Scythian fleet, and how many ships are coming?"
"The feeler told me they would be here in 3 hours and 17 minutes, but that was over half an hour ago."
"Right. What's been happening while you were trying to comm me?"
"Nothing. I've been trying to find you." Cherry was stunned. More than half an hour had passed since Meredith had received the notification that an enemy fleet was on its way, and in that time all she had done was try to contact her general. What if she had died in the Scythian city? Would Meredith have done nothing at all, only waited for the Scythians to turn up and annihilate them when they didn't receive their tribute? Or would she have turned over some sacrificial victims to appease them? She swallowed her shock and anger.
"We have time to implement our defense strategy. Make the announcement. Now I have comm, I can give the order to roll out the defense plan. Refresh your memory on your part, in case you've forgotten any of it. I'll be back in Lioness as soon as I can. I need to comm my pilot now. Wait, what about the parvas? Are they still in orbit?"
They left as soon as the news arrived. In fact, I think it may have been them who told the Feeler the Scythian ships were coming.
They left?
Wait, don't tell me. They said they intended to help us. That's right. How did you know? Just a guess. They left right after they sent the message.
Okay, I get it. We're on our own. I'll be in touch.
She closed the connection. The temptation to unleash her frustration on Meredith was great, but it could wait for later, after the crisis was over, assuming both of them remained alive. The Feeler seeding ship that had helped them last time was probably on the other side of the galaxy. It had taken months to arrive before. They couldn't hope for any help from the Feeler this time. If anything, it was up to the humans to protect the aquatic aliens, who would no doubt feel the weight of the Scythians' wrath when the colony didn't comply with the hostile aliens' demands. The only ship they had was the Opportunity, but it was too small to be an effective defense against the Scythian fleet. It would be better to leave it out of the battle plan. She needed her pilot.
Zapata?
Yes, Mom?
I need you back here, now. Don't tell me you have a problem with that.
Looking out at the gusts of wind filled with stinging sand, she didn't doubt he had a problem, but she needed a heli regardless. I'll be there in 15.
I'll be waiting.
She opened the survey car door. Immediately, the wind slammed it closed again, spattering the glass with sand. She snatched her leg out of the way just in time. It's probably a good idea to wait in here. Alan had been following her side of her conversation without comment. I guess you're right. The excavation crews had retreated to their trucks. The ground around the entrance to the Chimera site was empty, except for swirling sand, which was growing so thick it was cutting out the light. She hoped Zapata would be able to land in the gale.
Tell your people to go to the nearest shelter. You go too.
Alan gave the order to his crew. The truck started up and began to move out. How long would it take to return to the main continent? It would take 15 minutes for the heli to pick her up. How long had it taken to fly out to the Chimera excavation site? 3 hours in total from Anwen. Before she reached Lioness, the Scythians would be on Concordia's doorstep. She would have to deal with them from the heli, but that couldn't be helped. First, she needed to alert all the senior officers. She went to Orbrio to tell him it was time to put his plan into action, but then she paused. Shit. She had momentarily forgotten he'd resigned. Shit. Orbrio was their best military strategist. The only reason Ethan hadn't put him in charge of the defense force was due to his terrible personality. In the months following their return from the Galactic Assembly, she had worked with him on developing and honing the defense plan Ethan had created. In subsequent years, before he went astray, Orbrio had tweaked it, especially after Hydra came online. She could give the orders to set everything in motion, but Orbrio should be at her side. It was his duty and responsibility. This was not a responsibility he should be able to avoid. The colony needed him. She opened a comm to her ex-lover. "Cherry, I thought you'd never call." His words were slurred. He was clearly drunk.
"Who's that?"
said a woman's voice.
"Is it your girlfriend?"
"Shut up. I'm trying to talk."
"Well, that's pretty rude."
"Orbrio," said Cherry. "Did you hear the news?" It was possible that Meredith still hadn't made the announcement about the Scythians' imminent arrival, or that the gossip from the workers at the Chimera site hadn't reached him yet. "You mean the news that our unfriendly neighborhood aliens are on their way?" "Yeah, I heard it."
"So what are you doing?"
"Making the most of my final moments."
"Seriously?"
"I'm kidding. Well, not really."
"Come on, honey,"
the woman's voice whined.
"Let's get back to business."
"In a minute,"
Cherry said. "Orbrio, you have to sober up and get to work."
"No, I don't. I resigned, remember?"
"I never accepted your resignation."
It was true. She hadn't formally responded to the carefully worded message that had arrived from Orbrio after their conversation at his house. He'd simply stopped turning up for duty, and she hadn't done anything about it, except to assign another officer to take his place. "What difference does it make? I have to go now."
"You need to get back on duty. The colony needs you."
There was a long pause. "I gotta go."
"Wait! If you aren't going to help, at least go to a shelter."
"I will. We've got a couple of hours yet. I'm gonna make the most of them." He cut the comm. She cursed under her breath. He was being as self-centered as ever. She wouldn't have been surprised if he'd suggested offering up a few colonists to the Scythians in order to save his own skin. "Problems?" Alan asked. She started. She had forgotten the supervisor was sitting next to her. "Shouldn't you be on your way to a shelter?" The surrounding desert was empty. The rest of the crew had departed. "Do you need this car to get there?" "No, I don't. There are a couple more vehicles in the tunnel. Or I could wait out the battle in the excavation site. It's probably the safest place on Concordia. But I thought I would keep you company until your heli arrives." "That's kind of you, but there's no—" A buzzing noise distracted her. She peered upward into the hazy sky. Darkness was falling that had nothing to do with the sandstorm. Night was approaching. The heli's lights shone out in the dusk. Zapata had made it, faster than he'd predicted. The following wind had to have been very strong. Would they make it back to Lioness? Chapter 31. The first thing Kes thought of when he heard the announcement was Isabel and Mickey. He didn't know where they were. Were they near a shelter? Would they be safe? A dreadful fear fell on him. Was anywhere on Concordia safe? What would the Scythians do when Meredith refused to give up anyone as tribute? If past experiences were anything to go by, the aliens would attempt to annihilate the colony. Well, if they were all to die, he wanted to be with his wife and child. The atmosphere in the bar had flipped from drunken congeniality to terror and confusion. After shock at the announcement had frozen everyone, chaos descended. People roughly pushed past him as they ran for the door. Others sank to the floor and hunched over, weeping. More remained motionless, trapped in indecision. Orbrio took the hand of his prospective one-night stand and led her toward the exit. Kes beat him to it. Like the others crowded there, he pushed forward, eager to leave. Then he remembered something important. As chief xenobiologist, he had a role to play in the planned response. He was supposed to head to the control center in the bunker at the leader's residence. He was supposed to support the leader in her dialogue with the Scythians. But what about Isabel? He couldn't just leave her to endure the attack alone, solely responsible for their little girl. He and his wife had never discussed what they would do if Concordia was attacked. She knew he had a key role to play, and she must have accepted there would have to be a part during the attack. But that had been before she'd left him. He tried calming her, but there was no answer. Sorrow was a knife in his heart. Even with the threat of death hanging over them, she wouldn't talk to him. He'd hurt her that badly. He must have. He didn't want everything to end with her thinking he didn't love her. He wouldn't allow it. He burst through the crowd into the cold night air. A strong wind was blowing that immediately sucked all the warmth from him. The street was pitch dark, the only light from the open door of the bar. More people surged out, and he moved out of their way. He began to trot along the street, the chill night clearing the final dregs of alcoholic muddle from his mind. He ordered an autocar, directing it to zero in on him rather than giving a particular location. He had to get to the bunker. There was enough time to find Isabel and then get to Oceanside, assuming she hadn't gone too far. Where could she be? Her parents had retired to a little place out in the mountains. If she had gone there, she was in one of the safer places on Concordia, but he would never reach her. "Kes?"
It was Meredith. "Just checking in. You're on your way, right?" The leader sounded tense and fearful. "I am, but I..." "What?" "I have to find my family." "You don't know where they are?" "No. It's complicated. Concordia can't wait on you finding your family. You're needed here." "I know, and I'm coming," he said with a sinking heart. He had to do the right thing. "I'm in Anwen now. I'm taking a government autocar." "I would suggest taking a heli, but none of the pilots will fly. The wind's too strong. They say the helis are too light, and it's too dangerous." "I can see that." The wind was incredibly strong. He was leaning into it as he ran, forcing his body against the chilly stream of air. "I know I said in the announcement that we have a couple of hours, but I need you here as soon as possible. The Scythians may open a dialogue before they arrive. The Feeler are already hailing them, but haven't received a response. If they do respond, just patch me in. I can work with you while I'm on the road. It won't be a problem." Exactly how he or Meredith were going to persuade the Scythians to leave Concordia alone when they didn't receive their tribute, he didn't know. He'd discussed all potential avenues of the conversation many times, but an effective argument was impossible to find. So little was known about the Scythians. It wasn't possible to know what might dissuade them. An autocar appeared out of the darkness. He didn't see it until the last minute. The car swerved around him and then stopped. He climbed inside. He hesitated, but eventually he gave the vehicle the leader's residence coordinates. It nearly killed him to do it. The car set off, navigating its way through the darkness. He tried Isabel's comm again, and again received no answer. He put his head in his hands. He couldn't bear the thought of not seeing his wife and child one more time before devastation rained down. He had to speak to Isabel and make things right. Chapter 32. The heli couldn't touch down. Whenever the landing skids neared the ground, a gust of wind would lift it into the air, or another would force it downward, causing the skids to bump the sand, but then zoom upward as Zapata fought the downdraft. The pilot had opened the vehicle's passenger door too, so the wind was affecting the machine even more. "Can you make it?" Cherry asked over comm. "Doing my best, Mom." "I understand. I just don't want you to kill yourself. Or land on me." Zapata chuckled. The heli hung 15 meters up, buffeted by the gale. Cherry had her eyes closed to slits to try to keep out the sand, and until the heli drew near, all she could see was its lights. Her hair whipped around her head. "I think we need to face the fact that I'm not going to be able to land. I'll get as close as I can, and then you'll have to jump aboard." "Let's try." Her voice sounded braver than she felt. If she'd ever missed her left arm and hand, it was now. The heli's lights approached, and then the bulbous belly of the machine and its skids came into view. Its main rotor was a dark, whirring blur. She stepped backward as the heli veered toward her. She couldn't imagine what it had to be like to try to control the light air vehicle in the fierce wind. Suddenly it dipped downward. Another gust had caught it. The open passenger door zoomed close. She leapt. One of her feet landed on the edge of the cockpit. She caught the frame of the open door. Mustering all her strength, she pulled herself forward. Zapata's head was turned half toward her, while he still tried to keep an eye on his controls. The whine of the rotor combined with the roar of the wind was deafening. The night was a maelstrom of sand and empty air. The heli rose abruptly. She'd been leaning in, but the sudden movement forced her backward. Her grip on the door was torn away. Her foot slipped. She was falling. A large, strong hand fastened on her shirt and yanked her in. She landed on the heli's passenger seat, knees first. As she grabbed the seat back, Zapata released her. The door closed, cutting down on the racket from the rotor and the howling wind. "Thanks." She fastened her safety harness. "No problem." The heli veered sharply left and down.
For a second she had an alarming view of Sardine's desert rising up, but then Zapata swept them away and drove the heli into the battering wind. How long had the pickup taken? It had seemed an awfully long time between the moment she had said goodbye and good luck to Alan, left the survey car, and waited while Zapata had made his many attempts to land. But when she checked the pilot's screen, she saw it had only taken 10 or 11 minutes. Still, each minute could count. Anxious to begin preparations for the impending attack, she had calmed her senior officers with the code word. All over the inhabited regions of Concordia, men and women were running to their stations, readying their weapons, and putting their equipment through checks. Finally, they would be watching the skies, wondering if they might outlive the night. As Zapata fought the wind, flying her toward Lioness and the bunker beneath the leader's residence, she wondered the same. She checked in with her officers on how everything was rolling out. To her slight surprise, there hadn't been any hitches so far. Perhaps she'd underestimated the commitment and training. After the series of brief conversations, she was left with nothing to do other than wait as the heli battled the wind. The minutes to their ETA reduced too slowly. It was as if time was expanding inside the heli and speeding up for the rest of Concordia as the Scythians drew nearer. Ahead of them lay utter darkness, the night sky a thick black shroud. Zapata was flying on instruments only. Below lay the ocean. When she had first set eyes on the expanse of precious water, the sight had amazed and delighted her. Now she feared tumbling into its watery depths, leaving Concordia to endure the Scythian attack without her. "Do you have family to contact, Ma'am?" "No need to call me Ma'am. Not now. I always hated that. Just call me Cherry. And no family to." Wilder! She had entirely forgotten about her. Where was she? Was she safe? Did she even know the Scythians were coming? If she didn't have an earcom yet, she might not have heard Meredith's announcement, not if she had gone back to her treehouse, far from the nearest community speaker. Cherry tried to calm the young woman. When there was no answer, she tried twice more, just to be sure Wilder either had no comm or was refusing to answer. The latter would be understandable. It was time to try someone else. "Kez?" "Cherry, are you at the bunker already?" "No, I'm flying back from Sardine." "In this wind?" "Do I have a choice? Look, I'm worried about Wilder. When I returned home after that day we were at the hospital, she was gone." "You mean yesterday?" "Was it only the previous day?" "Yes, yesterday. She'd left. Not surprisingly, I guess." "I'm not surprised either. You know how strong-willed she is." "I know, and if I ever get to see her again I'll apologize. But I don't know if she's heard the Scythians are on their way. I have no idea where she is." "And you want to know if I do?" "I don't, sorry. She hasn't been in touch." "I was worried you would say that. Could you go to her house in the forest and check she's okay? Maybe you can persuade her to go to a shelter." "I would love to. I'm worried about her too, but I can't." Kez's voice sounded strained, as if he was under extreme pressure. She guessed they all were. When she didn't respond immediately, he continued, "I have to get to the leader's bunker. I'm on my way there now. The Scythians might contact us at any time." "But what if she's all alone? Someone has to help her." "I know, but it can't be me. I'm sorry." He closed the comm. She blinked in surprise. It was very unlike him to be so abrupt. The tension of the situation had to be getting to him. She was reminded of those terrible hours and minutes before the second Scythian attack when everyone was waiting in fear in Sidher. But Ethan had been there to keep everyone calm then. What could she do about Wilder? All the military personnel had jobs to do, and civilians would be making their way to shelters. There was only one person she could think of who could help. She calmed him, and after several moments he accepted. "Aubrio, I need—" "This is getting annoying." "I need you to find Wilder. She's all alone and—" "I'm busy." "This is important."
"Nothing's important anymore. This is the end, so if you don't mind—"
"Don't say that."
Face up to it, Cherry. It's over. It was nice knowing you. Don't you dare close this comm!
The connection remained open. She heard a sigh. She wasn't sure if it came from Aubryo or the woman he was with. He sounded as though he'd sobered up a bit.
It is not over. No one knows for sure what will happen.
I think it's pretty clear.
No, it isn't. Everyone thought it was clear when the Scythians attacked last time, remember? When the spiders landed and found us despite everything we'd done to hide ourselves. I thought it was over then too. I gave up and I ran outside so it would be over for me quickly. But I was wrong.
Aubryo was silent.
I was wrong. And you could be wrong now too. No one knows what the future holds. And even if we think we do, even if we're sure, we still shouldn't give up. Don't hand your life to the Scythians on a plate, Aubryo. It's worth more than that. All of our lives are worth more than that.
What do you want?
Wilder was in an accident and she was recuperating at my house, but we got into a fight and she ran off. I don't know where she is and she isn't answering her comm. She might not know about the attack. She has to get to a shelter. She lives in the forest near Cerberus. I want you to find her and take her somewhere safe.
She still lives up a fucking tree. What's wrong with that kid?
That doesn't matter now. What matters is that someone tells her what's happening and takes her to a shelter. As soon as the Scythians realise Cerberus exists, they're going to try to blow it out of the ground. There isn't going to be anything left of that forest but smoking ashes.
So you want me to go into a forest in the middle of the night, find a tree house, and tell an idiot kid she's about to die if she doesn't get out?
She isn't a kid. She's 17.
Still an idiot, though.
Just do it.
I dunno. I'm in Anwen. By the time I get to the forest, find the stupid girl, and bring her back here, the Scythians will.
For once in your life, can you think about someone other than yourself?
Silence. She held her breath. Had she pushed him too far? He generally hated any kind of personal criticism. Nothing could make him shut down faster. But he was the only person she knew who might succeed at finding Wilder and getting her to safety.
There's no need to be rude.
Coming from one of the rudest people she knew, his comment almost made her laugh. But the situation was too dire.
I'm sorry. Please do this for me. Find Wilder.
I suppose I might as well die on a pointless quest, as opposed to anything else.
Thank you. Let me know what happens, okay?
All right. Where are you?
About halfway between Sardine and Lioness.
Huh?
It doesn't matter. I'll explain later, after the Scythians go home, or we destroy them.
Aubryo snorted.
Keep dreaming.
Chapter 33. Kez's autocar was speeding along the main highway into Oceanside. Roads leading off it were shadowy and vague, and it was empty of other vehicles, except for a solitary pheromone-neutralizing truck, making its final rounds, spraying the street. No one was out as far as he could see. Everyone was in a home bunker or had gone to one of the municipal shelters. He was reminded of the second Scythian attack, when all 2,000 colonists had crowded into Sidher. After months of preparation and tension, the nightmare had come true. The enemy had returned, and all that stood between them and the last outpost of human civilization had been a few meters of earth and some reinforced doors. He gave a mental shiver. Now they were better prepared, but if it came to a fight, could Concordia really defend itself against the might of the Scythians? For their previous attack they'd only sent a handful of ships, and the colony hadn't stood a chance. How many ships had they sent this time? Meredith hadn't mentioned a number. He decided not to ask her. He would find out the facts soon enough. Light brightened the dark road, turning iron grey to sombre silver. The clouds were tearing apart, and starlight was glimmering through the raggedy gaps. Were any of the stars Scythian ships? When he returned his attention to the road, he realized he recognized the neighborhood. One of Isabel's sisters lived here. A detour would take only a few minutes out of his journey. It would be a long shot. Isabel had several siblings she could be staying with, or she might not have gone to any of them at all. "Car, I have a new destination." He quickly looked it up on the console and input the coordinates. The car passed 2 exits and turned left at the 3rd. After passing 5 houses, it stopped. He jumped out, telling it to wait, and ran for the house. Rather than taking extra time to find Isabel's sister, Nancy, on comm, he banged on the door. He realized he'd probably just alarmed everyone inside on this already terrifying night. He took a step backward and tried to locate Nancy via comm. The door opened. Nancy and Isabel looked alike, except for the fact that Nancy was taller and somehow overall harder. Her nose was sharper, her eyes narrower, giving her a resting, suspicious look, and her mouth thinner. As she saw who was waiting outside her door, her mouth thinned even further to a barely perceptible line. "She isn't here!" His shoulders slumped. "Is she in Oceanside?" If Isabel was nearby, he might still have time to see her before going to the bunker. "No, I don't know where she is, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you." He wasn't sure if she was telling the truth. "I just want to see her. It might be for the last time. So if you—" "Cares!" Isabel pushed past her sister, but then halted, hesitating. She was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. He couldn't help himself. He grabbed her and held her, though he took care not to crush her swollen belly. Nancy tutted. She turned on her heel and strode away down the hall. "I'm so sorry." "It doesn't matter. Not now. I was so angry and hurt, but none of that is important now. I wanted to see you, thinking it might be for the last time, but Nancy had hidden my comm and wouldn't let me use hers." "What a bitch." "That wasn't very nice of her." "It's only because she cares about me." "She has a funny way of showing it. I wish I'd spent more time with you and Mickey. I wanted to, but I don't know what's been going on with me. I think I've been struggling with some things, though I didn't really know it." "No, I was wrong to be so demanding. You have an important job. I should have been more understanding." "You're wrong, Izzy. He sighed in frustration. He didn't have time to have this conversation. There never seemed to be enough time. Then he had an idea. "I want you and Mickey to come with me. I'll take you with me to the leader's bunker. You'll both be safer there." "We can't go there. It's only for officials, not their families." "I don't care. If I bring you both with me, what are they going to do? Turn away the chief xenobiologist? Tell the person they're relying on to communicate with the Scythians that he can't come in?" She touched his cheek. "You're being crazy. We can't go with you. I bet every other person in that bunker would love to have their family with them, but they can't. It's just the way it is. It wouldn't be fair if Mickey and I went down there with you." His arms fell to his sides and his head bowed. She was right, but he couldn't bear the thought that this might be the last time he would see her and his daughter. "Where's Mickey? Can I see her?" "Of course." She called their daughter's name, and a moment later the 2-year-old appeared at the top of the basement stairs. "Daddy!" The toddler ran to him as fast as her little legs would carry her. The hall light caught the red sheen in her black hair. He swept her up into his arms, and she cuddled into his neck. He thought his heart would break. "I can't leave you both." "You have to. I know what you're thinking. If this is the end, I'd rather I was with you too. But you can't think like that. Go to the bunker and talk to the Scythians. I know we don't have much of a chance, but I know you'll do your best. If anyone can communicate with them, it's you." Time was ticking away. He had to go. He'd already taken too long on the detour. "At least we had a chance to see each other again, didn't we?" Though Isabel smiled, she was weeping. "At least we had a chance to put things right." He couldn't speak. He nodded and held her and Mickey close. Huskily, he told his wife and child that he loved them before handing Mickey to Isabel and returning to the autocar. He took a final look at them as the car drew away. Isabel and Mickey were silhouetted in the doorway by the light from the hall. He couldn't see their faces, only their outlines against the brightness, but he deliberately fixed the image in his mind, knowing it might be the last one he had. When the autocar reached the end of the street, he turned to look at Nancy's house. The door had closed, and the street was in darkness. Chapter 34. There was a problem at Cerberus. Fletcher's tone was professional, but Cherry could hear an edge of fear and panic. It was hardly surprising. Concordia's military had been preparing for decades for this moment, but it had never encountered a real enemy. Drills and exercises could not prepare you for the real thing. She remembered too well the cold sweat and painful tingle of nerve endings when faced with your mortality. Send people to visually inspect each system. Tell them to try percussive maintenance, then run the checks again. Percussive maintenance? Hit the mechanisms with hammers, not too hard, but enough to dislodge any rust or grit. Oh, okay. They're pretty large. I understand, Fletcher, but unless you have any better ideas, it's worth a try. Cerberus is our oldest silo. We'll be lucky if everything works as it's meant to after all this time. She wished she'd asked Wilder to service the massive mechanisms that opened Cerberus's roof, but the focus had always been on the armaments. When the time came, they would be vital, but if the roof didn't open, they would be useless. Just do whatever you can, and keep me updated. The flight from Sedene to Lioness had passed quickly, as she dealt with the flurry of progress updates from Concordia's military arms. The 3 other silos were reporting all their checks were clear, and they were ready for action. Companies of ground troops at all major metropolises were at their stations. The anti-spider devices had been activated. The community shelters were full and locked. Concordia was ready and waiting. ETA has been revised, said Zapata suddenly. It has? She looked at the display. Even as she watched, the minutes until the heli was due to arrive at the leader's residence rapidly reduced. The wind's dropped, Zapata explained. Didn't you notice? She hadn't. She'd been concentrating on the military's preparations. But as she looked out into the night, she saw the clouds were opening. Starlight shone through the gaps. The water beneath them glittered, and in the distance was a line of blackness, the coast of Lioness. She checked the arrival time again. We'll make it to the residence before the Scythians arrive. Yes, just. For the first time in the last hour, no comms were waiting for her. No one had anything to report or anything to check. Zapata said nothing else. His features were tense with concentration as he extracted the maximum power from the heli. Did he have a family he might never see again? She didn't know anything about him, except for the fact he was a damned good pilot. A comm arrived, this time from a non-military source, or perhaps ex-military. Aubrio, what's happening? Did you find her? After a lot of tramping through wet undergrowth in the dark, I found the tree. Then I had to climb up into it, getting covered in scratches and... But did you find her? Not here. Total waste of time. And now I have to get back to Anwen. Damn! Did you see anything to indicate where she might be? No. Place is a mess, and it's too dark to see anything. No one would spend any longer here than they had to. There's a hole in the roof and the rain's got in. I wonder where she went. I hope she's safe. Yeah, so I'm going to try to get to the nearest shelter now. Shit, he was kilometers from a shelter. He'd spent all his remaining time searching for Wilder, and now he was alone in one of the most dangerous places on the planet. Thanks for looking for her for me. I appreciate it. No problem. You know, I have to admit she is a smart kid, even if she does live up a tree. She will have gone somewhere safe, and I have to go now too.
I know where you can go. Cerberus. I'll tell Colonel Fletcher you're coming, and he'll let you in.
Cerberus? Why the hell would I want to go there?
Where else can you go? You'll never make it back to Anwen. There's no time.
I suppose you have a point.
And you can help them. They're having a problem with the roof opening mechanisms. Some of them are reporting faults, but the maintenance team can't figure out what the problem is.
And? I'm no engineer. I used to pay people to do that kind of thing.
Just go there. It won't hurt and you'll be underground.
And not alone. Orbio had many faults, but there was something about the thought of him dying alone that tore at her.
All right. I'll give it a try.
Good, she swallowed. Orbio was sounding more human than ever, and he'd tried to find Wilder, wandering around a forest at night under the imminent threat of a Scythian attack. It was probably the most selfless thing he had ever done.
Good luck.
Yeah, you too.
Chapter 35. Piddle and Puddle could not get used to microgravity. Wilder regretted bringing them aboard the Opportunity. The two creatures vomited up whatever they ate not long after eating it, and the vomit was not easy to deal with when it was floating in midair. Her pet's toilet habits, or lack of them, were even more inconvenient. She gently launched herself, pushing her feet against the side of the living quarters. As she floated past a small lump of Puddle's partially digested dinner, she swept it up into a tissue and folded the tissue over it. When she reached the other side of the living quarters, she pulled herself along the wall to the trash disposal and deposited the tissue. Then she returned to her work on her agrav machine. Piddle and Puddle had even puked and peed during the long hours it had taken for the shuttle to rendezvous with the Opportunity. Not that such small animals generated a lot of waste, but it was unpleasant nonetheless. After several such accidents, she had made a bag from a sweater by tying the bottom in a knot. After tying the sleeves to two cupboard handles, she installed her two little friends. They would nap in there, cuddled up, and sometimes run around the ship, clinging to the walls. They had quickly learned the dangers of letting go. She'd only had to rescue them 2 or 3 times as they floated helplessly, unable to return to a solid surface. Technically, in micro-G, everywhere was a wall. There was no floor or ceiling. As soon as the shuttle moved beyond most of the influence of Concordia's gravity, she had been vividly reminded of her own nausea in this situation. Had she made the right decision when agreeing to Quinn's suggestion to recuperate here? But it was too late for regrets. She had borrowed the agrav machine parts from Jamie Bond, and Tycho and Steffi had loaded her up with supplies. After her friends had gone to so much trouble, it seemed wrong to cancel the plan, especially over something as trivial as discomfort in micro-G. She would get used to it. At least she was doing marginally better than Piddle and Puddle. She could use a toilet, for instance. An unforeseen difficulty of working on agrav, while ironically in micro-G, was that nothing remained where it was unless you fixed it there. Before, she'd been able to rely on Concordia's gravity to hold the prototype on the ground. Aboard the Opportunity, she was forced to tether it to the floor. Initially, she'd put all the parts in boxes to avoid a room full of floating pieces of metal, but the boxes themselves had become dangerous floating objects too. In the end, she had put all the parts into a cupboard, taking them out a piece at a time when she needed them. When she had first come aboard, the ship had been cool and smelled of dust and mould. As far as she knew, no human had set foot or hand on the Opportunity in all the years after the trip to the assembly. She personally had felt no desire to revisit the place where she had spent so many months, in close quarters with her 3 shipmates. The first thing she had done was to ask Quinn to turn up the heating. Things had become a little more comfortable after that. She pushed the final part into place. The first stage was over. After many hours of work, the new machine was built. Holding on to a chair fixed to the floor, she floated next to the agrav machine, a hand on her hip, appreciating the satisfaction of completing this first essential task. "Have you finished?" Quinn asked. "I've built it. Now I have to get it working. I can't remember exactly what I did before, but I'm sure I'll figure it out through trial and error." "Maybe have something to eat and take a nap. You're here to recover from your injuries, don't forget." She was tempted to ignore his advice and push on, but then she thought better of it. She hadn't forgotten the sight of her skinny, bruised body in Cherry's mirror. "Yeah, I'll do that." Once the words were out of her mouth, she realized she felt hungry and fatigued. Her pain medication was wearing off too. Discomfort was beginning to build in her ribs and abdomen. It was weird how her mind managed to ignore the signals from her body when she was concentrating. She pushed off from the chair in the direction of the food cupboard. After retrieving a container of pasta in lentil sauce, she opened the lid and scooped out the noodles with a fork. "Do you want to check your comm messages while you're eating?"
"You make a strange kind of mum, Quinn. You know that."
"Are you implying that I'm trying to mother you?"
"Smother me,"
she thought, but she didn't say it. He was only being kind.
"I guess that is what I meant, but I know it's only because you care."
"I'm pleased I interpreted your underlying meaning correctly."
"You did, didn't you? You're getting good at understanding us."
"So, are you going to check your messages?"
"Wow, you're really good at understanding us."
Wilder marveled that the feeler hadn't been deterred by her effort to change the subject.
"In a minute, I'll eat this first."
She had found her earcom on the floor of her tree home and popped it into her pocket while calling Piddle and Puddle. Her two little friends had been hiding, but they'd poked out their heads when they recognized her voice. She ate the rest of the pasta and then sucked water from a bottle. Next, she pulled out her medication packet and swallowed a tablet, followed by more water. Finally, she took out her comm and pushed it into her ear. There was a message from Jamie Bond.
"It was great to see you yesterday, deadly after midnight. I hope you make some progress with the sandwich."
Sandwich was the code name for the agrav machines.
"I have a feeling you'll be the one to find the perfect mix of ingredients. I was wondering, do you want to meet up sometime and talk about recipes face to face? Just us, I mean."
She smiled. Jamie Bond was sappy but sweet, and he had to have guts to ask for a date with a girl at least 5 years older and a head taller than him. Maybe she would calm him back when she returned to the surface. But by then she hoped she would have made the sandwich work and their shared project would be over. Cherry had tried to contact her. Wilder was glad she hadn't been bothered by the alerts. In all of Concordia, Cherry was the last person she wanted to talk to. All that remained to listen to was a short message from Tycho and Steffi, wishing her good luck and telling her to visit when she was better. That was it. No one else had commed. Ordinarily, this would be a good thing. She hated wasting time on boring small talk and gossip, but this time she felt a tiny bit sad, and, for the first time in her life, a little lonely. Perhaps it was because she was many kilometers above the planet's surface, and the only human aboard the ship.
"Quinn, can I comb the surface from here?"
"That won't be a problem. However, if you wish to speak to someone, you should do it now. It is evening at Oceanside and Anwen. Most humans will be going to sleep soon."
"Maybe I'll do it in the morning."
She put the empty meal container in the trash and pulled herself along to the bathroom to change into pajamas and brush her teeth. When she was ready for bed, she climbed into her sleeping bag. It was the same one she had used the last time she was on the ship. Plans for what she would do tomorrow circulated through her mind, gradually slowing down and transmogrifying into strange shapes and figures. The agrav machine melted into a pulsimeter. Then it took flight and sped into the distance toward a setting sun, becoming lost in the vivid red, pink and orange of the evening sky. A figure was walking toward her from the distant horizon, taking impossibly gigantic leaps over the land. As the figure drew nearer, she recognized Jamie Bond, though he was taller and older.
"Wilder,"
Jamie said.
"Wilder, wake up!"
She tried to answer him,
"I'm already awake."
but her mouth voiced silent words.
"Wake up, Wilder!"
She forced open her eyes. Her dream had been so vivid she was momentarily confused, but then she remembered where she was. It had to be Quinn, not Jamie, speaking.
"What's wrong?"
"I've just heard from our communications center that we have sighted the Scythians. They're returning to Concordia." Shock silenced her for a moment.
"The Scythians?"
she asked, stupidly. "You must return to the surface. Please go to one of the shuttles. I will send it to Oceanside immediately."
"Wait."
She sat up, floating half inside and half outside her sleeping bag.
"When will they get here?"
"Not for a few hours. You have time to return to the surface and enter one of the shelters."
"What if I don't want to?"
"You have to. The opportunity will be a target for attack."
"I have to? Now you're really sounding like you're trying to mother me. I thought you invited me up here as a guest. Now you're kicking me out?"
"For your benefit. When the Scythians arrive and are refused their tribute, this ship will become one of the least safe places in the star system."
"I'm getting damn tired of people doing things for my benefit. How about you let me make this decision for myself?"
A pause followed. "I cannot physically force you into a shuttle, but I strongly recommend it. However, we built this ship as a gift for your colony. Whether you remain or leave is entirely your decision."
"Thank you. I'm not leaving. Let's think about what we can do when the Scythians arrive."
Chapter 36. Zapata landed the heli on the roof of the leader's residence. This time round the landing was easy. The wind had died away to a light breeze, and the sky had cleared to brilliant starlight. Cherry leapt out the moment the landing skids made contact, keeping low to avoid the still spinning rotor. She ran out from under the blades before straightening up and jogging across the roof to the exit door. By the time she opened the door, Zapata was already high in the sky, making his way to the nearest shelter. She ran down the steps 2 at a time. Before landing, she'd confirmed with Meredith that the Scythians still hadn't answered the hail the Feeler had been sending ever since they'd been spotted. The enemy ships were minutes from reaching Concordia's high orbit. 10 vessels were coming, 2 of the largest type, the double crescent that carried a massive pulse emitter on a spike. The other ships were single crescents, less powerful but still deadly. And she had no doubt the Scythians were also bringing tens or even hundreds of thousands of their relentless spiders too, ready to unleash on Concordia and strip it of human life. She reached the first floor and ran across the lobby to the elevator. She calmed Meredith as she waited for it.
"I'm here."
"Thank the stars, you're the last to arrive." The doors opened and Cherry stepped in. The elevator began its journey down. Suddenly, a hard shock hit. Cherry was thrown to one side. The elevator abruptly stopped. Her heart froze. "Meredith, what just happened?" No answer came. The lights flickered and died. Utter darkness surrounded her.
"Meredith!"
She felt for the elevator doors. If it had stopped at one of the intervening floors, she might be able to prise the doors open and get out. She could take the stairs the rest of the way, but the doors were firmly closed. With only one arm, she didn't have a hope of opening them. The light returned. Emergency backup power had kicked in.
"Meredith, answer me!"
The lights for B3 and B4 were lit on the console, meaning she was between the 2 floors. The bunker was at B5. She was about to comm Meredith again, but she changed her mind. Something terrible had happened, and the leader was clearly distracted. Who else was in the bunker and could explain what had happened? She commed Kes. "Cherry?" The voice that answered was strangled with emotion, the tone high, quiet, and distant. "Kes, is that you?" She was honestly not sure. She had grown so used to her friend's voice. The feeler used something similar for generating human speech, but this version sounded like nothing she'd heard before. Had whatever had caused the shock disrupted the comm system? But it answered with her first name. It had to be him. "I'm stuck in the elevator. What's happened?" Oh God! Oh my God!" She heard a guttural sound, a horrible, heart-wrenching sound, as if the man's soul were being torn in two. "Kes, tell me what's happened!" She thumped the elevator buttons. Desperately, she cast her gaze around the enclosed space, trying to find a way out. The only exit was a hatch in the ceiling, but it was far out of her reach. "They fired before even asking us for a tribute. They didn't say a word. All their ships fired at once. A simultaneous shot from 10 ships. Half of Oceanside is gone." She couldn't find the words to reply. Half of Oceanside? How many people was that? Thousands, tens of thousands. She kicked the elevator wall and then yelled as pain seared up her leg. "Is there an engineer with you? Tell them to do whatever it takes to get me out of here. Now! Okay, Kes? Did you hear me? Find someone to get me out of here. Those fuckers are not going to get away with this." She commed Orbrio, hoping to the stars the damage the Scythians had inflicted hadn't taken down the network. He answered. "Have you heard what's happened?" "Yeah, wasn't expecting that." "I need you to coordinate the response. We'll throw everything at them. Everything." "What? Why me?" "I'm stuck in an elevator. It was moving when we were hit, and the shocks affected the system. I can't get out, and I can't work inside a tiny box with no data and no vid feed. I need your help." "You've got officers." "Do it! It's mostly your plan, remember? You know it inside out. They've brought 10 ships. We'll wipe them from the skies." "Yeah, okay." He was gone. Orbrio was no longer an officer. He wasn't even in the military, but she didn't doubt his ability to make the staff follow his orders, despite his many faults. If there was one thing he didn't lack, it was the ability to take control. She stared at the walls, rigid with frustration. How many people had died? She'd been expecting an exchange of words at least. The Scythians should have demanded their tribute. Then Meredith would have refused, and if the Scythians had attacked or even threatened it, Cherry would have ordered the missile silos to be opened, the pulse emitters to be raised to ground level, and the surface armaments revealed. The Scythians would have discovered they were not going to destroy the human colony or take the planet as easily as they might have thought. But the aliens had had a surprise of their own to deliver. What did it mean? Were they on the offensive because they anticipated a hostile reception, or were they getting in the first blow? Or did they want to cow the colonists and make them agree to any terms? Did it matter? No. When she'd learned that Concordia was the Scythians' origin planet, their attacks had made more sense. The fact didn't excuse them. There was no excuse for attempting to destroy another intelligent species, even if you did find them living in your former home. But to an extent she had understood their actions. Now things were different. The Scythians had allowed the humans to remain on Concordia. They'd been absent for decades, and the colony had thrived and built a society. To return now and launch a devastating attack with no warning, no parley, no attempt at a compromise, it was an evil act, and the aliens deserved everything they had coming to them. In her mind's eye, she could see the gigantic roof covering Cerberus begin to pull back, shedding soil, rocks and vegetation to the sides. Minotaur, along the coast from Oceanside, would growl into life, opening the cliff top, sending boulders crashing into the ocean below. Medusa, long hidden below her high plateau, would shake free her icy cap and spill frozen shale down the mountainside. A towering fountain would signal Hydra's arrival, rising from the ocean. The rumbling of the silo's mechanisms would shake the ground and echo through the air. The armaments would lift into the starlit night, their targeting systems locking on to the 10 Scythian ships threatening the planet. A noise sounded from above. Someone had landed on the elevator's roof. A moment later, the hatch opened, and the head and shoulders of a middle-aged, bald man appeared.
"Thank the stars!"
"The elevator won't restart. Either the shaft has been damaged or something screwed up the system."
"It doesn't matter. Do you have a rope?"
"Yes, but that's all. I don't have a harness or anything like that. Maybe you can tie it around you."
"Just let it down. Hurry up."
The end of a hemp rope dropped into the elevator. She grabbed it.
"Pull me up."
The man peered in. "Are you sure you can support your weight on one arm?"
"Stop wasting time. Pull me up."
He disappeared, and the tension on the rope tightened. Her feet left the floor, and she rose, clinging on tightly. When she reached the hatch, however, she hit a problem. The rope was scraping against the edge. If she continued to hold it, her hand would be scraped too, and would block the rope from moving farther. Just as she was debating whether to let go, a hand reached in and grabbed the back of her shirt. She was unceremoniously hauled through the hatch and dumped onto the elevator's roof.
"Thanks."
"The only way out is up the service ladder, but it isn't far to the next floor." Above them in the dark elevator shaft, the doors to the nearest floor stood open. She went up the ladder first, forced to go slowly so that she didn't fall when she released the grip of her only hand to move higher. She reached the open doors and crawled out of the shaft onto the tiled floor. Immediately, she ran to the stairway that would take her down to the bunker. As she sped down, she noticed cracks in the walls. The combined attack from all the Scythian ships must have had a devastating force to inflict damage so far underground. In less than a minute she'd reached the bunker. She burst through the doors, only to meet a scene of disarray. Kes sat motionless at the table, his face ashen, his gaze a distant stare. Meredith was pacing in front of the transparent wall, separating the room from the feeler side, her hand on her forehead and her features riven with despair and confusion. 2 officials huddled, muttering to each other. Another 2 stared at screens. The screens showed the open missile silos and other places in Concordia, as well as a visual on the Scythian ships. Cherry asked,
"What's going on?"
Meredith abruptly turned toward her, as if only just noticing her appearance. She ran over and grabbed her shoulders. Before she could say anything, however, a comm from Aubryo arrived. Cherry held up her hand, palm outward.
"Yes?"
"Cerberus opened, and all the others. Everything's locked on target."
"Right, I'll give the order."
"No!" Meredith exclaimed. "Wait!" Cherry gritted her teeth.
"Stand by, Aubryo,"
she asked Meredith.
"What are we waiting for?"
"We received a message. Play it, Kes." Woodenly, Kes swiped an interface and thumbed a key. A screech pierced Cherry's ears. She covered one of them, but had no way of protecting the other from the penetrating sound.
"Damn it, Kes,"
said Costello, head of Civil Works.
"Can't you skip over that part?"
"Invaders of our planet." The Scythians had somehow accessed the feeler's translation technology. "We have tolerated your presence in our home and allowed you to benefit from its resources. You have multiplied your numbers and created a self-sustaining livelihood. We have been forgiving. We have been generous. But these things are..."
"Does not translate."
Now it is time for us to receive our recompense. A pause, followed by a second, does not translate. We are returning to our home. We have brought materials to construct habitations for our settlers. They will be the first of our kind to dwell on the sacred soil of our homeland in eons. But our people will not be able to survive outside their habitations. They will require assistance. You will service them, supplying all their needs. In return, we will allow you to continue to live on our world. Refuse this offer, and we will destroy your colony and all life on our planet. No other species will ever besmirch our sacred land with its presence again. We await your answer.
Chapter 37. Wilder endured the crushing pressure stoically, though she couldn't help harbouring a wish that the feeler had the technology to entirely eradicate the effect of the opportunity's fast acceleration on the human body, not only ameliorate it. She had grown used to the feeling on her trip to the assembly, but she worried about Piddle and Puddle. Would their little bodies and small bones cope? Thankfully, the pressure began to ease after only a short time. That was all it took to travel to the second planet in from Concordia. As soon as she felt she could safely move, she asked Quinn to release the straps holding her to the padded reclined seat. She went to the living quarters, still struggling against the forces pressing her down. By the time she reached her pet's separate pouches, she had guessed they would be safer apart. The effects of the acceleration had decreased to roughly the same as Concordian gravity. She opened the first pouch. Puddle's eyes glared up at her resentfully. She lifted him out carefully and gently ran her hands over his body. He didn't seem to have any broken bones. As to any internal damage, she simply didn't know. Time would tell if the little creature had suffered serious harm. She replaced Puddle in his pouch. Next she opened Piddle's tied-up sweater. She sucked in a breath. Piddle's eyes were closed.
No, no, no!
She reached in. Piddle was warm, but was she still alive? Even more gently than she'd handled Puddle, Wilder cradled Piddle as she lifted her out. She inspected the creature's face. Piddle's mouth hung open, and her tiny tongue lolled out over her pointed teeth. As Wilder turned the small body, Piddle's head flopped to the side. Puddle's head and front legs emerged from his sweater. He was watching his little friend. Wilder held Piddle's chest against her ear, the soft, warm fur tickling. But she couldn't hear anything. Did Concordian animals even have hearts, the same as Earth animals? Concordian animals hadn't featured in the curriculum in her school days. No one had thought complex life forms even existed on the planet the Nova journeyed toward. As she carried out her checks on her pets, the opportunity slowed further. She grew lighter and lighter until her feet lifted off the floor and she was floating. Piddle gave a little squirm, then her eyes opened, her tongue retracted and her mouth closed. Her legs moved feebly.
Are you okay? Please be okay.
As if in response, Piddle wriggled some more. Her tail whipped from side to side. She didn't seem to have broken anything. Feeling better, but remaining concerned about her pets, Wilder put Piddle in Puddle's pouch. He immediately began to groom her. "We have entered low orbit on the far side of Camaret," said Quinn. "The Scythians may have observed our movements, but perhaps not. At their current distance, the Scythians' instruments may not detect the opportunity's trace against the background of solar radiation."
But they know this ship exists, right? They won't have forgotten about it.
No, indeed they won't.
Camaret was closer to the star than Concordia. Barren, rocky, and devoid of life, it had not held much interest for the colonist scientists, who had barely scraped the surface of investigating their own world. But for Wilder, Quinn, and the other feeler in the crew, Camerette was somewhere to hide and wait while they tried to come up with a way to use the opportunity to the greatest effect in the inevitable battle. As long as they remained shielded by the planet's mass, the Scythians might not want to weaken their forces by sending a ship to hunt them out, and though the opportunity was not sufficiently powerful to inflict serious damage on anything except the smaller ships in the Scythian fleet, she was nevertheless not without her sting. Chapter 38. All eyes were on Cherry. Even Meredith seemed to be looking at her for an answer. Only Kez's gaze was averted. He was in a world of his own, clearly deeply in shock. "When did the message arrive?" Cherry asked. "Was it before or after we opened the silos?" "We received it immediately after the assault," Meredith replied. "And we've heard nothing since?" "No. They must have seen the silos opening, but they haven't said anything yet. I guess they still think they can destroy us." Meredith slumped into a chair. "It was all a ploy, right from the beginning. The Scythians never wanted a tribute. During their second attack, when the colony was sheltering in Sidher, they must have realized they could make use of our presence here. We could survive on their planet, but they could not. If they used us as their slaves, they could re-establish a civilization on the world they had been forced to abandon. They could come home. Telling us they accepted the sacrifice of the Mistral and its crew was only a convenient excuse for them to call off their attack. Since then, they've been waiting, biding their time until our population increased to sufficient numbers to serve their needs." "You're right," Cherry said. "That's clear now. What isn't clear is, what do we do?" "What do you mean?" "What answer do we give them? Do we agree to their demands?" "Why is that even a question?" "Yes, we don't have a choice, do we? We'll have to agree." "What?" Kez slammed a fist on the table and rose to his feet so fast his chair clattered to the floor. "No! They just killed thousands of people with no provocation. Thousands of Concordians are dead, just so the Scythians could make a point." He swiveled to face Cherry. "Give the order! Destroy them!" "I will. We can't give in." "Do not give the order to fire. I'm leader here, and I forbid it. If we respond to the Scythians' attack, we'll be committing suicide. Our families, our homes, everything we've worked for, will be gone. We'll all die, and we're the last outpost of human society. If Concordia falls, it'll be the end of human civilization." "Better dead than living as slaves." Meredith seemed about to say something, but then changed her mind. She turned to the 4 heads of government departments. "I want to hear your opinions." While Meredith was listening to the officials, Cherry calmed Aubrio. She wanted to know what he thought about the Scythians' demand. Would he prefer survival, no matter the cost? "Fuck that!" "That's what I thought you would say." "What about our esteemed leader?" "She wants to agree to their terms, believe it or not. She's talking to the others, but I don't think she'll change her mind." "Oh well, who cares what she thinks?"
"Not me."
"Gotcha. Just let us know when."
"Keep those missiles and emitters targeted."
"Don't worry, they're all tracking the Scythian ships perfectly."
A screech erupted from the room's comm. Cherry clapped her hand to one ear and pressed her shoulder to the other. A moment later the sound mercifully ceased.
"We must receive your answer. Withdraw your weapons. We must receive your answer. Withdraw your weapons."
Silence.
"Elliot," said Meredith, "open a return comm to the Scythian ship." "Wait!" exclaimed Costello, head of Civil Works. "You can't answer on behalf of all of us. We have to put it to a vote."
"Who's Elliot?" Cherry asked.
"The feeler representative," Kez replied.
He was propping his elbows on the table and holding his head in his hands. His earlier fury seemed to have dissipated to extreme lassitude. Cherry had almost forgotten the feeler on the other side of the bunker's transparent wall.
"What happened to Quinn?"
He's aboard the Opportunity with Wilder.
Wilder went to the Opportunity? Stars! I'd forgotten all about that ship. I wonder where it is. I hope Quinn had the good sense to leave as soon as he knew the Scythians were coming.
Kes didn't reply. Meanwhile, Meredith and the department heads were arguing. "I am the elected leader," Meredith exclaimed. "So what?" Costello asked. "There's nothing in your mandate that gives you the right to consign the entire colony to slavery. It's my responsibility to protect you all, not sacrifice you to some noble-sounding ideal. Wanting to live free or not isn't an ideal," Costello snapped. "It's a right." "Maybe it is, but that's an individual decision. We can't go around all of Concordia and ask everyone what they would prefer. There isn't time. I have to decide for everyone. That's what I'm supposed to do. And I decide we should live. Who knows what the future may hold? If we agree to the Scythians' terms now, perhaps the Galactic Assembly will force them to release us later. If we resist now, that's it, forever."
"You're forgetting a third alternative, Meredith," Cherry said. "What if we assert our right to live in peace on a planet that can sustain us without hurting anyone? What if we fight back and we win? Besides, I think you're optimistic to think the Scythians won't still kill most of us, even if we agree. They didn't have to come here and slaughter thousands of our citizens in order to propose their plan. They could have approached us peacefully, but instead they attacked first, so we would be intimidated into agreeing to their terms. They're murderers. Vicious, remorseless murderers. Living under them would be torture. Death would be better. I can't do it. I can't allow the destruction of all the men, women and children under my care. You know what? Ethan wouldn't have given in. He would be ashamed of you." Meredith gasped. "How can you say that? It isn't true. My father was all about protecting and nurturing every single person on Concordia." "Yes, he was, but not at any cost. No one seems to remember any longer. It's probably not even in the history books. But in the early days of this colony, your father, me, and the rest of the gens fought tooth and nail for the right to live our lives as we chose. We risked death for that cause, because the idea of living without our independence was unbearable. Our actions were reckless, perhaps stupid even, when the colony was small, weak, and teetering on the edge of failure. But we did it regardless, because we decided that our lives were not worth living any other way. Ethan fought back, Meredith, and that's something you aren't prepared to do. I've just realised I've been wrong about something. For months now, I've been worried this generation of Concordians wasn't up to scratch. I thought they were not prepared for the Scythians' return. They seemed lazy, undisciplined and careless. To me, they weren't scared enough. But they've surprised me. After I gave the order, all the battle preparations went with hardly a single hitch. Our military knew what it was doing after all. I realised it wasn't them I should have been worried about. It was you. I hate to say it, Meredith. I remember you as a baby in your mother's arms. But you're the wrongness I was sensing all along. You're the rot at the heart of Concordia. Cherry opened a comm to all her senior officers and Aubreo. She spoke only 2 words. Return fire! Chapter 39. Seconds later, fire erupted from Cerberus as the missiles launched. Minotaur followed next, then Medusa and finally Hydra. Massive rockets rose into the air, pulling against Concordia's gravity, rising faster and faster, trailing brilliant white flames. They were locked onto their targets and wouldn't stop until they either reached their destinations and detonated, or they were shot out of the sky. Almost before the missiles left their launchers, pulse fires started up, turning night to day. Concordia was throwing everything it had at the Scythians.
The colony had been a long time waiting for this moment, and it had nothing to lose. Cherry's gaze moved to the screen showing the Scythian ships, limited to a single viewpoint, the single satellite left over from the earliest days of colonization had never been added to, for fear of attracting the attention of the Scythians. The aging device had transmitted images of the first 2 battles with the aliens. Now it was to transmit its third and last. Cherry was under no illusion that the Scythians would succeed in destroying the colony. If not today, then eventually. They wouldn't rest until their origin planet was wiped clean of the interlopers. They had made that clear. The bunker was silent. None present except Kez and Cherry had ever experienced a Scythian attack. Meredith's features were frozen in horror. Others bore a look of fascinated dread. Kez's expression was intent but calm, as if already resigned to whatever happened. The Scythian ships were firing. They weren't attempting to outmaneuver the missiles closing in on them, perhaps guessing correctly that their only chance of evading them was to destroy them. A shot from one of the largest Scythian ships hit the leading missile, bursting it into fragments that quickly disappeared into the ether. A pulse from the surface arrived ahead of the next missile, successfully striking a small Scythian ship full on, bursting one half of its crescent away. More missiles were arriving, but the Scythians were hitting them all. The missile's effect would be greater than a pulse strike, but only if they managed to get through. And their supply was strictly limited, unlike the pulse emitters, which would continue to fire as long as they received energy. On the planet's surface, fire from the Scythian ships was arriving. The pulses not aimed at the missiles were targeting the silos, specifically the pulse emitters not far distant from the missile launch sites. "Yes!" Kez yelled. A Scythian ship was dissolving in pale blue fire. Either a missile had broken through the enemy's defense or a pulse had hit its mark. 1 down, 9 to go. The second tranche of missiles was moving into position. Like the first swathe, these would be aimed at the 2 leading Scythian ships with pulse emitter spikes. These ships could cause the most damage, and their loss might cause the fleet to give up and retreat. Concordia might live a little while yet. The spikes flashed simultaneously. A pulse sped from each, converged, doubled in size and brightness, and flew toward the planet. A second later, Minotaur exploded. A collective gasp sounded in the bunker as the missile silo rose into the air in fragments, spurting flames hundreds of meters high. The Scythians' combined pulse must have hit the silo's fuel tanks. Less than a second later, a tremor hit the bunker, the shock from the blast arriving from its cliff-top site. Meredith's frozen gaze of horror broke, and she buried her head in her hands. Cherry felt strangely calm. The path of the battle's progress seemed inevitable. The colony would inflict damage on the Scythian ships, perhaps even destroying 1 or 2, but slowly it would be beaten into the ground by their enemy's relentless fire. The ships could move, they could leave, be repaired, and return to inflict more damage. Concordia had nowhere to go. "What's that?" Costello pointed at the screen displaying Hydra. Black objects were raining down into the ocean. At first, Cherry thought it was debris from Minotaur, but Hydra was too far away. The silo sat in a shallow area of ocean, closer to Sardine than Lioness. If the black falling objects were not debris, they had to be coming from the Scythians. The ships must have launched them, but their dark colour had prevented the human observers from spotting them. Were they spiders? None seemed to have arrived yet, and when the Scythian message had spoken of their intent to destroy all life on the planet, the spiders had been the first thing to spring to Cherry's mind. The colony had plans to deal with the destructive devices if they landed, but they had not imagined that spiders or anything else would be dropped into the ocean. A second burst of pale blue fire distracted her from the spectacle of the rain of black objects. The colony had scored another hit. A second Scythian ship had fallen to either a missile or a series of attacking pulses. A comm from Orbio arrived. That was ours. Hydra got the first, but Cerberus is catching up.
Well done, Cherry replied. Do you know about Minotaur?
It's gone, right?
Yes.
We guessed that might be the case when we lost all contact.
They were brave men and women. You all are.
Cherry?
What?
Never mind.
Orbio cut the comm.
My people are dying,
said a voice. After a second of confusion, Cherry realized it was the feeler, Elliot, who had spoken. You, feeler, are dying? The sentence from Elliot had been so devoid of emotion, she was unsure she'd heard him correctly. But then the translation system was not set up to convey emotion.
The Scythians have dropped biocide into the ocean. It is spreading through the water. We think the substance dissolves protein chains. It is killing every living thing it contacts.
Stars! Can't you move away from it? Go somewhere it hasn't spread?
The substance seems to be converting the living matter it destroys and increasing in volume and potency. Its density is almost the same as ocean water. The ocean currents are spreading it everywhere. We cannot escape.
No other species will ever besmirch our sacred land with its presence again. The Scythians were killing the feeler too. Of course they were. Not only were the feeler another intelligent species that had invaded the Scythians' origin planet, they had even helped humans to join the Galactic Assembly, though any aid the Assembly could send would arrive too late. A terrible guilt settled on her. Not for 1 second had she considered what her decision would mean for the feeler.
We believe the biocide is falling on land too, said Elliot. Its dispersal on land will be slower, but it will reach your people eventually.
I'm sorry.
It was all she could think to say.
I'm so sorry.
Do not offer any apology. We have spawned. We are fulfilled. We have joined with you. We swim and fall together.
Chapter 40. Quinn, we have to see what's happening, said Wilder.
Moving out of Cameret's shadow will expose us to the Scythian scanners, Quinn replied. At this distance they will spot us immediately, and then they will fire on us.
Well, how about we fire on them?
She was tired of hiding. She felt like she was skulking away like a coward when every other Concordian was suffering under the Scythian attack.
I understand your motivation, but firing on the Scythian fleet will most certainly attract their attention.
That's the point. Maybe it will help the colony if we provide a distraction. The opportunity is pretty fast. Maybe we can draw a ship or two away from the battle.
There was a pause as the feeler considered her suggestion. She was watching him through the transparent wall. She found it easier to talk to him this way, rather than chatting with his disembodied voice over comm.
That may be an effective tactic, he finally said. I have spoken with the other crew members, and they agree to take the risk.
Woohoo! Let's do it!
You must go to your safety seat. We will be piloting the opportunity at high speeds.
She suddenly remembered Piddle and Puddle. The poor creatures would have to endure another bout of high G. She almost wished she hadn't brought them here. But then again the Scythians would be attacking Cerberus. Her pet's forest home would be razed.
Give me 1 minute.
After the previous period of acceleration, she had discovered a soft, downy substance in one of the cabinets in the ship's head. She had no idea what the material was supposed to be used for. Neither had any other passengers on the trip to the Galactic Assembly, for it had remained untouched. But she knew the perfect use for it now. She pulled herself through the ship until she reached the head, took large handfuls of the fluffy substance out of the box, and went to the living quarters. Piddle and Puddle were floating in their pouches, looking ill with motion sickness.
I hope I can take you home soon, but until then I have some lovely soft stuff for you to lie on when we get going. You should be more comfortable on this." She pushed the material into the tied-up sweaters, forcing it to the bottoms, where her pets would end up when the ship began to accelerate. When she was sure she'd made Piddle and Puddle as comfortable as possible, she pushed off from the wall, sending herself zooming back to her acceleration seat. "I'm ready. Oh, wait a minute. Can you give me a visual of what's happening outside the ship?" The blank wall interface displayed a view of the exterior. A rocky, airless landscape filled the entire screen. They were so close to Cameret, the ship's cameras were not picking up anything else. The landscape was bright with reflected light of the system's star. Was it day or night on Lioness? She'd lost track of time. The scene switched, and she saw the star. Concordia was not yet visible. She wasn't sure in which direction it lay. "Starting to maneuver," said Quinn. "We will leave Cameret's cover in 1 minute and 18 seconds. Pressure pinned her down, but she ignored the uncomfortable feeling as she watched the interface. The scene switched again, back to Cameret's surface. It was moving. Distant rocks and dust flowed over the screen, followed by a curved horizon, and then open space. Even though millions of kilometers separated them, the blue-green ball that was Concordia was easy to spot, as well as tiny flickerings of light, the pulse fire of the battle. "What's happening, Quinn? Are you picking up any messages? Your people know you're here with me, don't they?"
He didn't answer for several long moments. She didn't press him for a response, knowing that he was probably busy listening to the messages. "Things are bad," he eventually said. "The Scythians are attempting to erase all life on the planet. They have dropped a biocide into the ocean that is killing my people." She almost sat up in shock, but the safety straps prevented her.
"They're monsters! Why would they do something like that? The Fila are no threat to them."
When Quinn said nothing, she was forced to come to the obvious conclusion by herself. The Fila were no threat to the Scythians by themselves, but they'd helped the humans, the species who was competing for land to live on and planetary resources, and who had gone to the Galactic Assembly for military support in defense of their occupation.
"We have to stop them."
"I fear it's already too late. The biocide is spreading faster than my people can escape it. Eventually it will disperse throughout all of Concordia's oceans, and that will be the end."
"Oh, Quinn!"
A lump formed in her throat. She didn't know what to say. The biocide has been deposited on the land too. Its dispersal out of water is slower, but within a few months, all of Concordia will be a barren wasteland. The planet will not support life again for perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, if ever.
"Let's get them! I know it's hopeless, but let's do all the damage we can."
"Yes, let us do that." Acceleration hit her like a hammer, driving the tears in her eyes down the sides of her face and into her hair. She was crying for the Fila, crying for the people of Concordia, and for Piddle and Puddle, whose home had been obliterated and would never grow again, thanks to the Scythians' desecration of the planet. On the interface, Concordia was growing visibly larger. Such was the speed of their approach. She still could not make out the Scythian ships, but the sparks of pulse fire were more noticeable. The Scythians would not have a visual on the opportunity yet either, but they had to know she was coming. "We will be within firing range soon," said Quinn.
"At this distance?"
She had to fight to speak due to the crushing pressure on her throat. "Space battles are conducted at wider distances than you might imagine." Concordia had grown from the size of a pea to a marble. "You have been a good friend, Wilder."
"You too."
She wished she had another moment with Piddle and Puddle to hug them one last time. She wished she could say goodbye to Tycho and Steffi and Jamie Bond and everyone else she knew. She wanted to tell Kes how much he'd helped her with his support and to thank him. She even wanted to make amends with Cherry. But there was no time left for anything. She was only 17. She had barely begun to live. It wasn't fair. A brilliant streak of light flew across the screen, out from the opportunity.
That was from us, right? I hope it blows a Scythian ship to pieces.
No, it was not us. We haven't fired yet. We are only now within range.
She blinked.
If it wasn't us, who was it?
I am trying to discover that.
The image on the screen switched. She saw the system's star again, brilliant white-yellow.
That's where the pulse came from? The sun?
Not quite. Please wait a moment.
As she watched the star, another source of light appeared next to it, more brilliant than any star in the background. The spot of light grew gradually larger and brighter. It was moving toward the opportunity. Several minutes passed. The light became too bright to look at. She narrowed her eyes to slits and saw the bolt pass by, heading onward to Concordia.
Is it a Scythian weapon?
Perhaps the aliens had a device that would destroy life on the planet even faster than their biocide. A frustrating silence dragged out. The pressure on her eased. The opportunity was slowing down, and she had no idea why.
Is anyone going to tell me what's happening?
It is not a Scythian weapon. It is aimed at the Scythian ships, and it is destroying them.
It is? Let me see.
The scene on the interface switched once more. Concordia was bigger than ever. The bolt that had passed them by was growing smaller as it sped away, drawing closer to its target.
What is it? And who's firing? You must have some idea.
We have sent out a hail, but the distances involved mean we have to wait for the reply.
You really don't know who it might be?
My best guess is that it is the parvas.
The parvas?
At first the name made no sense, but then she remembered the headline in the newsfeed the evening she had had her accident with the agrav machine. A delegation of parvas was arriving, the headline had said, and she'd been reminded of Kes receiving the notification the day before. She had asked Cherry about them, but at the time she'd been too busy to talk.
Who are the parvas? And what are they doing here?
The parvas are members of the Galactic Assembly, and it looks as though they've saved your colony.
Chapter 41. Cherry thought she was dreaming. One of the largest Scythian ships was a ball of pale fire. What had happened? All the missiles had been launched, and even a direct hit from several pulse emitters should not have been able to take out one of the huge spiked ships.
"Did you see that?" Costello asked. "What was it?"
"I didn't," she replied. "I was looking at another screen." Minotaur was rubble, and they had just lost Medusa too. Her mountaintop site was now a massive smoking crater. The Scythians were continuing to try to pound the colony into dust, despite the fact that they had already ensured its eventual destruction with their biocide.
"The biggest pulse I ever saw arrived from out of nowhere and hit the Scythian ship."
From out of nowhere? She was utterly confused. How could another pulse emitter be firing at the Scythians? It was impossible for anyone to have built another one in secret. Wilder working on an agrav machine was one thing, but building something like an emitter, with all the specialized parts and materials needed, would require a miracle. The Scythian firing was slowing down. They also seemed confused by this unexpected, and to them, devastating event. She calmed Aubrio.
"What's going on?"
he asked.
"You didn't tell me you had another pulse emitter up your sleeve."
"I don't. I'm as much in the dark as everyone else. But while we have this advantage, don't let up. If you can squeeze any more fire out of your emitters, do it. Let's kick them while they're down." Long minutes dragged out. The Scythians continued to concentrate their attack on Cerberus and Hydra, the only remaining military sites. Cerberus and Hydra continued to fight back.
Then another mysterious pulse arrived, and this time she saw it. The screen momentarily whited out. When the image returned, it showed the remaining spiked Scythian ship was no more. "It is the Parvas," Elliot said. "We received a message from Quinn aboard the Opportunity. The Parvas have been harvesting energy from this system's star. They have technology that allows them to do this, and then they can concentrate the energy within a field and direct it toward a distant object. They have passed on an apology that the process takes so long, but they hope their intention is well received."
"Oh, it's well received," said Cherry. "It's very well received." The remaining Scythian ships were moving. They were turning and leaving. They'd given up. "Please tell the Parvas." But Kes touched her arm and pointed at the transparent wall. Elliot had ceased the feeler's customary swirling movement. His body hung motionless in the water. The biocide had reached him. He was dead. Chapter 42. Kes wandered through the rubble that was all that remained of Oceanside. The sun was rising, and the destroyed buildings still smoked with heat. He could feel it through the soles of his shoes. Cherry had wanted to make him wear a gas mask before going out. No one knew exactly where the biocide containers had landed, or how far or fast the poison would spread. He didn't care. What did it matter if he died now or later? They were all going to die eventually, along with the rest of life on Concordia. The Scythians had already done the job of killing everyone. It was only going to happen slower than anticipated. All he wanted to do was find Isabel and Mickey. He dared not imagine they might still be alive, but he longed to see their faces one more time. He wanted to touch them, to hold them, and to ask their forgiveness. If he could only do that, perhaps he could die in peace. The problem was, the place was unrecognizable. He didn't know where he was. The Scythian blast had flattened the houses and obliterated the roads. Fires still burned. More than once he had come across human remains. After ascertaining quickly that they did not belong to his wife or child, he would skirt around them, trying to avoid looking at them any further. Others were looking for loved ones too. He stopped, put his hands on his hips, and tried to get his bearings. In the distance was a freeway running through an untouched portion of the city's outskirts. From the appearance of the surrounding landscape, it was the road from Anwen. It would have been the route he travelled on to the leader's bunker. He took a long moment to mentally reconstruct the street system as it had been, leading out from the arterial road. He pointed to where he guessed the rows of houses had been. 1, 2, 3, he muttered. 3 exits. And then the 4th had been the street where Isabel's sister Nancy had lived. When he decided on a rough area in which to search, he strode toward it, stepping over the rubble-strewn ground. He was going so fast he almost didn't see a body until he was on top of it. A man lay face downward, his shoes some distance away, and his back burned. Swallowing his horror and distress, Kes took a wide detour before reorienting himself. He arrived at the approximate location of Nancy's street, sweaty and shaking, either with exertion or anguish, perhaps both. "Isabel!" His voice was loud in the silent devastation. "Mickey! Sweetheart! Can you hear me? Isabel! Mickey!" A groan sounded. His heart leapt, and he raced toward the origin of the noise. But before he reached the person, his heart sank. It was a man lying on his back, still alive. "Help me!" The man's hair was gone, singed away, and his skin bore burn marks. His clothes were burned too, but by some miracle he hadn't caught entirely on fire. "Can you stand?" Kes asked. "I'll help you." He wasn't sure where to touch the man without hurting him. The man slowly managed to sit up. He grabbed Kes's forearm. "Thank you."
Thank you for stopping. Medics are coming out soon. They're trying to find gas masks first.
Gas masks? What do they need those for?
He didn't know. Of course he didn't. Only the people in the leader's bunker knew what had happened, what the Scythians had done, and what Concordia could expect. Someone will explain to you later. Can you walk? I can help, but I don't know where to touch you. I don't want to hurt you.
I can't feel anything. I don't think you can hurt me.
But when Kes tried to help him to his feet, his legs were too injured to support his weight. The medics will be coming soon, Kes repeated, though he wondered what was the point. Yet he didn't want to tell the man the truth of the situation.
Were you looking for someone? I heard you shout a name.
I was looking for my wife and my little girl.
I'll be all right here. I feel better now I know help is coming.
When Kes hesitated, the man urged him again. Okay, but I'll be back to check on you. He resumed his search, calling Isabel's name and Mickey's over and over, and wandering farther and farther until he had entirely left his original search area. A deep sorrow settled over him and obliterated his faint hope. A comm arrived from Cherry.
Any luck?
I found a survivor, but not Isabel or Mickey. Are the medics on their way?
We're working on it.
Kes, I'm sorry. Are you going to carry on searching? I have to find them.
I understand. I hope you do. I wanted to let you know something. You remember that strange arrival that claimed it was a Guardian?
The one that seemed to be Faina? Yes, I remember.
It broke out of prison during the attack. I found out a moment ago.
Really? That seems to be the least of our worries right now.
Yes, but I thought it was worth mentioning to you. The prison isn't far from the area you're searching, though it escaped the worst of the blast. If the thing is a Guardian, it's odd it would take advantage of the chaos to escape. The Guardians were programmed to help us.
Perhaps Faina thought the best way she could help us was by escaping.
Maybe you're right. Anyway, as you say, we have worse things to worry about. There must be plenty of people trapped in the rubble. We have to find them and get them out.
And before the biocide arrives. The situation is hopeless, but I guess we have to keep going.
We have to. What other choice is there?
Cherry was gone. He sat down on a stone. Isabel, he called, more out of misery than anticipation of an answer. But then he heard a reply, or had he imagined it? Isabel! There it was again, a faint cry. He couldn't make out what the speaker had said, but he knew the direction the response had come from. He raced toward it, scrambling over hot rubble. Isabel!
We're over here!
He stopped. The voice replying to him was not his wife's. He did recognize it, however. It was Nancy. He continued on. The sound of Nancy's voice had come from a demolished house, similar to all the other demolished houses. If it had been her house, he would never have been able to guess. He reached the remains, a pile of smouldering building fragments. He saw her immediately, a face in one of the gaps, close to the ground. He ran to her and knelt down. Nancy? He had never been so pleased to see his sister-in-law in all his life. Where are Isabel and Mickey? He held his breath, desperate and also terrified to hear her answer. They're okay, Kes. Nancy reached out through the gap. He gripped her hand tightly. Or Mickey is. I think Isabel might have broken a leg when the house came down.
Kes, is that really him?
It was Isabel.
Yes, it is,
Nancy replied.
But don't move.
She sighed in frustration.
You're going to hurt yourself.
Isabel appeared at the gap beside her sister. She looked in pain, but her face was shining.
I knew you would come. Mickey, Daddy's here. Come and see Daddy.
Izzy, it's so good to see you. Is the baby okay?
She's fine, kicking like crazy.
Soon Nancy was holding up his little girl, and Kes could touch his wife and child. They were alive, miraculously, blissfully alive.
How much longer did they all have before the biocide reached them? He didn't know. He put the thought out of his mind, for now they were together. It was more than he had hoped. The end. This has been Humanity's Fight, Space Colony 1, Book 5, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Space Colony 1 series is Final Onslaught, Space Colony 1, Book 6. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.